Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3154. In the sky, Jiang Feng laughed. This fellow had no idea how much the primordial thunder locust hated his lightning. It wasn't targeting him or White Cloud City, but the lightning itself. The Shaoyin divinity used the golden lightning to attack, so of course he was targeted by the primordial thunder locust. In the distance, ancestors, she was helpless. The Shaoyin divinity was unlucky to have borrowed Jiang Feng's strength. Didn't he see that Jiang Feng was being targeted by the primordial thunder locust? Using his strength to fight was courting death. The Shaoyin divinity was crippled. He lay on the ground, not a single part of his body intact. He had been struck unconscious by the lightning, unable to move, and was charred. Mu Feng and the others looked at each other. What should they do? This wasn't part of the plan. Originally, they had wanted to force the Shaoyin divinity to the Black Mother Tree, which seemed normal. However, the Shaoyin divinity was half crippled and couldn't escape. How could they force him to the Black Mother Tree? If they didn't attack, it would be too conspicuous. If they attacked, the Shaoyin divinity wouldn't survive. The three were stunned. They had never encountered such a situation. At that moment, a figure rushed out from the divine power lake towards the Shaoyin divinity. Mu Feng was about to attack when Qing Ping stopped him. The three watched as the figure grabbed the Shaoyin divinity and rushed towards the Black Mother Tree. Qing Ping stared at the figure. Was that Wu Ho? Hui Wu. He stared at Hui Wu, whose body was covered in a layer of dim red. It was divine power. He had been sunk into the divine power lake. This was Ancestor Shi's decision. What was going on now? He was actually bringing the Shaoyin divinity towards the Black Mother Tree. What was he doing? Chase! Woodcarving roared and slashed out with his blade. It swept past Hui Wu and slashed towards the ground. This was perfect. No matter why Hui Wu had brought the young Yin divinity towards the Black Mother Tree, it seemed that they could still achieve their goal. Qing Ping watched this scene with a complicated expression. Hui Wu had been discovered. Why didn't he go back with Lu Yin? He clearly had a chance, so what was he doing now? Was he helping them or the Shaoyin divinity? At this moment, even Qing Ping couldn't understand. At the same time, the primordial thunder locust stared down. That was it. It stared at Jiang Feng again and swung its tail. Jiang Feng saw the Shaoyin divinity being brought to the Black Mother Tree by Hui Wu. It was time. At the same time, he walked towards the Black Mother Tree. Eternal, I'm here again. Didn't you want the thing in my hands? Come and take it. Behind him, the ancient thunder locust roared and chased after Jiang Feng towards the Black Mother Tree. He Wuxian raised his eyebrows. Jiang Feng, your opponent is me. A figure walked out of the Black Mother Tree. It was the only true God. The one true God didn't even look at the battlefield where divine venerable Shao Yin and the others were fighting. He just stared at the golden lightning. Jiang Feng, you still can't see clearly. There are some things that I thought you would understand. What do you know? Do you understand that you want to destroy the human race? Jiang Feng laughed. During Earth's apocalypse, under the pressure of despair from those powerful creatures, I still managed to lead humanity out. In this starry sky, I encountered numerous near-death battles, but didn't I make it through? How long has that beast been chasing me? Back then, I stole the thunder right under its nose. Ha ha ha. What do you want me to understand? The one true God said calmly, what do you mean? To think is to reject heaven's grace. Nonsense. Jiang Feng stepped onto the Black Mother Tree. Behind him was the ancient thunder locust, and in front of him stood the one true God. He slashed out with an indescribable feeling. It was as if heaven and earth had turned upside down, and everything was within his sword. At this moment, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Humans, animals, even the earth, the lake, and the starry sky, all breathed a sigh of relief. It was as if everything was breathing, as if the universe was breathing. The one true God raised his hand, and the starry sky froze. With a bang, his fingertips hit the blade of the sword. Then, he clamped the blade with 2 fingers, allowing the thunder to pour in. He remained motionless. I'll take this turbid treasure. Can you take it? Jiang Feng held the sword tightly and turned around. Behind him, the ancient thunder locust had just arrived, and the blue lightning smashed towards Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng raised his hand and allowed the blue lightning to enter his body. This lightning came from the same source as his, but after being nourished by the ancient thunder locust for countless years, his body couldn't withstand it. But if he couldn't withstand it, the one true God wouldn't have it easy either. The blue lightning smashed onto Jiang Feng's body, causing him to cough up blood. At the same time, the lightning entered the one true God's body through the blade. The golden and blue lightning smashed towards the one true God at the same time. Even the one true God could only let go of his fingers, allowing the blade to leave his body. Jiang Feng coughed up blood and laughed. He took the opportunity to slash with his sword. Under the golden and blue lightning, the blade pierced into the one true God's hand. The one true God's blood dripped down, melting the black mother tree. The one true God bent the blade with the back of his hand, allowing the blade to pierce through, but it couldn't pierce through. Jiang Feng felt the terrifying power, and his body was also being attacked by the blue lightning. He had no choice but to retreat. Cheng's life. The blade vibrated, causing Jiang Feng's power to vibrate. He couldn't help but cough up blood again. This time, it came from the one true God. The one true God stepped out. Jiang Feng, you're too arrogant. Without the turbid treasure, you can't even get close to me. Stay. As he spoke, he grabbed towards Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng smiled at the one true God. Don't you know how long you've lived? In front of him, a tail filled with blue lightning smashed towards him. Jiang Feng didn't dodge, allowing the ancient thunder locust's tail to hit him. Although this attack made him feel uncomfortable, it allowed him to distance himself from the one true God. At this moment, Huiwu dragged divine sovereign Shaoyin to the Black Mother Tree. In the distance, the Grand Empyrean walked out from the void. 6 Paths of Reincarnation Realm. Under the Black Mother Tree, divine sovereign Shaoyin had already regained consciousness. He originally thought that he would die, but he didn't expect Huiwu to drag him away and even avoid the pursuit of wood carving and the others. Just as he was about to thank Huiwu, he suddenly looked around. No, he was under the Black Mother Tree. He looked into the distance and saw wood carving and the others looking at him. Seeing the expression in their eyes, divine sovereign Shaoyin's heart sank. Quickly take me away from here. Huiwu stood beside him and quietly looked into the sky. Divine sovereign Shaoyin endured the pain and wanted to get up. At this moment, he heard the words, 6 Paths of Reincarnation Realm. This was the voice of the Grand Empyrean. Divine sovereign Shaoyin's body slowly flew up, and at that moment, a thought flashed through his mind. He understood that he had been wrong, very wrong. He had thought that he had hidden himself well and was the best spy that the Eternals had placed in the 6 Paths Society. However, he had been wrong. The Grand Empyrean had clearly known that he was a spy and had set up a trap for him. No wonder he had been able to escape from the Tea Party battle. No wonder the Grand Empyrean had never stopped him despite all the things he had done. No wonder Lu Yin had spared his life in the rotting god space. No wonder, so this was the reason. Divine Sovereign Shaoyin couldn't control his body and flew into the air. His vision was blurry, and he could only see a pair of eyes clearly. Those eyes belonged to the Grand Empyrean, and they held a lofty gaze that looked down on everything. So this was the case. He had always been an ant. Bang! Divine Sovereign Shaoyin's body exploded, and rays of light connected the void. In the blink of an eye, 6 pillars of light were formed with the Black Mother Tree at the center. They connected the sky and the earth, and it was impossible to see the top or the bottom. They connected directly and covered the entire Black Mother Tree, forming a giant circular pillar of light. It wasn't just the Black Mother Tree, but also the one true God and the primordial thunder locust. In the first zone of disaster, the ancestor of the past's expression changed. Not good. She slashed at the Black Mother Tree in an attempt to break the pillar of light, but it didn't budge. He Wuxian also attacked. The Archer God, and the others all attacked, but they were also unable to move the pillar of light. Inside the Black Mother Tree, the one true God raised his hand and pressed it against the pillar of light. With a boom, the pillar of light trembled and then cracked. In the sky, Jiang Feng's expression changed. It was useless. On the wooden carving, Lu Tianyi and the others stopped fighting and looked at the Black Mother Tree. If it was useless, then this battle would have been in vain. Although most people didn't know the reason for this battle, it seemed that the goal was to seal the one true God inside. If the one true God could easily break through, then it would be too laughable. At this moment, the Grand Empyrean appeared beside the pillar of light, 100 meters away from the one true God. Tai Hong, this was your plan. For this, you didn't hesitate to exile the Lu family and allow Shaoyin to do whatever he wants, the one true God said calmly as if he wasn't the one trapped inside. The Grand Empyrean coldly said, some things require a price to achieve. But what's the point of this? The one true God was calm. The Grand Empyrean slowly descended and entered the pillar of light alone. He sat at the bottom of the pillar of light. My suffering is you. Only by killing you can I pass through this suffering, but it's impossible to kill you. This is the only way. Eternal, I'll gamble with you. Either I die in this 6 paths of reincarnation realm, or your power will gradually be stripped away by the 6 paths of reincarnation realm. Although it will take a long time, I can afford to wait. The one true God placed his hands behind his back. You're so sure that this thing can strip away my power? The Grand Empyrean didn't answer and closed his eyes. The one true God raised his hand again, but this time, he couldn't shake the pillar of light and the crack from before was repaired. The Grand Empyrean had entered the pillar of light, so even the one true God couldn't break it. The one true God shouted, I didn't think that the arrogant woman from back then would have a day of forbearance. Tai Hong, I acknowledge you, but so what if you can trap me? Can you deal with the eternal race's 3 pillars and 6 pillars? This is a gift from the heavens. Can you accept it? The only true God shouted. At this moment, the ancient thunder locust that was trapped in the 6 paths of reincarnation realm with him slowly swam out. He wasn't imprisoned by the 6 paths of reincarnation realm at all. The one true God laughed. You're really only targeting me. Tai Hong, how long have you been preparing? The Grand Empyrean opened his eyes. Did you learn this nonsense from Tai Chu? Too much nonsense. In the sky, Jiang Feng was helpless. He thought that he had trapped the ancient thunder locust, but it seemed like he was happy for nothing. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3155. It was unknown how much time the Grand Empyrean had spent, but he had only managed to trap Eternal after trying his best. If she really had the ability to trap all the creatures inside, she wouldn't have allowed Divine Sovereign Shaoyin to exile the Lu family and make such a great sacrifice. Her 6 paths of reincarnation realm only targeted the one true God and didn't work on other creatures. Thunder boomed again, and the ancestor of the past looked away. The one true God and Tai Hong had perished together, so the war would continue. However, she hadn't expected Tai Hong's plan to target the Shaoyin divinity. She had underestimated this woman. Since the humans had already made preparations, they would definitely be prepared for the upcoming war. The next moment, Lu Yuan appeared, and the general appointment platform shook the void. It was his turn to act. In the distance, the ancient god waved his hand and forced the void master back. He stepped into the sky and faced Lu Yuan. "Fertile earth, have your injuries healed?" Lu Yuan looked at the ancient god in front of him. "De Chang, why did you betray us? You must give me a reason today." "There is no reason. If there is a reason, it would be that the human body restricts my power too much. It's so great that I can't see any hope of breaking through. That's not the reason I want." Lu Yuan punched at the ancient god. The ancient god waved his hand and raised his fist as well. Indestructible state. Boom! The first zone of disaster shook, and a terrifying pressure swept down. Muji felt his scalp go numb. This was the power of the three realms' 6 paths. It was too terrifying, and even the wood god couldn't get close. However, this was also what he wanted. His eyes burned with passion. One day, he would be able to reach this level. The ancient god completely revealed his terrifying strength, and it was even stronger than the battle of the first zone of disaster. He had used the sequence laws. The moment the Black Mother Tree was sealed by the 6 paths of reincarnation realm, 3 figures walked out of a stargate in the sky of the neighboring 6th zone of disaster. Lu Yin was in the middle, and beside him was Hongyan Mavis, whose face was hidden. On the other side was Ji. When the 3 of them walked out, they immediately attracted the attention of the 6th zone zombie kings and the human traders. The 6th zone of disaster had never encountered an external enemy, so the human traders were stunned. However, the zombie kings rushed over without fear of death. At that moment, Lu Yin took out Mount Supreme and released Emperor Shang. The Emperor Mecha crushed the numerous corpse kings with a wave of its hand before leaping towards the Black Mother Tree. If he wasn't wrong, then the corpse goddess was right below the Black Mother Tree, in a location similar to the first shrine of calamity. The 3rd zone's Di Qiong, and He Wuxian of the 4th zone were all there. The Emperor's massive zombie king Emperor's mech. And right below the Black Mother Tree, there was a concave valley. The valley was covered in dark clouds, and no one could see inside. Emperor's zombies. The zombie B, and even the zombie ancestor zombie kings zombies. S2's the ancestor, S's power, SSS, Teat. The tremendous force blasted the venerable emperor out of the valley and into the sky. Emperor Shang was shocked inside the emperor's mech. What kind of monster is this? He couldn't believe that the ancestral civilization could suppress the emperor. But there were many parallel universes, and there were bound to be unbeatable enemies. Hongyan Mavis exclaimed, "The sect above heaven is so bright that you can't see the light under the light. After so many years, the light of the fireflies is comparable to the light. Tai Hong's reincarnation spacetime. If these extraterrestrial civilizations work together, they will definitely have the ability to challenge the Eternals." At the valley, the giant roared. The warring states were still spreading, burning the void. Inside the Emperor Shang shouted, "Woman, come down." Echidna stepped on the Emperor's head. She raised her eyebrows when she heard Emperor Shang shout, "Watch your attitude. I'm Emperor Shang of the Limitless Empire. I'm the leader of the Calamity Expedition." The Emperor clenched his fists. He wanted to kill Echidna, but Lu Yin was watching from behind. He didn't dare to move. At the bottom of the valley, the giant rushed out, turned around, and kicked at the venerable sovereign. Echidna hurriedly retreated. The giant's kick sent the emperor flying far away. Even the barrier cracked. Emperor Shang didn't expect the giant to be fine after taking such a heavy blow. He controlled the emperor and rushed towards the giant with his sword. Echidna attacked first. The giant didn't dodge and endured Echidna's destructive power. He turned around and punched. The range of the punch was huge, and Echidna was sent flying. The emperor swept past Echidna and slashed at the giant. The sword was stopped by the warring states again. Although it cut a lot, it couldn't touch the giant. The giant smashed its fist down. Emperor Shang let go of his sword and raised his fist. The two giants fought wildly. Neither could do anything to the other. Lu Yin saw the emperor's defense. Mu Feng and the others couldn't hurt it even when they worked together. Lu Yin didn't expect the giant to have such a defense. It reminded him of progenitor Chen's giant clone. While fishing in the River of Time, Lu Yin had seen that progenitor Chen's giant clone had the ability to contend against the corpse god's undying and indestructible body. He had even hammered the corpse god to the point of coughing up blood. If it had been progenitor Chen's giant clone, then Lu Yin wouldn't have been surprised if he had such strength. With the Black Mother Tree as the background, the two giants fought in the sixth calamity zone, causing the ground to shatter. Lu Yin watched them fight. He saw the Black Mother Tree in the distance and the pillar of light that sealed the true God. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. He thought of the Shaoyin divinity. The Shaoyin divinity wasn't from the Zhelan family, but he could use the 8-star Zhelan. How did he do it? If the Shaoyin divinity could use the 8-star Zhelan, why couldn't this giant use the strength of progenitor Chen's giant clone? Back when he had been fishing in the River of Time, he had seen progenitor Chen's giant avatar battle with the corpse god. In the end, the avatar had been killed, and the corpse god had taken the avatar's corpse away. At that time, Lu Yin had wondered why the corpse god would want a corpse, but now that he had seen this giant that could fight against an emperor, he had guessed the answer. The zombie god had a way to transfer the strength of progenitor Chen's giant clone to this giant. In other words, their current opponent was progenitor Chen's giant clone. Lu Yin looked at the giant with a complicated expression. To be able to fight evenly with the emperor, what kind of strength was this? How strong had progenitor Chen been in the past? Bai Wang Yuan, Wang Fan, Xia Xinji, and the others were laughable. They had actually thought that progenitor Chen was on the same level as them. His title of 9 mountains and 8 seas had blinded them. Progenitor Ku had barged into the zone of calamity without dying. How strong was the true god? Even he hadn't been able to kill progenitor Ku. It was imaginable that there would be people with extraordinary innate gifts in every era. In this era, Lu Yin had appeared, and no one had been able to surpass him. In the Daosaur Sex era, progenitor Qin, progenitor Ku, and the others had appeared. What was strange was that no one knew about them, and everyone had even underestimated their strength. Lu Yin stared at the giant. If progenitor Chen's giant clone had such strength, then Lu Yin was in the burial garden, and creating a battle technique that could deal with the true god was no child's play. He was waiting for progenitor Qin. Progenitor Ku would definitely awaken. When that happened, Lu Yin didn't even dare to imagine how powerful the humans would be. What could stop them? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3156. Boom on the ground, the river of divine power flowed towards the giant. He couldn't hold on any longer. Dizun was a mecha, and he had the wall light and the ring energy shield. He was just a body of flesh and blood. It was already impressive that he could fight to this extent. However, as the godly energy surged into the giant's body, the giant's eyes started to change. His eyes turned scarlet, then green, red, and finally, ghost. With each change, the giant's aura skyrocketed. After the ghost transformation was completed, Emperor Shang was dumbfounded. Is this even possible? Bang! There was a loud bang, and the sovereign mecha was sent flying for the third time. This time, it was different. The surface of the sovereign mecha was cracked open. Lu Yin's expression changed. Progenitor Chen's avatar was already very powerful. Now that he had fused with his divine power and even used the Corpse King transformation, he was no longer an opponent that a venerable sovereign could resist. Let's attack together. Guji released the destructive power in her body from top to bottom. The sky shattered and brought the fragments down, spreading out endless darkness. A boundless inner world appeared on the surface of Lu Yin's body, and the lines of power collided with each other. In the distance, the venerable sovereign raised his hands and aimed them at the giant. He released his ring energy and destroyed the venerable sovereign. 3 blasts shot out from 3 different directions, bringing with them the power to flatten time and space as they engulfed the giant. With the giant as the center, the world of nothingness devoured everything around it, gradually expanding. One by one, the Corpse Kings were devoured. Several human ancestor realm traders were dumbfounded. Some of them tore through the void in an attempt to escape, only to discover that the void was obstructed by grass. Where did the grass come from? Hongyan Mavis was here to take back the brand of the Mavis divine tree that the corpse god had snatched away, and to prevent anyone from escaping from the 6th calamity region. The corpse god had already been severely injured, and he was not as strong as this giant. Once the 6th calamity zone could not withstand the attacks of Lu Yin and the others, he would definitely flee. With Hongyan Mavis around, Lu Yin was certain that he would not be able to escape. The expansion of the world of nothingness was not an exaggeration. After all, this was the calamity zone. Under the surging godly power, the world of nothingness quickly recovered. At this moment, the only true god's gaze shifted from Zone 1 to Zone 6. Even though the 1st and 6th zones were adjacent to each other, the shockwaves from their battle had been blocked by the Dark Mother Tree and had not reached the 1st zone. Only the one true god on the Black Mother Tree knew. Lu Yin had taken this opportunity to attack, as he was afraid that only true god would launch another sneak attack. Now that the only true god was trapped, he could attack Yi region without fear. Smoke and dust spread, and a bottomless ravine appeared in the 6th calamity field. Lu Yin, Air Ji, and Emperor Shang, who was inside the sovereign, all stared at the giant ravine. That giant should be dead by now. The roar was full of energy, blowing away the smoke and dust. The sound waves turned into ripples that spread out. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, he was still alive. Patriarch Qin had fused his god power with the Corpse King transformation. Not even the corpse god at her peak would be able to take him down. In other words, they were fighting a peak corpse god. The giant rushed out of the gully and punched at the venerable sovereign. His first target was the venerable sovereign. Emperor Shang's scalp went numb. This monster. He blocked with his arms in front of his body. His heart sank to the bottom. Even a venerable emperor would be crippled by this punch. The fist that he had imagined did not appear. The giant had disappeared. Not only Emperor Shang, but even Guji was at a loss. She saw that the giant was about to attack the venerable sovereign. That terrifying aura was enough to make one's heart tremble. But why did it suddenly disappear? The giant was not in the 6th calamity field. Instead, he was inside the perpetual darkness card. Lu Yin had not expected that the first time he used the card after his upgrade would come so quickly. He did not want the venerable sovereign to be crippled, and he still had to fight the corpse god. The corpse god was no longer as strong as she had been at her peak, and the venerable sovereign could easily handle her. As for the giant, he stood tall in the dark void. He did not seem to have any intelligence and only knew how to kill. He had no intention of leaving the perpetual darkness. Even if the perpetual darkness had not been upgraded, Lu Yin felt that he could still trap this giant. This giant was a great fighting force, but Lu Yin did not need it. The Lu family's ancestral teachings forbade the creation of a corpse king. If this giant had the power of Patriarch Chen's clone, then Lu Yin would return this power to dust for the sake of Patriarch Chen. The first step was to absorb the god power. Lu Yin used the inverse step and appeared behind the giant's back. He released the starry sky from his heart, causing the planet to tremble as he absorbed the god power. He did not dare to use this outside, as the sole true god would definitely see this when he left seclusion. Hongyan Mavis was so close that Lu Yin could not guarantee that she would not think too much about it. At the same time, a patch of green grass appeared in the void outside. The corpse god had finally emerged, and the giant had been dragged into the perpetual darkness. If Lu Yin did not come out now, then it would be his turn once the giant was finished. He knew very well that the giant did not have the intelligence to leave the perpetual darkness. This was also why he had never used this giant before. Its weakness was too obvious, and the Lost Clan would be finished the moment he attacked. He had forgotten that Lu Yin had one of the Lost Clan's 7-star cards, the Perpetual Darkness card. This was his true nemesis. He had wanted to leave the 6th Calamity Field, but he had failed. The green grass had obstructed the void, and the corpse god had been able to tear through the grass to escape. However, during this time, Erji had reacted and confirmed Lu Yin's position. The punch was filled with destructive power, and the corpse god hurriedly dodged. The corpse god's body was not as strong as it had been in the giant's hell. She was very, very weak, and gave off the feeling that she had one foot in the grave. Erji sneered, "Another big guy, but you don't seem as strong as the previous one." As she spoke, she charged at the corpse god. The corpse god's strength had deteriorated greatly. Under Hongyan Mavis's gaze, the sequence particles in her body were less than a fifth of what they had been in the battle on the second continent. It seemed that it was just as Shao Qi had said, she had almost died when she had been surrounded. Although Erji's destructive power was strong, her weakness was equally obvious. She was not good at battle techniques. The corpse god casually used a footwork battle technique to dodge her attack. An ordinary person who had been directly raised to the level of sequence laws and a powerhouse who had cultivated to the level of sequence laws. Even if the two were not on the same level, and even if the powerhouse had been severely injured, it would still be difficult for an ordinary person to win against a powerhouse. This was determined by foresight and combat experience. Erji's attack was laughable in the corpse god's eyes. However, the corpse god could not escape even if she wanted to. The sovereign attacked, raising his sword and slashing at the corpse god. The blade was filled with menace. The corpse god could only dodge continuously. In the first calamity field, sword flashes flashed. The most intense clash between swords was between Ji Luo and Kong Tianzhao. One was so fast that it was impossible to react to. The other was centered around himself. Two different types of sword Dao were fighting in the first calamity field. Kong Tianzhao had several sword wounds on his body. Every time he attacked, he was centered around himself. These sword wounds were all from Ji Luo. However, Ji Luo did not have it easy either. He had more injuries, especially his heart, which had been pierced by Kong Tianzhao's sword. The clash between swords was fierce and ruthless. The slightest carelessness would result in death. Rays of white light flashed from the clash between swords. Occasionally, there would be bloodstains. No one dared to approach this area. Kong Tianzhao kept slashing with his sword. He lowered his head and looked at his neck. Just a little bit more and his head would have been gone. This little bit had caused Ji Luo's heart to be pierced. However, he was unscathed. Behind him, sword flashes flashed. Kong Tianzhao only took a step forward, and Ji Luo's sword slashed at him uncontrollably. Kong Tianzhao swung his sword away. He turned around and attacked, but Ji Luo evaded it at an even faster speed. Using speed to fight slowness, and slowness to fight speed. In the battle of Sword Dao, no one could beat him. The ancestor of the past's opponents had changed to Void Master and Wood God. If not for the fact that both of them were injured, there would be no need for them to team up against one person. Ji Luo, who was fighting with Kong Tianzhao, suddenly paused. He looked at the Black Mother Tree and saw the only true God. He heard the only true God's voice. Did something happen to the corpse god? At this moment, Kong Tianzhao's sword pierced over. Ji Luo hurriedly dodged and retreated. He quickly left the battlefield with Kong Tianzhao. Kong Tianzhao's white robe fluttered. He raised his long sword. My sword is invincible. Ji Luo suddenly turned around and saw an unforgettable sword. That sword was clearly far away, but it was like the center of the battlefield. With the sword as the starting point, it attracted everything to it. Ji Luo could not even unleash his speed. He had to face this sword head-on. However, this sword was already in a passive position. He could not take it. Since he could not take it, he would give it to him. Ji Luo turned around and took out the starry gate. He did not look back. Kong Tianzhao's gaze turned cold. The sword flashed past and pierced through Ji Luo's body. It pierced through the void and tore open a world of nothingness. Ji Luo himself stepped into the starry gate and left. This sword should have been able to kill him, but he did not have any intention of blocking it. Kong Tianzhao knew that Ji Luo must have a way to not die. At the same time, a starry gate appeared in the sky of the 6th disaster region. Ji Luo walked out. The wound on his chest had not healed. His heart had already been stabbed. Ji Luo lowered his head and used the eyeless transformation. He took a step forward and slashed at Air Ji. Be careful. Hongyan Mavis surveyed the entire region. When Ji Luo appeared, she sensed it. Ji Luo's speed surprised her. She could only warn Air Ji and use the grass to block him. Fortunately, the grass was effective. Ji Luo's sword missed. Air Ji dodged by a hair's breadth. She looked up and saw Ji Luo. Her gaze changed. You again. During the battle of the 9-star civilization, Air Ji was the first to face Ji Luo. Although the Eternals were defeated in that battle, Air Ji paid a heavy price. She was almost killed by Ji Luo. She could only use her destructive power to interfere with everything around her and slow down Ji Luo's speed. She was not confident that she could face Ji Luo again. In the battle with the giant, she had released a lot of her destructive power. She was no match for Ji Luo. Ji Luo chased after Air Ji. The zombie god shouted, "Kill that mysterious person." Ji Luo changed his direction and slashed at Hongyan Mavis. Hongyan Mavis looked at the zombie god deeply. She knew that he had recognized her. In front of her, Ji Luo appeared, bringing with him a sharp killing intent. Although I have lost most of my power, I am not completely powerless. Hongyan Mavis spoke. Grass bloomed under her feet. Ji Luo cut the grass with his sword. Hongyan Mavis disappeared in front of him. Immediately after, grass bloomed everywhere, spreading to the entire 6th disaster region. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3157. Ji Luo continued to chase after Hongyan Mavis, but it was as if she had never appeared. This confused Ji Luo. Air Ji and the Sovereign continued to attack the zombie god, who helplessly said, "Let me leave first." Ji Luo turned around and slashed at Air Ji, but the Sovereign blocked his path. Ji Luo's sword slashed at the Sovereign's barrier but was unable to break it. He continued to slash, each strike stronger than the last. Finally, he broke the barrier but was unable to harm the Sovereign. The sovereign's power had been weakened during his battle with Kong Tianzhao, and he had to pay a price for surviving 2 attacks to his heart. Within the Eternal Darkness card, the giant's divine power had already been absorbed by Lu Yin. Even without it, the giant still had the ghostly eye transformation. Coupled with his powerful strength, it was difficult to defeat him. The most important thing now was the zombie god. Lu Yin allowed the eternal darkness to float in the void while he appeared in 6th disaster zone. He saw Ji Luo and the zombie god's weakened state. The zombie god also saw Lu Yin appear, and her expression changed. Lu Yin released the starry sky in his heart and visualized land at the same time. 6th disaster zone trembled, and darkness enveloped the entire zone. Everyone watched as another piece of land appeared above their heads and then suppressed it. Atop the black mother tree, the only true god's eyes trembled. That was Taichu's technique. Not only did this brat survive, but he also grasped Taichu's technique. The land descended, and the wordless heavenly tome appeared. Creatures' wish transformed into the land's first batch of creatures, increasing the aura of life and causing the land to transform once again. The sovereign hurriedly crouched down, and Emperor Shang had no choice but to surrender. Hongyan Mavis looked up. This attack was enough to make Lu Yin step into their realm. Ji Luo slashed at the land, but he only managed to create a crack. No matter how he slashed, the land continued to press down, causing him to spit out blood. The zombie god's body shrank continuously, not daring to face the land head-on. He could not withstand it at all. Ji landed on the ground and looked at the land pressing down. This was no ordinary land, it had a strange power. The land continued to sink, bringing an indescribable pressure. Ji Luo did not give up, slashing again and again while spitting out blood. Mavis' divine tree veins appeared on the zombie god's body, and he punched upwards, but he could not break the land. Finally, the land pressed down on the zombie god and Ji Luo. Ji Luo used his sword to support himself while the zombie god raised her arms to support the ground. The corpse god had managed to escape last time, but this time, he wouldn't be able to escape. Lu Yin. The one true god's voice rang out. In Zone 1, both the Eternals and the humans were shocked. They looked at the one true god. What had happened? Lu Yin was also fighting. In reality, nobody knew, not even Lu Tianyi, that Lu Yin's true goal was the 6th disaster domain. Lu Yin wasn't guarding against Lu Tianyi and the others, but rather against the uncertainties in the unseen world, against the spies in the long river of time. Lu Tianyi and the others only knew that Lu Yin's target was the sole true god. They had thought that once they trapped the sole true god, they would have achieved their goal. Next, they would have to deal with the other experts of the Eternals. But now, the sole true god had actually called out Lu Yin's name. Where was Lu Yin fighting? Lu Yin stood on the ground, stepping on the corpse goddess and Ji Luo as he turned to the black mother tree, Eternity. It was the first time he had ever called out the one true god. His name. Do you remember what I told you? The sole true god looked at Lu Yin. His voice was surprisingly gentle, so gentle that it didn't seem like him at all. Lu Yin looked at the sole true god. Of course, but unfortunately, you didn't let me speak. There's no need to speak. I'll speak and you'll listen. It doesn't matter if you understand or not. You'll walk this path in the end, the sole true god said. Lu Yin smiled. Are you saying that I'll let go of everything for a new species and no longer cling to the word human? The further you go on the path of cultivation, the less you'll be restricted by your species. Gu Yizhi has thought it through, and so will you. Lu Yin looked up. Eternity, how many people have you fooled with this kind of reasoning? The sole true god didn't care about Lu Yin's attitude. Not everyone is qualified to be persuaded by me. I'm telling you the truth. I'll speak and you'll listen and do as I say. You'll be able to live indefinitely and watch the origin and birth of a new species. Why not? Why do you have to court death? Back in the starry sky of trees, you were qualified to be recruited by me. At the reincarnation time tea party, I saw your ambition. You couldn't be controlled, so I wanted to kill you. What about now? You can't even kill me, and you're trying to persuade me. Luin mocked. The sole true God was calm. The perspective is different. Before, it was recruitment, but now, it's cooperation. You have a turbid treasure, so you're qualified to cooperate with me. Luin frowned. What's a turbid treasure? At the beginning of the world, everything was clear, and the river of time was born. The clearer something is, the easier it is for it to be corrupted. Under the river of time, there's something that goes against the flow and carries the future. The clarity of corruption is called turbid treasure. What do you mean? Luin didn't understand. The sole true God said, only those who have a turbid treasure are qualified to talk to me. Jiang Feng is like that, but he's too stubborn. You're the same. I hope you won't be so stubborn. Luin shrugged, then I'll have to disappoint you. With that, the land pressed down. The corpse god screamed unwillingly as her body shattered. Ji Luo didn't even have the chance to scream before he was crushed into nothingness. Although Ji Luo was already a 7 sky gods, he was still a bit weaker than a true 7 sky gods. Lu Yin's land pressure was just a bit weaker than Feng Bo's, but for Ji Luo, it was the limit. Under land pressure, speed was useless no matter how fast one was. The sole true God's gaze turned cold. It seems like I need to make you see the truth. Some things can't be reversed, and if you go against them, you won't be able to reach the Tao. Luin looked at the sole true God. Let's see what you can do with your so-called Tao. Far away, both inside and outside the 6 paths of reincarnation realm, the sole true God and Luin looked at each other and saw the coldness in each other's eyes. Beneath the land, Hongyan Mavis appeared beside the corpse god's shattered body. The Mavis god tree's brand was filled with vitality, and as long as it existed, the corpse god would not die even if he was crushed to pieces. He had not died even after self-destructing. However, Hongyan Mavis' appearance had cut off the corpse god's path to survival. This was also why he had wanted to escape when he had discovered that Hongyan Mavis had arrived. If he lost this battle, he would not be able to survive. Hongyan Mavis raised a hand, and the Mavis god tree's brand within the corpse god's body seemed to have been summoned. It slowly floated towards her and merged into her body. The land beneath Lu Yin's feet had disappeared, replaced by countless lush trees. Hongyan Mavis closed her eyes, and a powerful aura emanated from her that swept through the entire 6th disaster zone, causing even Lu Yin to feel apprehensive. Hongyan Mavis' strength had finally returned. At that moment, the 6th disaster zone had completely changed. The original decaying, lonely, and evil aura instantly disappeared, and vigorous vitality spread wildly. This power clashed with the river of divine power, but it forced the river of divine power to flow toward the Black Mother Tree. Hongyan Mavis suddenly opened her eyes and took a step forward. The earth trembled as an incomparably powerful aura swept through the sky, connecting heaven and earth. In the first zone, Lu Yuan's expression changed as he looked in the direction of the 6th zone. What's this? In the 3rd zone, Wu Tian looked in the direction of the 6th zone at the same time. Red aura. The ancestors of the past and the ancient gods all looked towards the 6th zone. This was something that Lu Yin could not achieve even when he suppressed the corpse god. He could not transmit his own aura to the other zones, but Hongyan Mavis could. This was the strength of one of the 6 Daos of the 3 realms, the Mavis ancestor. Little 7, release that giant. Hongyan Mavis' aura had changed greatly. She had been gentle before, but now, she gave Lu Yin the feeling that she could pierce through the heavens at any moment. This feeling made her feel unfamiliar. However, this was who she was. Within the 3 realms and 6 Daos, the true representative of strength was neither the ancient gods nor Lu Yuan, but Hongyan Mavis. The Mavis family was the strongest, and she had once suppressed Zhu Mang with a single hand. Back then, she had said that Lu Yuan had stuffed a smelly sock into Zhu Mang's mouth, but she had actually contributed to that as well. If Fingbua had not pushed down the Mavis god tree and caused Hongyan Mavis to lose her core strength, the outcome of that battle would not have been the same. The everlasting tribe had been wary of Hongyan Mavis' strength, which was why they had placed Fingbua in the second mainland. Now that Hongyan Mavis had returned, even the sole true god would have to be wary of her. Lu Yin also wanted to see what kind of strength Hongyan Mavis had, so he withdrew eternal darkness, and the giant naturally appeared as well. The giant had lost its divine power, but it still retained the power of the ghost eye transformation, and it roared as it charged towards Lu Yin. Hongyan Mavis took a step forward, stepping on the void and creating a staircase in the void. She raised her hand, clenched it into a fist, and punched out. She did not release her boundless inner world like Lu Yin did, nor did she display any battle techniques like the ancient god's indestructible palm. It was just a simple punch, and it was a very small fist that was no different from an ant in the giant's eyes. However, it was this punch that shattered half of the giant's body without any resistance. It was as if Hongyan Mavis had not attacked the giant that Lu Yin and the others had teamed up against, but rather a piece of tofu. Yes, tofu. Lu Yin felt as if Hongyan Mavis had shattered tofu with a single punch. Half of the giant's body shattered, and it lost its balance and fell to the ground, creating a large cloud of dust. Hongyan Mavis stood tall in the sky and turned to look at the sole true god, eternal. I lost my power from the very beginning of the war on the second mainland, allowing you to do whatever you want and destroy it. If not for the Lu family, the Mavis family would have been destroyed long ago. It's time to repay this debt. The sole true god remained calm. Long time no see, Hongyan. You're still so irritable. Hongyan Mavis clenched her fists. I'm going to crush your head with my fists. Lu Yin stared blankly at Hongyan Mavis. Was this the same Hongyan Mavis who had a gentle voice and planted flowers? She was a completely different person. Why did you betray us, De Chang? Hongyan Mavis suddenly shouted, her voice pushing through the void and spreading towards the first zone of disaster like a sharp blade that cut through space. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3158. In the first domain of disaster, the ancient god looked up. Kai Hong, long time no see. I thought you died long ago. On the other side, Lu Yuan was excited. Kai Hong, how does it feel to recover your strength? Ha ha ha. Hongyan Mavis's eyes burned with passion. Fertile Earth, let's defeat the Eternals today. Okay, Lu Yuan called out. Lu Yin was excited. 2 of the 6 Daos of the 3 worlds were going all out, along with the Lightning Lord and the other Spacetime Masters. He also had the extraterrestrial civilization. It was not impossible to defeat the Eternals. What did the Eternals have left? Ruin, and the corpse god had died. With ancestor Lu Yuan dealing with the ancient god, only the ancestor of the past, He Wuxian, Di Qiong, and the arrow god were left. Most of the others like the Shaoyin divinity and Ji Luo were dead. Bai Wuxian and the witch spirit had not come out, but they could not change the situation. The only problem was that one of the 3 Daos had not appeared. As for the 6 Daos, one of them had not appeared. He could not come out. Lu Yin already knew that Fingbua was one of the 6 Daos. This was what the sole true god had promised him. Even though he had remained in the Mirage domain, he still retained his identity as one of the 6 Daos. However, one of the 6 Daos had been forcefully killed in the Mirage domain. The Eternals did not have much left. The ancient god sighed. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Old friends should not fight each other. If you want a decisive battle, we will give you a chance. With that, his body was covered with undying realm battle force. Black and purple matter formed a pattern that covered his body, and a spear-like weapon extended from it. He released a powerful aura and pointed it at Lu Yuan. Master once warned us not to set foot in the primordial realm unless it was absolutely necessary. Today, I will show you how to reach the primordial realm. Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed. Everyone, retreat. Everyone on the human side retreated. They were not the only ones. Even the Eternals began to retreat. This was not the primordial space, so breaking through had nothing to do with the origin tribulation. However, everyone still retreated instinctively because no one knew how the ancient god would reach the primordial realm. The primordial realm. Above the progenitor realm was the transformation realm. How many primordial realm experts were there in the universe? They could be counted on one hand. Lu Yin had always believed that Lu Yuan was a primordial realm expert. After all, he had challenged a grand Empyrean without fear. However, only afterwards did he learn that ancestor Lu Yuan was not a primordial realm expert. He was just putting on an act. Out of all the people they knew, only the Qing Luo Jiantian was a primordial realm expert. The others, like the one true God, the grand heavenly exalt, and the star toad, were all existences that had undergone the bitter tribulation. The lightning lord, Jiang Feng, had not reached the primordial realm either. Not a single person from the three worlds and 6 Daos had reached the primordial realm. This was why the 3 pillars and Lu Hao dared to challenge the 6 Daos of the 3 worlds. If the 6 Daos of the 3 worlds were primordial realm experts, how could the 3 pillars and Lu Hao have been surrounded and killed? The 7 sky gods, the 3 pillars, the 6 boundless realms, and the 6 Dao of the 3 realms were all in the progenitor realm and had yet to transcend. They were powerful, and they could even use various methods to fight against primordial realm experts, but the difference still existed. Thunder Lord Jiang Feng used the 3 divine artifacts to challenge the only true God. He attacked twice and was injured twice. The only true God did not even reveal his true strength. Patriarch Lu Yuan did not mention anything about finding trouble with the only true God. When he returned from the Lu family, he had declared that he would settle accounts with the Grand Heavenly Exalt. Although he had the strength to fight against the Grand Heavenly Exalt, the chances of him winning were not great. Lu Yin had also chatted with Hongyan Mavis in the Mirage domain. He had asked her what the primordial realm was. Hongyan Mavis gave him 5 answers. 2 words, rules, do not approach. The primordial realm was an existence that had transcended. However, transcendence did not necessarily represent strength. It was more of a metamorphosis of the body. It represented that one had the right to embark on the path of overcoming the bitter tribulation and pursuing eternal life. If the primordial realm was truly invincible and progenitors were difficult to challenge, they would not have tried to bludgeon the Grand Heavenly Exalt in the past. The Thunder Lord Jiang Feng would not have challenged the one true God several times, and Lu Yuan would not have provoked the Grand Heavenly Exalt. The primordial realm was very powerful, definitely surpassing progenitors, but that did not mean that progenitors were powerless. True battles with primordial realm experts mainly depended on personal strength. The star toad was undergoing the bitter tribulation. Its attacks were extremely powerful, but they were still blocked by the wood god. If the star toad was the ancestor of the past, the wood god really would not have been able to block a single strike from him. A grand heavenly exalt could send the wood god flying with a single slap. This was the difference. This was also the reason why Lu Yin and the others dared to attack the Eternals despite the ancestor of the past. The primordial realm did not mean invincibility, but no one knew what would happen if the ancient god broke through. He was originally one of the 6 Daos of the 3 realms, so he was extremely powerful. The strength of the primordial realm depended on the individual. Lu Yuan stared at the ancient god in the first zone of calamity. Do you really want to reach the primordial realm? Master has warned you many times that once you reach the primordial realm, the consequences will be unpredictable. Guiji, do you really want to give up everything for the Eternals? The ancient god slowly raised the spear in his hand. I've already betrayed the humans. There's no need to say anything more. The ancient thunder locust rumbled in the sky. Jiang Feng looked at the ancient god. The ancient god had the same power as him, but he felt that the ancient god was even more powerful. He could learn from this form. Why did you betray us? Lu Yuan barked. The ancient god stabbed the spear into the sky. At that moment, everyone felt like everything before them had vanished, leaving behind only the spear. It was as if there was nothing else in the world. At that moment, the ancient god's strength was on full display. Even Lu Yin, who was far away in the sixth zone of calamity, felt a chill run down his spine. The ancient god's current strength was equivalent to the strength he had felt when he was fishing in the river of time. This was the ancient god's true strength. Breaking through to the primordial realm was using great strength to break through the cosmos, breaking through all the sequence laws that permeated the cosmos, reaching what the world of cultivation knew as absolute vacuum. This absolute vacuum was not a world of nothingness. There were no sequence laws in a world of nothingness. Anything that entered would be disintegrated, and no life could be born in such a world. To break through to the primordial realm, one needed to breathe in the air of absolute vacuum and use this breath to transform oneself. This breath belonged to the absolute clarity of the birth of the universe. Some people could tear through a world of nothingness, but they would never be able to break through to the absolute beginning of the universe. They would never be able to breathe in that breath. This was the standard for breaking through to the primordial realm. It would be impressive if even 1 out of 100 experts with sequence laws could reach this level of strength. This was what Hongyan Mavis had told Lu Yin. The ancient god was definitely one of them. He was just too powerful. Even if he had not reached the primordial realm, he definitely had the right to take on a primordial realm expert. In Lu Yin's opinion, he would not be lacking even against someone like the Star Toad, who had undergone bitter adversity. With his strength, he could have attempted to break through to the primordial realm a long time ago. It was not just the ancient god. Lu Yuan, the Thunder Lord Jiang Feng, and Hongyan Mavis were all qualified to break through to the primordial realm. However, no one had attempted it even now. Lu Yin did not understand this. The answer would probably be revealed once the ancient god broke through to the primordial realm. The spear pierced through the void. Ripples appeared in the void with a single point, revealing the deep cosmos. It was not a world of nothingness, and it did not seem like anything special. However, it felt like the ripples around the spear were different from the surrounding space. They only reached the ancient god's shoulder before rapidly vanishing. The disappearance of the ripples meant that the space that had been pierced through had vanished as well. Everyone looked at the ancient god. What had he done? Not everyone knew how to break through to the primordial realm. If it were not for his trip to the Mirage domain, Lu Yin would not have known either. Lu Yuan, Hongyan Mavis, the ancestor, the only true god, and even the Grand Empyrean all looked at the ancient god. The ancient god took in a deep breath, and his figure blurred slightly. If one could see his eyes, they would discover that they were completely unfocused, as if his thoughts had completely vanished. This was known as the primordial realm. It was because of this that breaking through to the primordial realm was the most important step. When the universe was first formed, all things originated from the beginning. Breathing in that breath of primordial air was like returning to the beginning of everything. No one knew what they saw. Everyone who broke through to the primordial realm would see different things in that moment, so no one was willing to tell others. Although the ancient god's thoughts were no longer present, no one dared to attack him because his current state was completely different from the cosmos. The laws of the primordial realm did not approach him, so why did the laws not approach him? The universe was filled with laws. Flying, walking, breathing, advancing, and retreating were all laws. Since he had appeared in the cosmos, he had to endure the laws. The laws of the primordial realm did not approach him, so the laws would stop him. This was not the origin tribulation, but it was similar. When Lu Yin learned about this from Hongyan Mavis in the Mirage domain, he finally understood the foresight of the ancestor. When a sequence law expert broke through to the primordial realm, they had to endure the backlash of the laws. What was the difference between this and the origin tribulation of the primordial realm? The cultivators of the primordial space were all too familiar with this step, but those without origin tribulation were not. In comparison, the success rate was far lower than in the primordial space. The primordial space could have 2 primordial realm experts. Even if other spacetimes had one less, it would still make a huge difference. The ancestor had set his sights on this step, which was why there was origin tribulation. Apart from that, the primordial space's origin tribulation was incomparable to other spacetimes cultivators. Their survivability, combatability, and so on would all increase with each origin tribulation. Lu Yin could not imagine how the talkative ancestor had thought of this. In the first disaster domain, the ancient god surrounding seemed calm, but only those who had reached the sequence law realm could see that there were various sequence law particles around him. Anyone who stepped in would have to endure the backlash of the sequence law with him. Although it was not origin tribulation, it was no different from it. No one would want to endure something like this. The ancient god's thoughts returned very quickly, and his eyes regained their liveliness. He raised his head, raised his foot, and took a step forward. The world rumbled, and in an instant, the winds and clouds around him changed. His entire body was enveloped by some kind of power that formed a storm that tore through the void, forming a world of nothingness that blocked everyone's vision. Lu Yin also sensed an incomparably terrifying power in the 6th disaster domain. It was similar to the immemorial city battlefield. He looked at Hongyan Mavis, Sr., this is. Thank you. QZQ 4418 Baidu Brothers Reward, I'll give it to you. Thank you. QZQ 4418 Brother Baidu, happy birthday. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3159. Hongyan Mavis was solemn. The retaliation of the sequence laws will spread throughout spacetime. This is the tribulation of breaking through to the primordial realm. If you don't want the laws to get close to you, you have to suppress them first. This is what the 3 steps to the primordial realm refer to. The first step is for almost all of the sequence laws to appear. The second step is to suppress them, and the third step is to disperse them. If Gu Yizhi successfully steps into the primordial realm, no one in the current spacetime will be able to use the sequence laws to attack him, but he will be able to use the sequence laws. That's equivalent to forcefully suppressing all of his enemies by an entire realm. Lu Yin looked at the first zone of disaster in shock. To be able to prevent all laws from getting close, this was the primordial realm. The third step to the primordial realm. He had never fought against a primordial realm expert before, so he did not know how terrifying it was to not be able to get close. However, he had experienced the feeling of being suppressed by the laws. Every battle required him to figure out the opponent's laws and find the loopholes in them. Once an ancient god stepped into the primordial realm, Lu Yuan and the other sequence laws would be useless. At that time, everyone would be suppressed by the ancient god's sequence laws. How could they fight? Ancient gods were powerful in the first place. If Lu Yin could think of this, then so could the others. The faces of those who understood the primordial realm sank. Although a progenitor could fight a primordial realm expert, that was only if the difference between the 2 sides was great. If one side broke through to the primordial realm, the ancient god would not be weaker than anyone else. Now that Gu Yizhi had broken through to the primordial realm, Lu Yuan and Hongyan Mavis might not be able to stop him even if they worked together. Hongyan Mavis loosened her grip. It looks like I'll have to try breaking through as well. Lu Yin looked at her. Senior wants to break through to the primordial realm. Hongyan Mavis said bitterly, the chances are less than 1%, but someone has to try to stop Guiji. Otherwise, we might not even be able to protect ourselves, let alone defeat the Eternals. Lu Yin's heart sank. The ancient god was actually being controlled by the one true god, but what was the difference? No matter what the reason was, he was helping the Eternals. If the humans did not have a primordial realm expert to stop him, then they would be in trouble. Who knew how many people would die? The primordial realm was not within Lu Yin's expectations. He had never thought that an ancient god would break through to the primordial realm in this battle. No one could predict everything. Did they stop fighting just because they predicted that an ancient god might break through? No matter how difficult it was, the war had to continue. This was everyone's choice. Let alone the ancient gods breaking through to the primordial realm, but even if the 3 masters and 6 boundless all broke through to the primordial realm, the humans would never give up. They would never be willing to be reared by the Eternals. Hongyan Mavis' body had become tangible. Only by breaking through space and arriving at the beginning of the universe and breathing in that breath could she truly attempt to reach the primordial realm. Suddenly, she stopped and looked at the first disaster zone. Suddenly, the first calamity element's golden light shone brightly, and Lu Yuan's voice could be heard, "De Chang, you broke through, why can't I break through as well? You think you're the only one who can do it? Let's see who's more vicious." Lu Yin stared at the first domain of calamity blankly. It was the light of the God Investiture Catalogue. Ancestor Lu Yuan was about to break through to the primordial realm. It was hard to imagine just how deep the foundations of the 3 realms and 6 paths were. Hongyan Mavis only had a 1% chance of successfully breaking through to the primordial realm because she had lost her power for far too long. Her power had become unfamiliar to her. But Ancestor Lu Yuan was different. He had been slumbering in Lu Tianjing the entire time. Even though he needed to recover from his injuries from the battle on the second continent, he had not lost his power. Now that the ancient gods could break through, he had to break through as well. The first calamity zone had been completely overturned. Even from the 6th calamity zone, Lu Yin could see the first calamity zone. The grand counterattack of the laws of space and the resplendent golden light indicated that the ancestor had to break through successfully. At that moment, everyone in the first calamity zone retreated, distancing themselves from Lu Yuan and the ancient gods. This was truly a ruthless person. The Void Master sighed in amazement. He had experienced the resplendent era of above heaven, but he was not surprised by Lu Yuan's actions at all. If the other 3 realms and 6 Daos were still here, they might have been able to break through as well. Di Qiong had already emerged from Elder Dan Gu's card, and his expression was extremely ugly. The 3 masters and 6 boundless had always opposed the 3 realms and 6 Daos, but now that the ancient gods and Lu Yuan were breaking through to the primordial realm, what about them? They could not break through at all. Di Qiong knew very well that he could not open the most primordial universe and breathe in that breath. Even the Arrow God and the others could not do it. However, the 3 realms and 6 Daos could. This was the difference between them. Atop the Black Mother Tree, the one true God praised, "I don't care about Taichu's creation of the 6 continents and the establishment of the above heaven sect. What I truly admire are the disciples he taught. Each one is more powerful than the last. None of them disappointed him. It's a pity that he went too far." The Grand Empyrean gazed into the distance. At that moment, the ancient gods and Lu Yuan stood in the sky. One was taking the second step to forcefully suppress the counterattack of the laws of space, while the other was breathing in that breath. They had both grown to this point. She thought back to the past, when these fellows had looked at her with gritted teeth, as if they wanted to beat her up. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, so much time had passed. The ancient gods were completely covered by the endless laws of space, and it was impossible to see what was happening inside. Lu Yuan used the Divine Seal catalog and the General Appointment platform to forcefully break through the void and breathe in that breath. His eyes lost focus at the same time, and the laws of space around him became unstable. The two of them had broken through to the primordial realm, completely drowning out the laws of space. With the ancient god's third step, the laws of space around him suddenly dispersed. He looked into the distance, and Lu Yuan's eyes also regained focus at that moment. He met the ancient god's gaze. "Why must you do this? If you dare to do it, why can't I? I just want this battle to end. Obviously. As long as the Eternals remain, we humans will never stop." With that, Lu Yuan took a step forward, and he was immediately drowned out by the laws of space. The laws of space were different from the laws of space that drowned the ancient god. The laws of space that drowned the ancient god were like collapsing space, while the laws of space that drowned Lu Yuan were like rainbow-colored clouds. However, the two of them faced the same danger. The ancestor of the past watched calmly. Breaking through to the primordial realm was not easy, but to the 3 realms and 6 Daos who had accumulated so much, it was a piece of cake. Originally, everyone thought that they would wait for Lu Yuan to break through to the primordial realm, but the ancient god suddenly struck out. With the speed of space, he arrived before Lu Tianyi and pressed down on him. No one had expected the ancient god to suddenly strike out, including Lu Tianyi. However, there was one person who thought of it. It was the wood god. A piece of wood appeared above Lu Tianyi's head. The ancient god pressed down on the wood, shattering it. At this moment, Lu Tianyi returned to his senses and retreated in a hurry. The ancient god looked at the wood god in the distance. The wood god stared at him. "Guizhi, no one understands you better than I do. When the third continent was in trouble, I provided assistance several times, so I know your actions like the back of my hand." The ancient god praised, "If you hadn't struck out, I would have forgotten about it. Don't worry, I'll spare your life as a reward." Lu Tianyi struck out with a finger. This was the way of Tianyi. The ancient god's surroundings were sealed off. Only the way of Tianyi before him was a path that he had to take. He raised his hand and reached towards Lu Tianyi. Lu Tianyi had fought the ancient god more than once. He was powerful enough to fight the ancient god, but he had never seen the ancient god play around like this. Just the black-purple substance in his hand was enough to grab Lu Tianyi's finger, causing the way of Tianyi to collapse. Lu Tianyi's laws of the sequence of destruction directly dispersed, unable to take form. Lu Tianyi's expression changed drastically. Was this what the laws meant? The ancient god grabbed Lu Tianyi's finger and pressed down with his palm. Half of Lu Tianyi's body was pressed into the ground, unable to resist. The general point platform appeared beside him and crashed towards the ancient god. At the same time, the god investiture catalog appeared, shining with golden light. Ancestor Qin and Ancestor Ku walked out together and attacked the ancient god from both sides. Back in the first battle of the Zone of Disaster, although Lu Tianyi's strength was weakened by the ground of the Zone of Disaster, he could fight the ancient god by himself by joining forces with Ancestor Qin and Ancestor Ku. However, at this moment, the ancient god had completely changed. His aura was different from before. A black-purple spear formed in his hand and pierced through Lu Tianyi's arm and went straight for his head. Lu Tianyi disappeared at the critical moment. With the way of Tianyi, he could see the path that others could not see. Even if the ancient god caught Lu Tianyi escaped. Ancestor Ku desperately crashed into the ancient god, his whole body withered. Ancestor Qin attacked with a power that had never appeared before, causing the void to spin continuously. It was as if a living being was attacking the ancient god. The ancient god pushed his spear horizontally, blocking Ancestor Qin and Ancestor Ku. His palm hit the spear, forcing Ancestor Qin and Ancestor Ku to retreat. In the other direction, Heavenly Lord Victor attacked with his golden staff. Virtual God power gathered from all directions, forming a life thermometer. At this moment, all the top human experts surrounded the ancient god. However, the eternal tribe, Di Cheong, Archer God, and the rest did not attack. They were all curious to see how strong the ancient god was. The black-purple substance in the ancient god's palm gradually changed into another color, black-gray. It was hard to describe. It should not be a color, but more like a life force. It was a feeling of the beginning of all things, as if the universe should have been this color at the beginning. In the sky, Jiang Feng was on guard against the ancient thunder locust. He looked at the ancient god and stared at the color. That's right, that was the feeling. That was the possibility after walking the path of the human limit. He originally thought that he had reached the limit, but this person had broken the limit. That color was the limit, or rather, the path to the limit. The ancient god's arm was completely condensed by the black-gray substance. With a wave of his arm, the void froze. Then, it shattered completely. The entire void was cut apart, creating a huge plain of nothingness that wanted to devour Heavenly Lord Victor and the rest. The terrifying power of the attack shocked everyone. The top human experts were all swept away by the huge plain of nothingness and pushed far away. Di Cheong and the rest were shocked. This was the strength of the ancient god after breaking through to the primordial realm. It was too terrifying. They knew that they could not stop it. If they had wanted to compete with the ancient god before they had broken through, they did not want to do so now. This person should have participated in the battle between the one true God and the great heavenly lords, not theirs. Thank you. QZQ 4418 Baidu. Brother's Reward. I've been out on a business trip. I'm too tired and injured. But today is my birthday, so I'll give you more. Thank you for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3160. The ancient god took a step forward and stabbed his spear at Do Xing. The spear pierced Do Xing's body, causing him to cough up blood. Golden blood flowed as Do Xing activated his Do Xing technique and held on tightly to the spear. Hongyan Mavis arrived above him with Lu Yin by her side. Hongyan Mavis punched the ancient god. The ancient god looked up. I knew you wouldn't be able to hold back. Kai Hong, you shouldn't have brought him here. The spear suddenly turned black and swept past, tearing Do Xing's shoulder apart and pointing towards the sky. Hongyan Mavis punched the spear, causing a deafening boom. Lu Yin acted at the same time, visualizing the land around his heart and merging it with the spear. He was about to use the overturning sky palm. At that moment, the ancient god suddenly retreated. Behind him, lightning crashed down and a sword swept out. The lightning lord had arrived. The lightning lord's sword missed, but he stabbed towards the ancient god from an unbelievable angle. The ancient god appeared beside the lightning lord at the speed of light and slammed down with a palm. Be careful, lightning lord. Lu Yin shouted. The lightning lord was calm. Golden lightning instantly connected the sky with the earth, and the primordial thunder locust's blue lightning descended at the same time. The two bolts of lightning connected, and the ancient god was right below them. Even an eternal has to avoid it. Do you think you can stop it? The ancient god looked up and watched the two bolts of lightning descend. My lord's benevolence is seen as weakness. Jiang Feng, do you really think he's avoiding you? The two bolts of lightning intertwined and drowned the ancient god. The lightning lord had used this move to force the sole true god back, but now, the ancient god was allowing the lightning to strike him. The spear shot out from the lightning, turning into a black ray that pierced through the lightning lord's body and into the void. It left a huge crack in the void along the way, and the void world could not close for a long time. The lightning lord clutched his wound. Facing the ancient god made him feel like he was facing the sole true God. One wrong step would lead to many wrong steps. When fighting such a powerhouse, any mistake or carelessness would lead to an abyss. In the past, only the sole true God had been able to make him feel this way. Not even the primordial thunder locust had been able to bring him this kind of danger. The ancient god walked out of the thunderbolt and a long spear appeared in his hand once again. He pointed it at the Thunder Lord and said, "Your White Cloud City has the best shortcut I have ever seen on the path of cultivation. Sure is your shortcut, but do you really understand this shortcut? By presence, it's the feeling of being closest to the beginning of the universe from the three God artifacts. Constantly cultivating presence is equivalent to constantly approaching the beginning of the universe. This is impossible in any other spacetime, so why don't you break through to the primordial realm? You can try breaking through. Why don't you do it?" The Lightning Lord put down his hand. His palm was covered in blood. He turned the tip of his sword around. He didn't seem to do anything, but his injuries healed quickly. Compared to this, I'm more curious. What is the name of the dark gray substance that you are using now? Sovereign Realm, the ancient god said. Thunder Lord praised, Divine Realm Master, as expected of a Divine Realm Master. Even my lightning can't break through. There aren't many in the universe who can fight against you. You can break through to the primordial realm as well, said the ancient god. The Lightning Lord shook his head. My foundations are too shallow, and I haven't cultivated for as long as the two of you. I can't break through for now. As he said that, he raised his head and looked in a certain direction. Luin was also looking at him. That kid might break through before me. Luin had seen the Lightning Lord more than once. Now, they had finally met for the first time. The ancient god. He looked at Luin. What a pity. If fertile earth had hesitated a little longer, I would have had time to deal with this problem. In the sky, Lu Yuan took a third step, and the laws around him immediately vanished, just like the ancient god. He looked down. De Chang, who are you calling a problem? The ancient god looked at the sky. He hovered there until he was at the same level as Lu Yuan. The people of your Lu family are all problems. Lu Yuan sneered. If you have the ability, why don't you try getting rid of them? The reason why the ancient god had taken action was because he wanted to deal with the human experts as soon as possible while Lu Yuan was breaking through to the primordial realm. However, the humans reacted extremely quickly, and all the peak experts worked together. Even with his strength as a primordial realm expert, he failed to kill a single one of them. Hongyan Mavis' support and the Lightning Lord's interference made the ancient god fail. In the sky, everyone looked at the ancient god and Lu Yuan. The final outcome of this battle would depend on the two of them. The ancient god had already displayed unimaginably terrifying strength, suppressing all the human experts by himself. What about Lu Yuan? So what? The ancestor of the past looked at the two of them. She was also very curious as to who was stronger between Lu Yuan and Guizhi. A sweeping might appeared without any warning, as if the entire first region of disaster had been split into two. The world became two colors, black and gray and gold. The ancient god and Lu Yuan looked at each other. Neither of them said anything. On the Black Mother Tree, the only true god remained calm, so calm that it was unsettling. Only the lightning of the ancient thunder locust continued to flash. Lu Yuan suddenly stared at the ancient thunder locust. Piss off. A terrifying might suddenly surged towards the ancient thunder locust. The shout almost made the ancient god attack instinctively. The ancient thunder locust's lightning all stood up, staring at Lu Yuan cautiously. Lu Yuan's smile was rather vicious, which made the ancient thunder locust even more cautious. However, it did not retreat. Even though it had not reached the primordial realm, it was bold enough to clash with any powerful creature with its specialness. Lu Yuan was helpless. Originally, he wanted to scare away the ancient thunder locust so that the Thunder Lord would have an even greater advantage. However, the ancient thunder locust actually did not leave. The ancient thunder locust was born and feeds on lightning. It's formed from its original form, not its actual body. You can't scare it away, the ancient god said indifferently. Lu Yuan stared at the ancient god. Looks like we have to fight first. Let's see who's stronger, you or me. The ancient god did not refuse. He understood Lu Yuan's temper. This battle would not end so easily. At this moment, the space cracked open and a lotus leaf appeared first. Seeing the lotus leaf, everyone knew that the star toad had arrived. Lu Yin frowned. They had not hired the star toad, so it was not a good thing for it to appear now. The huge star toad walked out of the void and glanced over the battlefield. When it saw the two terrifying presences clashing, it was given a fright. Without any hesitation, it transformed into a trident with a crimson straw hat. Let's make it clear first. I don't want to fight. Everyone stared at the star toad. Lu Yuan's gaze was cold. Toad, what are you doing here? The star toad looked at Lu Yuan and grinned. Isn't this fertile earth? We meet again. Fertile earth, De Chang, let me see. You're not dead. Below, Hongyan Mavis looked at the sky. Toad, this battle has nothing to do with you. Piss off. The star toad shook its trident. The boss of the Eternal hired me. He hired me at an unprecedentedly high price. I hope I can help him settle this battle. With that, it looked at the Grand Empyrean below the 6 paths of reincarnation world. Tai Hong, you can't come out, right? You can't come out. That's good, that's good. Lu Yuan's eyes widened. Toad, how dare you interfere with the battle between the above heaven sect and the Eternals? You're courting death. The star toad waved its trident. I don't want to interfere, but the boss of the Eternal is too tempting. I have no choice. Everyone, give me some face and stop fighting. We can settle this battle. We can win or not. Right, boss of the Eternal? On the Black Mother Tree, the only true god said indifferently, sure. The star toad hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, boss. Then, he hugged his trident and squinted his eyes. Boss Lu, what do you think? Everyone followed his gaze. The boss Lu the star toad spoke of was Lu Yin. Lu Yin was the true decision-maker of this battle. Even though Lu Yuan had broken through to the primordial realm and Hongyan Mavis and the Grand Empyrean were here, no one could ignore Lu Yin's influence. Some people had high cultivation, but they couldn't control the entire situation. The Grand Empyrean and Lu Yuan had high cultivation and could fight against the strongest enemy, but the one who could decide the outcome of this battle was still Lu Yin. Whether it was the Eternals or the humans, they all agreed. This was also the reason why the Eternals were so fearless when Lu Yin was rumored to be dead. Lu Yin was the only one who could easily influence and unify the 6 parties. No one else could do it. Even Lu Yuan couldn't do it after breaking through to the primordial realm. This was influence. The star toad could see it clearly. Lu Yin looked at the star toad. I'll give you a price. Help us deal with the Eternals. The star toad sighed. Boss Lu, you should have offered earlier. Business is about integrity. You know that. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Don't you want to hear my price? I can guarantee that you'll be tempted. The star toad was distressed. No, of course not. Boss Lu is a smart person. Since you've said so, you must be confident. I don't want to betray my integrity. Boss Lu, I'm sorry. Next time, please hire me in advance. Its voice was very sincere. It was tempted. Lu Yin wanted to hire the star toad for the Mirage domain. Mr. Daheng's goal for collecting the landscape painting stones was the Mirage domain. He guessed that Mr. Daheng wasn't collecting them, but the star toad. By mentioning the Mirage domain, he could also test how much the star toad knew about it. He might even know why others couldn't enter the Mirage domain. Unfortunately, the toad didn't fall for it. This damn toad always got in the way at the crucial moment. He had to deal with it as soon as possible. Little 7, leave this damned toad to me. Hongyan Mavis clenched her fist, her strength distorting the space around her. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes and nodded. In the sky, the star toad noticed, Hey, Kai Hong, I didn't offend you. Don't make things difficult for me. Think about the humans. Can we win this war? Look, you've already dealt with me. The humans must have one less expert, right? There's no need. There's really no need. Lu Yin took out Sovereign Mountain. Dizun and Air Ji walked out. The star toad was speechless. Where did the humans get so many experts? Why are they popping out one after another? The one true God raised a brow. The humans had always had an advantage over the Eternals. It was just that this advantage hadn't been discovered. However, after 2 divine admonitions, the humans finally took advantage of it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3161. Compared to other species, humans were more creative, intelligent, and resilient. If all the people from the parallel universes gathered together, the Eternals would be no match for them. This was why the Eternals had used the divine commandment at the right time. They wanted to ensure that the humans would not unite and gain an advantage over the Eternals. Unfortunately, the 3rd commandment was too late. However, he turned to look into the distance and muttered to himself, They're here. The appearance of the Sovereign and Air Ji had brought more experts to the human side. Hongyan Mavis was confident in dealing with the star toad, and the ancient god was being held back by Lu Yuan. Lu Yin wanted to continue this battle. In the sky, the ancient thunder locust turned and left without any warning. Lu Yuan and the ancient god were shocked. Why did it run? The star toad was about to persuade Lu Yin again when it suddenly felt a chill run down its spine. It slowly turned around. No way. How could that thing come here? Weren't they supposed to not come out? The Grand Empyrean suddenly looked into the distance. The ancient god, Lu Yuan, Hongyan Mavis, a wood god, and the others all looked into the distance. Something was approaching. The next moment, Lu Yin also felt it. It was a feeling of oppression, as if the horizon was getting closer and closer to him, so close that he could touch it. Why did he feel this way? The first zone of calamity fell silent. Everyone felt it and looked into the distance. The sky distorted as ripples spread out like a river. A butterfly fluttered over, bringing with it a beautiful light that illuminated the dark sky. The silver light that scattered down was like a river of stars, resplendent and beautiful. Everyone was stunned. A butterfly. The only true god closed his eyes. The Grand Empyrean stared at the butterfly. Was that it? Lu Yuan frowned. It looked familiar. Where had he seen it before? The butterfly slowly fluttered and stopped above the first zone of calamity, sprinkling down a warm light. It was beautiful, extremely beautiful. It was as if all the most beautiful colors in the world were gathered on its body. The warmth it brought to the first zone of calamity dispelled everyone's hostility. Everyone, please listen to me. Can we stop this war? A warm and gentle voice echoed in everyone's hearts. Lu Yin looked at the butterfly. It had a very pleasant voice, and it was a woman. This voice made him feel sleepy. I remember now. It's you. Lu Yuan shouted. I remember it too. Hongyan Mavis took a step forward and stared at the butterfly. When you passed by the above heaven's sect and brought disaster to the first continent, it was Master who made you retreat. It was you, wasn't it? The Grand Empyrean stared at the butterfly. She also remembered that butterfly. Butterfly dance, sorry, I had just broken through at that time and my mind was still immature. I'm really sorry for the trouble I've caused everyone. What are you doing here? What does this war have to do with you? Lu Yuan asked. The butterfly's voice was soft and soothing. The Eternals have helped me in the past, and so have the humans. I hope we can stop fighting. Lu Yuan laughed. Since I've already helped you, you should leave. This war has nothing to do with you. Both sides have paid a great price to determine the outcome of such a magnificent war. Be it the Eternals or the humans, I hope that we can end this war and return the favor to both sides. This was the first time he had heard of such a theory. This butterfly wasn't anything good. It was clearly here to stop the war. Lu Yin looked at the one true God and saw that his eyes were naturally closed, which made him even more confused. This was troublesome. No matter what the butterfly's goal was, it was definitely very powerful. It had been able to bring disaster to the first mainland, and the progenitor had had to personally step in to force it back. If it sided with the Eternals, then the humans would definitely be in trouble. What if we insist on starting a war? Lu Yuan asked bluntly. The butterfly scattered its light. War is not good. The only way to end a war is for one side to completely disappear or for both sides to be evenly matched. It seems that you humans want to continue the war, which means that you have the advantage. I'm sorry, but I'll have to side with the Eternals and make both sides equal. But don't worry, if the humans lose because of this, I'll help you return. I won't let the Eternals hurt you as a way to return the favor. Everyone found the butterfly's theory laughable. It was like stabbing someone and then healing them as a way to return the favor. It was ridiculous, but they couldn't bring themselves to laugh. This butterfly was very strong. The star toad stood to the side and didn't say anything. Its state had changed to gold, and it was wearing a straw hat and holding a lotus leaf. It looked very innocent. It had changed to this state the moment the butterfly appeared. Either it was worried about the butterfly, or it didn't think that the war would continue. Lu Yuan would definitely fight, especially since the butterfly's theory disgusted him. However, he had no idea how strong the butterfly was. Brother Star Toad, what do you think? The butterfly suddenly asked. The star toad quivered, and his eyes narrowed into crescents. He chuckled. Yes, you're right. Brother Star Toad, I'm asking you what you think. Please tell me the truth, okay? I'm very serious. The star toad blinked its eyes and swung its lotus leaves. With a serious look, it said, You're right. Everyone was speechless. Brother Star Toad, you're still so humorous, the butterfly said. The star toad smiled. Humorous my ass. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't afford to offend you, he would have torn you apart long ago. However, the butterfly was right. Humans, I advise you not to fight. You can't win. Now that the Eternals have the two of us, what's the point of fighting unless you have two more people of the same level? Am I right? Boss Lu. The star toad recognized Lu Yin. He understood humans all too well. Lu Yin looked up at the sky, and the butterfly turned to look at him. Lu Yin looked at the butterfly. All right. These two words represented the end of the war. Lu Yuan didn't care about two more experts, but he didn't refute Lu Yin's words. Hongyan Mavis and even the Lightning Lord didn't refute. No matter how they looked at it, the war should have ended by now. The Eternals had two more primordial realm experts and an unfathomable forefather. Senior Butterfly, may I know your name? Lu Yin looked at the butterfly. The butterfly looked back at him. You can call me Tianan. Human, you're very generous. I like you. Lu Yin smiled. I like you too, Tianan. Your voice is very nice. Thank you. Lu Yin looked at the one true God. The sixth calamity belongs to us humans, eternity. You don't have any objections, right? The one true God opened his eyes and met Lu Yin's gaze. That's your spoils. You're only a half-ancestor, but you managed to steal a calamity domain from me. Lu Yin, you truly are worthy of possessing a turbid treasure. Your turbid treasure is even more valuable than Jiang Feng's 3 divine artifacts. Many people were stunned. Turbid treasure. They didn't know about turbid treasures, but they knew that Lightning Lord Jiang Feng possessed 3 divine artifacts. It was with the 3 divine artifacts that Jiang Feng had risen to prominence in an extremely short amount of time, leading White Cloud City to stand tall in the universe. Even the Eternals feared him. It was also because of the 3 divine artifacts that the Eternals coveted White Cloud City, and the one true God wanted to steal it. Lu Yin actually had a supreme treasure that surpassed the 3 divine artifacts. Many people understood now. It was no wonder that Lu Yin had risen to prominence so quickly. He was only a half-ancestor, yet he had participated in the progenitor battlefield. He had even come to the primordial battlefield. How many life and death situations had he gone through? Was it all because of that supreme treasure? Human nature was greedy. News of Lu Yin's supreme treasure would definitely spread and attract the attention of the entire universe. However, Lu Yin didn't care. He now had the primordial ancestor Lu Yuan behind him. How many experts did the above heaven sect have? Who would dare to covet his things? Still, that wasn't enough. He wanted to truly display his strength. He had to start the war as soon as possible. In the 6th region of calamity, the divine power lake had been drawn away by the Black Mother Tree. This region of calamity now belonged to the humans. Lu Yin didn't plan on destroying it. This region of calamity would be the vanguard for attacking the Eternals. Not only could he see the one true God here, but he could also use Hongyan Mavis and the other experts as a springboard to enter the other regions of calamity. After the first region of calamity, the butterfly and the star toad all left. Lu Yin asked Hongyan Mavis to help the Lightning Lord deal with the ancient thunder locust. She just happened to have regained her power and wanted to familiarize herself with it. The sovereigns also went with her. They had achieved 2 goals in this battle. The one true God was trapped, the corpse god was killed, and Hongyan Mavis had regained her power. The only variable was that the ancient god had broken through to the primordial realm. Fortunately, ancestor Lu Yuan had broken through to the primordial realm at the same time, balancing the 2 sides. However, Lu Yin didn't understand the butterfly's appearance. He had specially asked ancestor Lu Yuan about it, but the answer he received was unclear. He only knew that the butterfly had once stirred up chaos in the first continent and was forced to retreat by the primordial ancestor. Ancestor Lu Yuan and the others didn't know where it stood now. The Grand Empyrean didn't know either. Not long after, the Above Heaven sect announced the date of the martial edict. Lu Yin wanted to meet some people before that. When he returned to the Above Heaven sect, Hongyan Mavis returned with Jiang Qingyue. The ancient thunder locust had fled, and Hongyan Mavis and the others had made a wasted trip. White Cloud City was temporarily peaceful. Brother Lu, Father formally invites you as a guest in the name of White Cloud City City Lord, Jiang Qingyue informed Lu Yin. Lu Yin was surprised. Now? Jiang Qingyue nodded. Father wants me to tell you that he knows some things about heaven's grace. Lu Yin's expression changed. Lead the way. The void cracked open, and Lu Yin stepped out with Jiang Qingyue. When they reappeared, they were already in a familiar space. It was familiar because this was the solar system. Lu Yin saw Jupiter, the Moon, and Earth. He was very familiar with this space. White Cloud City originated from Earth. Lu Yin had always been puzzled. Was the Hexagon Society really a parallel universe? If it was, why hadn't he seen the same people? Someone had once given him an answer. It was said that different parallel universes would develop differently at a certain point in time, and there might not be the same people. However, there was a paradox in this. If the same people didn't appear, or no one had personally seen the same people, how could they be sure that it was a parallel universe? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3162. Were White Cloud City and Lu Yin's time and space parallel to each other? It should be, because there was Earth and the solar system, but Jiang Feng and the others didn't exist in Lu Yin's time and space. Jiang Qin did mention that White Cloud City's time and space had a similar person in another time and space. There were two Kong Tian's house, and their characters almost overlapped. This was getting interesting. Lu Yin looked at Earth from afar. White Cloud City was different from what he had imagined. He thought that White Cloud City was a colossus like the Above Heaven sect, but now, Earth was still the same, and White Cloud City was on Earth. Soon, with Jiang Qinghua leading the way, Lu Yin arrived at Earth in this time and space. Compared to Lu Yin's time and space, Earth in this time and space didn't seem to have developed much, and even its technology didn't develop very quickly. It was still at the level of exploring the solar system, and there were only some cities and traces of human activities on some nearby planets. This is... Lu Yin was puzzled. Jiang Qinghua explained, White Cloud City hasn't developed for many years, and Father has never interfered with Earth's development. Even if the outside world has technology and cultivation systems, it hasn't been brought to Earth. Cultivators have their own troubles, and ordinary people have their own happiness. Those who join White Cloud City can cultivate, but those who don't will never be able to see how big the world of cultivation is. On Earth, inside White Cloud City and outside White Cloud City are two different worlds. Lu Yin thought of the Divine Prefecture Nation. Under the rule of the goddess, the Divine Prefecture Nation was filled with peace, but that peace brought about decline and ease. Earth in front of him looked the same, but White Cloud City was constantly improving. The Thunder Lord Jiang Feng wasn't someone who enjoyed peace. He had a powerful fist to the outside world, and peace to the inside world. Was this the Thunder Lord's philosophy? Rumor has it that the Thunder Lord started off as an ordinary person and stepped onto the path of cultivation. After experiencing two lives, his mental journey is actually similar to an ordinary person's, but he has the will and determination of a powerful cultivator, Lu Yin said. Jiang Qinghua smiled, Father is actually just an ordinary person. After saying that, she brought Lu Yin to Earth in this time and space and arrived at White Cloud City. White Cloud City was huge, but Earth itself was very small in Lu Yin's eyes. He had seen too many colossal places, and White Cloud City's size could be seen with a single thought. However, this was White Cloud City, the Thunder Lord lived in White Cloud City. Clouds surrounded this place. This place was just like its name. With Jiang Qinghua leading the way, Lu Yin arrived at the Thunderlord's residence. When he arrived, he retracted his aura. He clearly had the ability to see the entire Earth with a single thought, but out of respect for the Thunderlord, he acted like an ordinary person and only used his eyes to see. Ha, Brother Lu, you're finally here. Jiang Chen greeted as he walked over from afar. This was the north of White Cloud City. It was like a paradise, filled with all kinds of flowers and plants. Lu Yin could see very far. He saw Jiang Chen and a mantis. During the war with the astral beast domain, Lu Yin had been chased by a mantis. Coincidentally, Jiang Chen had arrived, and Lu Yin had thrown the mantis to Jiang Chen, who had taken it away. Back then, Luin had said that he would give Jiang Chen a gardener. Now, the mantis had become a gardener. When Luin saw it, it saw Luin as well, and its aura immediately changed to one that was cold and murderous. Luin found it funny, and his gaze turned cold as an indescribable terror enveloped the mantis. The mantis was stunned, and its instinctive fear told it that Luin was an unimaginable powerhouse. It immediately knelt down in submission. When Jiang Chen saw this, he shook his head. How pitiful. It's been a few decades, but now, it doesn't even dare to think about hunting down a target. Brother Lu, don't scare it. It's a professional gardener. Luin smiled. I can see that the flower bed is very beautiful. Not only did he see the flower bed, he also saw huge ants walking in the distance. He was a little surprised. The ants were so huge, and there seemed to be people on their backs. He also saw something in the corner. Is that a chicken coop? Luin blinked. There were so many chickens. They were definitely chickens, but their tails were very colorful. There were 2 colored ones, 3 colored ones, and even 4 colored ones. This lightning lord really had a lot of free time. There were also all kinds of plants that were very common, but completely different. For example, bananas, cucumbers, eggplants, and so on. Luin felt both familiar and unfamiliar. Above his head, a huge eagle flew past with the might of thunder. What do you think? Isn't our white cloud city very strange? Jiang Chen was proud. Luin praised, it is indeed strange. Many things look familiar, but when you look closely, they are different. Haha, there are many different things. We even have flying fish, Turtle Island, and all kinds of other things, Jiang Chen said. Jiang Qinghua shouted, all right, that's enough. No matter how strange our white cloud city is, can it compare to the entire universe? Brother Lu has seen far more than you and I can imagine. Jiang Chen wasn't convinced. He might not have seen what I've seen. All right, father is waiting. Let's go. He suddenly exclaimed, Brother Lu, where's the gift? Luin was startled. What gift? Jiang Chen looked at Luin strangely. What do you mean by what gift? You didn't bring a gift. Luin didn't understand. Why would I bring a gift? I don't have the habit of bringing gifts. Is this a custom here? Then I'll prepare it. Jiang Qinghua frowned. Jiang Chen, what are you doing? Brother Lu is the sect head of the above heaven sect and has been invited by father as a guest. If it wasn't for the fact that he is of the same generation as us and is younger than father, father would have come out to welcome him. Brother Lu, please don't mind him. Jiang Chen looked at Luin like he was looking at an idiot. Normal guests don't need gifts, but you have a special relationship with my sister. Shouldn't you leave a good impression when meeting your father-in-law for the first time? Jiang Qinghua exploded and slashed her sword at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, you're courting death. Jiang Chen shouted and hurriedly dodged. Brother Lu, I'm thinking for you. You're on your own. Jiang Qinghua's face was red with anger. She snorted and said to Luin apologetically, Brother Lu, Jiang Chen likes to joke around. Please don't mind him. Luin felt awkward. To mind or not to mind, that was the question. He had a good impression of Jiang Qinghua, but he didn't know what to do now that he had Yen. It was a bit inappropriate not to prepare a gift, but it was a bit of a headache to prepare one. Jiang Qinghua sheathed her sword. Brother Lu, this way please. Father has been waiting for you for a long time. Luin recalled the butterfly and straightened his face. Please lead the way. Soon, Luin saw Jiang Feng. He'd met Jiang Feng 3 times. The first time was when Jiang Feng had killed his way into the first zone of calamity. He'd seen the Lightning Lord's domineering aura from Yibo's perspective. The second time was during the same battle, but he hadn't seen him clearly. The third time was during the battle just now. He'd seen Jiang Feng clearly, but hadn't spoken much. Today was his first official meeting with the Lightning Lord. The Lightning Lord was a legendary figure, an existence feared by the eternal race. He was someone who dared to kill his way into the zone of calamity despite knowing that he was going to die. Jiang Feng was also an existence. The Lightning Lord, Jiang Feng, had an ordinary appearance. However, he had the charisma of a leader because he was in charge of White Cloud City and had experienced countless battles. He was also baptized by lightning all year round, giving him a righteous aura that made people unconsciously trust him. Lu Yin had seen many experts before. Some were lofty, some were untainted, and some were as approachable as ordinary people. However, the Lightning Lord gave him a different feeling from everyone else. It was as if he wasn't alone on this path. He didn't know why he felt this way. Was it because he also had a turbid treasure? Or was it because of something else? Lu Yin sized up the Lightning Lord, and the Lightning Lord looked back at him. He was no stranger to Lu Yin's name. The first time he'd heard it was because of Jiang Qin. Jiang Chen had said that he'd found an interesting person in a parallel dimension. He hadn't thought much of it then, but Jiang Chen had mentioned this name a few times. When Jiang Qingyue and the Dragon Turtle had mentioned it, he'd paid attention. The Six Direction Society and I Ching had mentioned this name repeatedly. Jiang Feng knew that he would meet this person sooner or later. Moreover, he had a feeling that they were the same type. And that was the truth. He was the first to kill his way into the zone of calamity. This person had killed his way into the zone of calamity several times. He had a turbid treasure, and so did this person. He'd risen to power during Earth's doomsday and unified the planet. This person had also unified the origin space when it was in danger. He'd even tried to unify the Six Direction Society. One could say that there were too many similarities between the two. The more similar they were, the more likely they were enemies or friends. Senior Lightning Lord, this junior is Lu Yin. The Lightning Lord smiled faintly. You can call me Uncle Jiang if you're a junior. If you're here as the Tao Master of the Above Heavens sect, I'll have to stand up and welcome you. Lu Yin smiled. I don't have any identity. I'm just a friend of Jiang Qin and Qingyue. Dad, listen to that. How intimate. Qingyue, the Dragon Turtle was right, wasn't he? Jiang Qin suddenly shouted. Jiang Qingyue gritted her teeth in anger. Jiang Feng didn't mind. Lu Yin felt awkward. Uncle Jiang, Qingyue and I are friends. Jiang Feng nodded. You don't have to tell me about your relationship. Have a seat. Do you want to drink tea or something else? Lu Yin sat opposite Jiang Feng. No need. I'm not thirsty. Alright, just tell me if you're thirsty. I'll ask your aunt to prepare some fruits for you. The fruits of White Cloud City can't be eaten in the outside world, Jiang Feng said casually. Lu Yin didn't hold back. Let me bring some before I leave. They look delicious. Let's see if I can grow them on Earth. Do as you wish. This was Earth, and Lu Yin naturally felt a sense of familiarity with this place. Furthermore, Thunder Master Jiang Feng's nonchalant attitude also made him feel comfortable. Lu Yin had met many people, and Jiang Feng looked at him as if he were a nephew. Uncle Jiang, thank you for supporting me, Lu Yin said. Jiang Feng sighed. The 5 spirit races have a deep relationship with me. I didn't kill my way into the Calamity region to support you. I have my own grudges as well. Lu Yin said, it's not that. When the Great Empyrean made things difficult for me, it was Qingyue who spoke up for me in your name. Jiang Feng glanced into the distance. That girl didn't tell me. Lu Yin was stunned, and then he smiled bitterly. I see. Jiang Feng laughed. If I had known, would have helped you personally. That's the truth. Lu Yin's heart warmed. Thank you, Uncle Jiang. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3163. Alright, let's cut to the chase. I have two things to discuss with you. Jiang Feng looked at Lu Yin seriously and was about to speak. Jiang Chen's voice came from afar. Dad, Mom asked me to ask you if you want to cook some dishes. She'll cook them herself. There's our family specialty smoked chicken and bacon. I haven't eaten old Lu's braised food in a long time. Jiang Feng nodded. Sure, Lu Yin. Stay and have some home-cooked food. Old Lu's braised food is the best. Lu Yin smiled. All right, I'll drink some wine with Uncle Jiang. Huh, you want to drink? No problem. Jiang Feng was happy. White Cloud City often had guests, but he hadn't received Lu Yin for a long time, other than by rowing. He felt like he was part of the family. Back to the topic, the first thing is the turbid treasure. Jiang Feng looked at Lu Yin seriously and took out 3 items. A sword, a tree branch and a black pearl, these are my turbid treasures. Lu Yin raised his hand without hesitation and a die appeared in his palm. Eternal should be talking about this. Jiang Feng was sizing up the die while Lu Yin was also sizing up the 3 items. Undying Yushan, no, the Undying Yushan controlled by the Undying Scripture, was looking for these 3 items. He heard from Jiang Qin that the Black Pearl could travel through time and space freely. As for the sword and the tree branch, he didn't know what they were used for. Jiang Feng praised, to be honest, I've only heard of turbid treasures. Before this, I didn't know that these 3 items were turbid treasures. When Earth's doomsday came with the appearance of these 3 items, I relied on the Black Pearl to walk step by step until I completely stabilized Earth. At that time, I didn't know the use of these 3 items. Due to certain reasons, I left the sword in the sea. Later, when Earth encountered a cosmic crisis, I realized that it was meaningless to just stabilize Earth. There are too many masters in the universe, too many powerful creatures. Any one of them could destroy Earth. In order to protect Earth, I retrieved the sword and embarked on the path of cultivation in the universe. My cultivation has been smooth all the way until now. Only when I became the Lightning Lord did I know about turbid treasures. Lu Yin, turbid treasures are very important. Eternal will not give them up. Lu Yin said seriously, I know, Uncle Jiang. Actually, I'm curious. You haven't broken through to the beginning, so why did you keep looking for trouble with Eternal? Aren't you afraid that he will steal your turbid treasure? Jiang Feng was helpless. The turbid treasure is with me. Even if I don't make a move, he will. Instead of waiting for him to recover his strength and attack White Cloud City, why don't we take the initiative to attack? Time is of little significance to us. Lu Yin understood, eternity is extremely powerful. Even if Ancestor Lu Yuan breaks through to the primordial realm, he won't be able to stop it. Without the repulsion of time and space, your primordial space would not be able to stop the eternity. The repulsion of the calamity zone is the same as the repulsion of parallel time and space. However, your primordial space is different. Once it repels a certain creature, the effect is quite obvious, Jiang Feng said. Lu Yin knew this, and he had also made a comparison. Although the Zone of E rejected humans, every time they invaded the Zone of E, even if they could not defeat the Eternals, they would still be able to return unscathed. This was because the Zone of E's rejection was not severe. For example, Lu Tianyi could still fight against the 7 sky gods even after being rejected by the Zone of E. At most, he would be at a disadvantage, but it would not be as severe as when the 7 sky gods entered the primordial space. It was so severe that Lu Tianyi was able to fend off all the 7 sky gods by himself. At the time, Luin hadn't understood, but now he did. It was because of the fifth continent. The fifth continent originated from the primogenitor, and its core was the primordial dust. In the primordial space, due to the fifth continent and the sixth continent, not only did space reject powerful enemies, but it also contained the primogenitor's power. Luin could use the continent in his heart to suppress the seven sky gods with the mortal world as the core, so the primogenitor's continent was naturally even more powerful. Very few people could sense this, but Luin could clearly sense it. This was because he had walked the same path as the primogenitor. Only when he walked this path in the Mirage domain did he understand why the primogenitor had created the six continents. He also understood why the Eternals wanted to destroy the continents even though they had clearly won. It was because the continents were the primogenitor's power. If the six continents were intact, the primogenitor's power would be terrifying. Destroying the continents one by one was the Eternals' goal. Compared to destroying the continents, the lives of the three realms and six Daos were not as important. As a result, the seven sky gods could not enter the primordial space with their full strength. They could only use their quasi-ancestor clones. At the very least, quasi-ancestor clones would not be rejected. In comparison, the Eternals clearly had not walked this path. The rejection of the Zone of E could only be regarded as the rejection of the Zone of E's spacetime. It was fundamentally different from the primordial space. The other thing is about that butterfly. Jiang Feng's expression grew even more serious. Luin also focused. Even Patriarch Lu Yuan did not know the butterfly's origins. Hongyan Mavis and the others only knew that the butterfly had appeared in the first continent during the above heaven era and had been chased away by the primogenitor. They did not know its origins or purpose. Luin had not expected Jiang Feng to know. Jiang Feng was actually about the same age as Luin. After all, Luin was Lu Xiaoshuan's age. However, if one considered the parallel spacetime where the flow of time was different, then it was unknown. Jiang Feng had lived in the five spirit races for a long time, while Luin had stayed in the Mirage domain for a long time. Back when I made a name for myself as the Lightning Lord and became famous in the outer realms, that butterfly came looking for me. She called herself Heaven's Grace, which meant that she was gracing me on behalf of the heavens, Jiang Feng recalled. She wants to bestow me with grace, allowing me to live forever and become a unique existence in this universe. Luin did not understand. What did that mean? Jiang Feng looked at Luin. You don't understand, do you? Actually, I don't understand either. But on Earth, there's a saying that no free lunch will fall from the sky. If it did, and it hit you, then it might not be a good thing, so I rejected her. That butterfly came looking for me 3 times, but I rejected her all 3 times. She never came looking for me again. I had almost forgotten about her, but the battle with eternity was when I lured the primordial thunder locusts to the first disaster domain. It was also when you guys surrounded and killed ruins. Eternity mentioned Heaven's grace and threatened me that I had to accept it or I would be doomed. I don't know what Heaven's grace has to do with him, and he didn't say anything. Not only did he want me to accept Heaven's grace, but he also wanted me to hand over the turbid treasure. What a joke. And during the battle just now, he brought it up again and asked me if I should reject Heaven's grace. I've already rejected him several times, and I can tell that he cares a lot about that butterfly. Jiang Feng looked at Luin. That's everything I know about that butterfly. Luin was confused. The only piece of information he could gather from these words was that the sole true God had been in contact with the butterfly for a long time. Perhaps the sole true God had asked the butterfly to do the Lightning Lord's favor, but that butterfly was definitely not an everlasting. And who was this substitute Heaven's grace referring to? Luin thought of karma for some reason, and the word slave appeared on his forehead. What kind of person could use karma as a slave? Karma was extremely powerful. He was strong enough to control colossal giants and create a giant hell. He even made the corpse god fear him. If it were not for karma, they would not have succeeded in killing the corpse god. The corpse god would not have been able to self-destruct and escape. One was a slave, and the other was a substitute heaven. Luin felt that there was a connection. Grand Elder Dan Gu's words also repeated in his head. An existence, an omnipotent existence that could erase everything, including the seniors that Grand Elder Dan Gu looked up to. Those seniors were at least at the primordial realm, but they had still been erased. What was that existence? Luin stood up and looked at the sky. He felt like a hand was approaching him, and it was deeper and more terrifying than the Eternals. He was gradually beginning to see the truth. If he wanted to uncover it, that butterfly was a very good choice. Uncle Jiang, have you ever fought with that butterfly? Luin asked. Jiang Feng shook his head. It was very polite, and its voice was so gentle. How could I fight with it? Luin thought about it and realized that it made sense. During the first battle of Calamity Realm, the butterfly had stopped both sides from fighting. Even though it had openly joined the Eternals, its voice was still so gentle, and it kept saying that it was thinking for the sake of humanity. Its reasoning sounded disgusting, but its politeness was not lacking at all. It was very difficult to directly attack. There was no enmity between them. Jiang Feng stood up. How old are you, Luin? Luin thought about it. Over 100. Jiang Feng laughed. Only 100. That's very young. In the cultivation world, 100 years was indeed very young. 100 years. Even if you've cultivated for 100 years, it's not even a drop in the ocean compared to the flow of time. However, your accomplishments are enough to sever the river of time and change the history of an entire era. What are you dissatisfied with? Jiang Feng asked. Luin did not understand. Dissatisfied? Jiang Feng looked at him. I can see the heaviness in you. You're still young, and there are many things that you don't need to carry. You've already taken your revenge, and your enemies are also there. Many things will still happen no matter how hard you try. Why must you see it clearly? Back then, I had reached the height of unifying the earth, but I was still schemed against and lost all my cultivation. I couldn't predict this step, and the one who recovered my cultivation was my old enemy. I couldn't predict this step either. There are too many things in a person's life that cannot be predicted. You can't predict everything. Who can see the future in the long river of time? Even the fate of your spacetime is limited. Where is the future of the future? Don't live too tirelessly. When you can't control the laws of the universe, it's fine to follow them. Luin stared blankly into the distance. Jiang Feng was not the only one who had advised him about this. Many others had advised him not to think too much about it, but could he really not think about it? His life was too tiring. His smile in front of others was just a mask to hide his bitterness behind. However, the cries of the Fifth Mainland and the endless support were real. Uncle Jiang, everyone on Earth worships you, right? Luin murmured. Jiang Feng smiled. When you don't have the ability, live for yourself. When you have the ability, live for others. But don't make yourself suffer. Humans are humans. No matter how great I am, I've never thought about carrying the word saint. Luin looked at him and smiled. I've never thought about it either. I'll do my best. Come, let's eat. Your aunt's cooking is delicious. And old Lou's braised food. And our family's smoked chicken and cured meat. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3164. Luin even saw Jiang Feng's wife. She was a very gentle person and the dishes were delicious. They drank a lot of wine and it got to their heads. Jiang Chen kept slamming the table and asking Lu Yin to call him dad together with him. Jiang Qingwei was so angry that she kept hitting him. Far away, the praying mantis was still shivering on the ground. Jiang Feng's laughter was heard everywhere. It was rare for Lu Yin to let loose, and his laughter was louder than anyone else's. In the fourth calamity region, Wei Shu squatted beside the divine power river and stared blankly. The current calamity region was completely different from before. He raised his head and looked towards the direction of the Black Mother Tree. The reincarnation Six Paths world trapped the only true God, and the sixth calamity region was robbed. What happened to the universe? He regretted betraying the humans and joining the eternal race. But no one expected this to happen. He sighed deeply. What would happen to the fourth calamity region? Even Lord He Wuxian was not here. If an enemy came in, it would be over. There was not even a decent expert here. The corpses were all taken away, and there were only 5 Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings left. There were only 2 Ancestor Realm experts that betrayed the humans like him. One of them was him, but he still dared to come out. The other one stayed in the tower and refused to come out. If only I could get a true God's ultimate skill. Wei Shu murmured, his voice was filled with longing. Even if you get it, you won't be able to cultivate it. Who said so? Wei Shu replied subconsciously. Then, he suddenly reacted. He turned around and stared at the person who was less than a meter away from him. His face turned pale as he said, it's you. Lu Yin looked at the divine power river and said, you won't find a true God's ultimate skill here. Wei Shu's heart sank to the bottom. He now knew who this person was. Lu Yin, the leader of the humans. He was the one who invaded the first calamity region several times and stole the sixth calamity region. Why is he here? I'm finished. I'm no match for him. I don't even have the chance to resist. I'm finished. Lu Yin looked at Wei Shu and said, work hard. I hope you can find a true God's ultimate skill. After that, he took a step forward and disappeared. Wei Shu was stunned. He rubbed his eyes and thought, where is he? Gone. Wait, was there someone there? Was I hallucinating? Lu Yin told me to work hard. What the hell? That's right, it was an illusion. If he had come to the fourth calamity region, how could he still be alive? The fourth calamity region would probably have a new master. Lu Yin passed through the astral gate and arrived at a different spacetime. This was where Yi Ruo resided. He had the stargate that led directly to this spacetime, but it had been destroyed. He could only use the stargate to come to the fourth calamity region and come here through the fourth calamity region. The Eternals no longer had anything to fear unless they were surrounded by the 3 high ones and 6 vast ones. Obviously, such a thing would not happen in the fourth zone. The butterfly had stopped the first war, but it couldn't stop the second. The most important thing right now was the Imperial Edict. In the name of the Tao Master of the Above Heaven sect, he was going to declare war against the Eternals. Countless parallel spacetimes would join the Above Heaven sect and join the ranks of the Above Heaven sect. He would do what the Celestial sect hadn't done in the past. It didn't take long for him to find the mountain range. As far as the eye could see, it was still the same as before. Skeletons littered the area, but there was no trace of Yi Ruo and the rest. Ran away. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow and quickly scanned the entire mountain range, but there were no signs of human activity. As expected, he ran away. Was it to hide from him, or from the Eternals? Lu Yin's expression turned cold. After thinking about it for a moment, he headed in a different direction. He soon arrived at the place where he had discovered the meteorite from the Mingli civilization, but it had already disappeared. He immediately took out his compass and searched for the meteorite that had carried the Mingli civilization. Meteorites were born from the universe, and the compass could only search for objects born from the universe. Lu Yin only needed to think about the shape of the meteorite. Even though there were countless meteorites in the universe, it was impossible for all of them to look exactly the same. He was only guessing that Yi Ro and the rest might have taken the meteorite with them when they left. In order to avenge the Mingli civilization, Yi Ro had fought his way into the fourth zone alone and had even risked his life to kill ruins. He definitely had deep feelings for the Mingli civilization, so he might have taken the meteorite with him. If he did, Lu Yin should be able to find it with his compass. After a while, Lu Yin used his compass to tear through the void and find the meteorite. Under an unfamiliar starry sky, Yixing gripped his spear and continuously tested it out. He had formed a symbiotic relationship with Dehui's corpse, so he instinctively knew how to use his spear techniques. At first, he had been complacent, believing that he had reached a certain height. However, after interacting with Lu Yin, he realized that he was nothing. After his master had returned from the battle with Lu Yin against the Eternals, he had immediately taken them away. It seemed like he was avoiding the Eternals, but he knew his master well. His master was clearly avoiding Lu Yin. That person was actually able to make his master avoid him, and he didn't seem old at all. Yixing was unwilling to accept this fact. He was very unhappy with Lu Yin, but there was nothing he could do. He needed to cultivate or obtain a stronger symbiotic relationship with a corpse, just like his master. Senior brother, you've been staring at the spear for a long time. Is it useful? Yi Xiao propped up her chin and looked at Yixing adorably. Yixing frowned. Stay away. Don't disturb me. Yi Xiao stretched, showing off her beautiful curves. You're too serious. I know what you're thinking. You must be thinking about losing to Brother Lu, right? Yixing stared coldly at her. Are you close to that, Lu Yin? You keep calling him Brother Lu. Do you know that Master took us away to avoid him? Yi Xiao didn't understand. Why? Yixing sneered. That guy isn't a good person. As he spoke, Yi Ro suddenly appeared and looked up. Yixing saw her. Master. Yi Xiao jumped up. Master. Shut up. Yi Ro's expression was gloomy. He had been feeling uneasy since the beginning, and it was becoming more and more obvious. He hadn't felt this way in a long time. Was there an enemy? Or was there something else? Let's go. Yi Ro hurriedly led Yixing and the others away. At that moment, a majestic domain swept over, causing Yi Ro's expression to change drastically. He turned around and saw a figure standing in the sky, staring at him. It seems that you're avoiding me. Yi Tsang's eyes widened. How was this possible? How did he find them? He hadn't left any traces behind and had just left in a random parallel universe. How could he be found? And wasn't he dead? How did he come back to life? Yixing and Yi Xiao both saw the person in the sky. It was Lu Yin. Yixing was shocked. How did he find them? This was the question on everyone's mind. Lu Yin looked at Yi Ro. We're comrades. It's not right to leave without saying goodbye. Yi Ro was indifferent. I promised you that we would kill ruins together. Now that he's dead, we have nothing to do with each other. Lu Yin stared at Yi Ro. What's with the heaven and earth furnace? Yi Ro's eyes narrowed. It has nothing to do with you. Do you know that the heaven and earth furnace only belongs to one person? That person's name is Xia Shang, progenitor Qin of the primordial space. He's a respected senior. What did you do to him? Did you steal his corpse, or did you kill him? Lu Yin's expression was cold. He had been waiting for this moment ever since he saw Yi Ro use the heaven and earth furnace in the second calamity region. Progenitor Qin could not be humiliated. No matter how Yi Ro had obtained Progenitor Chen's corpse or even killed him, there had to be an explanation. Yixing pulled Yi Xiao back. Yi Ro slowly rose into the sky. You came alone. It's enough. Lu Yin's expression was indifferent. Yi Rou stared at Lu Yin. I don't know anything about Xie Shang or progenitor Qin. This corpse is a gift. Lu Yin's eyes widened. A gift? Yi Rou said, that's right. It's a gift for creating the symbiotic corpse. Who gave it to you? Lu Yin asked. Yi Rou shook his head. I don't want to be your enemy, but I'm not afraid either. There's no need to lie. I don't know. Lu Yin stared at Yi Rou. Yi Rou also stared at Lu Yin. He was really not afraid. He was not afraid of the Eternals in the past, and now, he was not afraid of Lu Yin. Come back to the Genesis space with me. Progenitor Qin is respected in the Genesis space. No matter what the reason is, whether you know Progenitor Qin's character or not, you have to give him an explanation, Lu Yin said. Coroner Yi was stunned. Him? Isn't he dead? Progenitor Qin has 9 doppelgangers. The corpse you're sharing is one of them. Progenitor Qin has the final say on how to deal with you. I'll bring you to him, Lu Yin said. Yi Rou refused. I don't plan to go with you. Progenitor Qin should be the one to deal with me, not you. So, you refuse? Lu Yin's tone was cold. Yi Rou moved his finger. You're not my opponent. Lu Yin took out Mount Supreme and released Di Zun. The huge Di Zun stood in the sky, shocking Yi Xing and Yi Xiaoxiao. What is this thing? They had seen technological civilizations in space, but they had never seen such a huge mecha, especially one that looked extremely powerful. Inside Di Zun, Emperor Shang was sullen. He had been brought out as a fighter again. He had no choice, as Di Zun was too useful. Its defense was super strong, and it had the sharpest sword. Anyone who couldn't break through its defense could only wait to be beaten. Lu Yin liked to use Di Zun to suppress his opponents. The moment Di Zun appeared, Emperor Shang immediately attacked, slashing his sword at Yi Rou. Yi Rou was pitifully small compared to Di Zun, but Di Zun was staring at him accurately. Even the smallest creature couldn't avoid Di Zun's aim. Lu Yin only needed to watch from the sidelines as the Outer Realm powerhouses restrained the Outer Realm powerhouses. Yi Rou didn't understand Di Zun's strength at all. Seeing the huge sword coming at him, he took it head-on and moved sideways, punching the sword. Di Zun was huge, but its reaction was fast. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to fight against a sequence law powerhouse. Di Zun was helpless against someone like Lu Yin, who could move as fast as time. But other than that, few powerhouses could escape from Di Zun's attacks. If they couldn't hit him, then they could attack a certain area. Yi Rou punched out, and Di Zun's sword swept across, colliding with Yi Rou's fist. Space distorted, and countless cracks spread out. Yi Rou's expression changed, and he felt a tearing pain coming from his fist. This huge sword could actually break through his physical defense. How is this possible? He hurriedly dodged, but the sword cut out a world of nothingness. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3165. The Sovereign took a step forward and slammed into Yi Rou. Yi Rou did not move, but his body was sent flying. The Sovereign was also pushed back by an indescribable force. Lu Yin's gaze froze. This was it. Yi Rou had an unknown method that would injure anyone who attacked him, regardless of the outcome. This was one of the rules of the sequence, but Lu Yin still couldn't figure out what it was. The reason why the Sovereign had attacked Yi Rou was because the Sovereign's defense was so strong that it could withstand this kind of damage. Within the Sovereign, Emperor Shang was bewildered. What kind of power was this? The Sovereign had actually been pushed back. Although it could not be seen from the outside, Emperor Shang was well aware that the barrier light's defense had reached its limit. It might not be able to withstand another attack. Why was there such an enemy everywhere in the Sky Sect? Emperor Shang admitted that he was unlucky. Before encountering the Sky Sect, the Limitless Empire had been invincible. But after going to the Fifth Mainland, disaster had struck. Not only had he not been able to escape from the Sky Sect, but he had also been used as a hired thug. Each enemy was stronger than the last. He no longer had confidence in the sovereign's defense. Emperor Shang was astonished. Yi Rou was the same, his sequence law was abnormally strong. Back in the fourth region of calamity, Ji Luo had cut off his arm with a single slash, and he himself had been injured by the sequence law. It could be said that he had traded injury for injury, and anyone who faced him would have to bear the consequences. However, this outcome was useless against the mecha in front of him. No matter how much damage it received, it would be the mecha that would suffer, not the person inside, not to mention Lu Yin. Thinking of Lu Yin, Yi Rou rushed over as fast as he could, breaking free from the sovereign's surveillance for a moment. He wanted to attack Lu Yin directly. Lu Yin calmly watched as Yi Rou rushed towards him. He then reversed the flow of time and took a single step forward. Everything around him was still, and only Yi Rou was moving slowly. He could even see himself moving, but he could not attack in this parallel time. Just as Lu Yin was about to attack, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. Instead of advancing, he retreated and raised his arm, striking out with Setting Sunday. This was Setting Sunday's sharing afterglow. The intent realm battle technique exploded, bringing the beautiful scenery of the setting sun to this dark space. Yi Rou felt warmth, but his heart was cold. He recognized that this was an intent realm battle technique. Before he could think about it, his mind went blank, and his understanding of martial arts vanished. He went berserk and spat out a mouthful of blood. Behind him, the sovereign's sword. Yi Xiao Xiao exclaimed, "Master!" Yi Rou was slashed out of the starry sky by the sword and smashed into a planet. The sword pierced through the planet and flew out. At the same place, Di Zun was also pushed back by the unknown attack. The wall light shattered, and Emperor Shang was also shaken. He felt dizzy and almost vomited. His internal organs were shaken, and blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth. Only Lu Yin was completely unscathed, and he simply stood there in outer space as he looked down. Was Yi Dan dead? Of course not. If he could die so easily, how could he coexist with the corpse of Ancestor Qin? That was Ancestor Qin, who had the innate talent of the heaven and earth furnace. His father, Lu Qi, had merely had the pressure of the heaven and earth smelt invading his body. Yet, he was so confident that he believed that he would never die. Lu Qi, who was known as the Undying Lu Qi. What about this Yi Qin? Or rather, what about Ancestor Qin, who possessed the heaven and earth furnace? He was definitely stronger. Of course, there was also a limit. Ji Luo had once severed his arm. Ji Luo was at the level of the 7 sky gods, and Su Jin had also used the true god's freedom technique to heavily injure Yi Rou. Although the sovereign's defense was extremely strong and he had the sharpest sword, he was definitely not at the level of the 7 sky gods. Yi Dan dealt a fatal blow. Under the dark starry sky, the sovereign's huge figure held his sword and stared down. Lu Yin waited quietly. Yi Xing and Yi Xiao Xiao looked on nervously. "Master, how is it?" Soon, Yi Dan appeared. He was in a sorry state, and blood was still flowing from his forehead. The sovereign's sword was not useless. He glanced at the sovereign and looked at Lu Yin. "You can even use intent-level battle techniques." Lu Yin was calm. "I can. It's beyond your imagination." Yi Dan's eyes were cold. "That's all you can do. That mecha can't kill me, and you can't beat me either. Since you helped me take revenge for the Mingli civilization, leave. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Inside the sovereign, Emperor Shang sneered, impolite. What else can you do? Try it. Yi Dan ignored him and only stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin saw the coldness in his eyes and knew that this person wanted to kill him. Previously, they were neither enemies nor friends, and Yi Dan maintained a certain bottom line. The way he treated Lu Yin was different from the way he treated the Eternals. However, once he was forced to a certain extent, he would definitely counterattack, and this counterattack would be thunderous. Come back with me and give Progenitor Chen an explanation. Lu Yin did not care. No matter how strong Yi Dan was, could he be stronger than the 7 sky gods? Yi Dan did not hesitate and raised his hands to embrace the void. The heaven and earth furnace appeared in the starry sky, trying to trap Lu Yin and the sovereign inside. The heaven and earth furnace was extremely powerful and could only close for a short time. However, no matter how short it was, it still needed time. For someone like Lu Yin who could parallel time, the heaven and earth furnace would never be able to trap him. He stepped backward, and everything around him became still, but it instantly returned to normal. He was shocked, but he was met with Yi Dan's cold gaze. Lu Yin guessed that Yi Dan knew that he could parallel time, so he had scattered sequence particles around him in advance to prevent him from escaping through time. He had rich battle experience. In that moment of delay, the heaven and earth furnace closed. I'll give you one more chance. Leave, and we will never meet again. Yi Dan's voice was cold. Yixing saw that the heaven and earth furnace had trapped Lu Yin and the sovereign inside and heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at Lu Yin with malice. Once one was trapped by his master's innate gift, it was impossible to escape. Whether one lived or died depended entirely on his master's will. Yi Xiaoxiao patted her chest. I thought that master couldn't defeat them. Luckily. I told you that Lu Yin is an evil person, but you didn't believe me. Yixing sneered. Yi Xiaoxiao pursed her lips and looked at the sky. Is he really an evil person? Inside the heaven and earth furnace, Emperor Shang did not understand the situation. Seeing that he was trapped, he slashed forward, trying to break the furnace. However, his attack did not succeed, which shocked Emperor Shang. How could this be? Lu Yin looked at Yi Dan through the heaven and earth furnace. I'll give you one more chance. Come back with me, and we might not be enemies. Yi Dan did not hesitate, and the pressure inside the furnace increased. He wanted to refine Lu Yin and the sovereign alive. He had experienced the separation of his family and the destruction of his family. He would not let his life be in the hands of others. The more important the symbiotic corpse was to Lu Yin's spacetime, the more he would not go. Lu Yin exhaled and looked at the sky. He had entered the heaven and earth furnace during the envoy's origin tribulation. If not for the fact that things would develop in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme, he would have been finished. This time, he had expected to enter. He wanted to see if the heaven and earth furnace was more powerful or not. His incarnation was more powerful. Flowing light shuttled back and forth, turning into a small boat that looked back at the time. Currently, the flowing light could look back at 3,275 seconds, which was quite long. Lu Yin did not need that much time. He only wanted to see the entire process of the heaven and earth furnace's appearance and closure. The heaven and earth furnace had actually appeared the moment Yi Luo had clashed with them. However, Lu Yin had not allowed the furnace to appear. Instead, he had formed a circle with his hands, which had only allowed the furnace to materialize. It was also a kind of illusion, and it was already too late for his enemies. Lu Yin watched the heaven and earth furnace form and then close. He also heard the sovereign sword continuously slashing at the furnace. The majestic pressure became more and more exaggerated. Emperor Shang's face sank, and the sovereign's mind kept flashing with warnings. He was enduring an unknown pressure. He did not know if the sovereign could withstand it. After all, the enemy was not simple. However, he was sure that he could not break through. He could not help but look at Luin. Luin looked around, and the flowing light returned. He took a step forward and arrived at a corner of the heaven and earth furnace. The profound meaning of the incarnation is to survive in a hopeless situation. The heaven and earth furnace is no exception. After he finished speaking, he pointed in a certain direction and hit the heaven and earth furnace. There was a loud bang that shook the starry sky. Ripples spread out and covered the surroundings. Yi Dan's expression changed. Impossible. Him. Luin smiled at Yi Dan. The heaven and earth furnace is not invincible. Otherwise, how could progenitor Chen's body have died? Perhaps progenitor Chen could solve the heaven and earth furnace's weakness after some time. However, you cannot. After he finished speaking, the void suddenly cracked. It was not the starry sky that cracked, but rather the heaven and earth furnace. A terrifying pressure formed a visible airflow that swept forward. Yi Xing and the rest were also within the airflow's range. Yi Dan hurriedly grabbed them and dodged. The void collapsed, unable to withstand the pressure released by the heaven and earth furnace. This pressure could even refine a progenitor. Yi Xing's scalp went numb. If not for his master, he would have died. Luin walked out of the furnace and looked at Yi Dan. What other tricks do you have? You can use them all now. Luin was very clear about Yi Dan's tricks. The unknown sequence laws, the heaven and earth furnace, and the physical strength that could resist the 7 sky gods. The combination was very strong, and he was qualified to challenge the 7 sky gods. However, when he ran out of tricks, he would be at Lu Yin's mercy. Yi Dan's eyes flashed as he looked at Luin. This was not the first time he had marveled at Lu Yin's strength as a half-ancestor, especially during the encirclement of the ruins. If not for Luin, the ruins would not have died. It could be said that Lu Yin's display of strength had stunned him. Now, this person was even more unfathomable. Most of the power he had displayed had not appeared during the encirclement of the ruins. The concept battle technique, the small boat, and the finger that broke the heaven and earth furnace. Yi Dan's helplessness made him give up resisting. He could not escape. I'll go with you. It has nothing to do with them. Let them go. The furnace disappeared. Yi Dan would not attack again. He had already given up. The sovereigns walked out. Empress Shang was afraid. If not for Luin, she did not know what would have happened. The limitless empire needed to learn a lesson before they could give up on blindly starting a war. However, the lesson this time was too deep. It was so deep that there was no turning back. Luin shook his head. They want to go as well. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3166. Yi Zhu's expression darkened. Mr. Liu, I might not be your match, but if I go all out, you won't have it easy either. My symbiotic corpse has nothing to do with them. I created the technique, and I found the corpse. Why bother with these 2 kids? Yi Xing's face paled. Yi Xiaoxiao couldn't help but grab Yi Zhu's arm. Master, I won't go. I want to follow you. Yi Zhu's gaze was cold as he stared at Luin. Luin stared at him for a while before asking, was progenitor Chen's corpse really given to you? If I lie, I'll die a horrible death. Yi Zhu swore. Luin shook his head. You can even live in symbiosis with corpses, so your oath can't be trusted. But if what you said is true, then I won't do anything to you if you come with me. At the very least, I won't do anything to you before you meet progenitor Qin. Eternals, humans, astral beasts. There are too many dangers in the universe. It's better for them to follow you, unless you're lying. Yi Ju lowered his voice. I'm telling the truth. I don't know who gave me this gift, but when I opened my eyes, this corpse was right in front of me. I can help you find that person. Lu Yin's lips curled up. All right, then come with me. As long as you're telling the truth and contribute to the battle against the Eternals, you might have a place in the above heaven sect. Symbiotic corpses were indeed unacceptable, but as long as the corpses weren't killed by Yi Ju and the others, Yi Ju would stick to his bottom line. At most, he would be accused of being immoral and stealing the corpses, but he wasn't guilty. Besides, Yi Ju wouldn't join the above heaven sect. Lu Yin had his own plans. Yi Ju was helpless. He couldn't escape or win, so he had no choice but to listen to Lu Yin. After returning to the above heaven sect, Lu Yin asked Yi Ju why he cared so much about his two little disciples. There was a deep relationship between master and disciple in the world of cultivation, but Yi Ju shouldn't have such feelings. What he'd experienced couldn't have been good. Yi Ju's answer was simple. Yi Xing was a name given by Yi Tsang. It meant that he was reborn in his place. The darkness he had experienced made him a synonym for filth. He hoped that Yi Xing could walk a different path, but if he wanted to walk his own path, he had to have strength. Therefore, Yi Xing also cultivated the corpse symbiosis technique, but for Yi Xing, who had seen this technique since he was young, it did not have any psychological impact. To Yi Xing, this was a kind of cultivation method that could give him the confidence to walk the path he wanted to walk. As for Yi Xiaoxiao, the name was also given by him. He only had one purpose, to smile more. Yi Rou said that he had never smiled since he was born. The reason why he adopted Yi Xiaoxiao was that she looked cute when she smiled. He wanted to protect that smile, so he didn't even let Yi Xiaoxiao touch the symbiotic technique. Yi Xing was another Yi Qin, a free Yi Qin. For this, he would not hesitate to pay any price. Yi Xiaoxiao was Yi Ju's most beautiful dream and also his wish. Lu Yin deeply felt Yi Rou's sorrow. Without experiencing the evils of the world, how could one yearn for the beauty of the world? Yi Rou and the others were arranged to stay in the above the sky sect, and Lu Yin had his own ways to prevent them from leaving. All he had to do was find a natural object that he could use his compass to locate. Yi Rou did not understand how Lu Yin had found them, but it was unlikely that they would leave without permission. The above the sky sect's strength also made him particularly wary. Even the Eternals seemed to be suppressed. After dealing with Yi Rou, Lu Yin's next target was the abandoned path. The abandoned path had not participated in the battle between the 9-star civilizations and the endings. His stargate was still in Lu Yin's cosmic ring, and it had not been destroyed by the Eternals. Lu Yin went to the cave and used the method the abandoned path had given him to communicate. This time, it was Hongyan Mavis who had accompanied Lu Yin. Hongyan Mavis had already returned to the Mavis clan, causing the entire Mavis clan to be shocked. Soon after, they were overjoyed. The return of the Mavis clan's ancestors shook the entire Fifth Mainland, which then spread to the Six Direction Society, causing countless people to be dumbfounded. The legends of the Three Realms and Six Daos had spread to many people in the Six Direction Society. To those in the origin space, the Three Realms and Six Daos were legends, not to mention the Six Direction Society. Now that the Lu family's ancestor and Hongyan Mavis had appeared, the origin space's strength was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. Hongyan Mavis looked at the cave. Why did you bring me here? To meet someone. Later, I'd like to ask Senior to help me suppress that person's temper, Lu Yin said. Hongyan Mavis looked at Lu Yin with a strange expression. Lu Yin was puzzled. What's wrong? Hongyan Mavis smiled. It's nothing, I just heard Feather Mavis and Lulu Mavis talk about you a lot. Lu Yin blinked. Good things. Bad things. Good things. I don't believe you. They're good things, little 7. Would anyone in the fifth mainland say bad things about you? Lu Yin rolled his eyes. Come on, they're definitely bad things. Otherwise, you wouldn't look at me like that. Hong Yan Mavis laughed. You're really similar to Fertile Earth. He was the most mischievous one among us when he was young, and he had the most ideas. Usually, he would come up with ideas, De Chong would carry them out, and Wu De would take the blame. You, on the other hand, let others come up with ideas, carry them out yourself, and then pretend to be someone else's scapegoat. Lu Yin was speechless. Since when did I pretend to be someone else's scapegoat? Not only that, but you also don't let others talk bad about you. Instead, you spread your good words everywhere. Little 7, you're not kind. Lu Yin pursed his lips. Senior, I'm very kind. Hong Yan Mavis did not say anything else. Her gaze was fixed on the white liquid in the distance. She walked over and looked down. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. You know this. Hong Yan Mavis frowned. I've seen it before. It looks familiar, but I can't remember where. Think about it more, this thing might be useful. Lu Yin looked forward to it. He liked external objects, and he had nothing else on him right now except for a lot of money. Hong Yan Mavis had stayed in the mirage for too long, and there were many things that she could not remember. After some time, the abandoned path returned to the cave and stood some distance away from Lu Yin. Why are you still looking for me? The abandoned path's expression was cold, just like Yi Ju's. He was also a miserable person. His civilization had been destroyed by the Eternals, and his goal for the rest of his life was to annoy the Eternals. Thus, he had specifically targeted the Eternal Kingdom and caused the Fifth Calamity region to suffer greatly. Previously, when Lu Yin and the others had surrounded the ruined kingdom, the Eternals had declared war on the humans. The abandoned path had also taken the opportunity to attack the Eternal Kingdom in this region of space, destroying many of them and venting his anger. He had a good impression of Lu Yin, but that was all. Lu Yin said, "Let's cut to the chase. I hope that you can work with us to deal with the Eternals." The abandoned path glanced at Hong Yan Mavis, who was not far from Lu Yin, and frowned. This person made him feel pressured, a feeling that he had only experienced from the Arrow God. Pressure meant that there was a threat. The abandoned path's expression turned cold. I've already helped you once. This is what we've discussed before. Previously, the Eternals had believed that Lu Yin was dead. Not only had they tried to sow discord between the primordial space and the Six Direction Society, but they had also tried to destroy the Above Heaven sect. At that time, Lu Yin had asked the abandoned path to help him stop Ji Luo. Lu Yin said, "That's why I'm talking about working together. Don't you want to avenge your civilization? You can't defeat the Arrow God alone, much less the Eternals. There's no need to say more. I've already helped you once, and that's only because of Mr. Mu." The abandoned path was alert and slowly retreated. It was obvious that he was about to leave. Lu Yin looked at him. Could it be that you owe Mr. Mu a favor, and that's why you can only help him once? The abandoned path did not say anything else and was about to step onto the teleportation device. Lu Yin sighed, as he was about to make things difficult for him again. He had a legitimate reason to act against Yi Ju. However, it was not good to act against the abandoned path, especially since the abandoned path had helped him once. Still, there were times when one had to resort to unscrupulous means. How much could words accomplish? Just as the abandoned path was about to step onto the teleportation device, green grass covered the entire cave and covered the device. The abandoned path's expression changed, and he stared at Lu Yin. What's the meaning of this? Hong Yan Mavis walked out. Brat, you're very arrogant. You didn't even greet me. How rude. The abandoned path looked at Hong Yan Mavis. I don't want to be your enemy, so please don't cause trouble for me. Hongyan Mavis moved her arms. In terms of age, it's not too much for you to call me ancestor. You're too rude. Lu Yin raised a brow. Within the mirage, Hongyan Mavis had been quiet and elegant, but after regaining her strength, Hongyan Mavis had allowed Lu Yin to see her levitating Mavis and Lulu's side, which was filled with violence. This was the true Hongyan Mavis. In the sixth disaster domain, she had almost shattered the giant with a single punch. That was the true Hongyan Mavis, one of the 6 Taos of the 3 realms. The abandoned path's figure suddenly disappeared. Lu Yin used the reverse step to parallel time, but he felt a chill run down his spine as he sped up again. He had fought with the abandoned path before, and this person was always 1 step faster than Lu Yin even when Lu Yin was in parallel time. This was a sequence law that was similar to Yi Rose, and Lu Yin could not understand it. The abandoned path raised his dagger and was about to place it against Lu Yin's neck when he suddenly felt his scalp go numb. He used the sequence law again, and a hand fell from where he had been standing. It was Hongyan Mavis. Hongyan Mavis's hand missed, and she clenched her fist, causing ripples to spread throughout the cave. The abandoned path's dagger stabbed towards Hongyan Mavis's head. He believed that he was 1 step faster, and this woman was a greater threat. But suddenly, he found it difficult to move forward. The sequence law was actually shaken away by the ripples. He could not believe it. Where did such a powerful force come from? It was so solid that it could push aside the sequence law, and he could not even sense how terrifying this force was. Hongyan Mavis turned around and looked at the abandoned path. "Brat, are you trying to use your dagger on me?" She then exerted force with her fingertips, causing a white wave to appear within the ripples and shoot towards the abandoned path like an arrow. The abandoned path's forehead was about to explode. He could not take this attack head-on, and he definitely could not. He immediately retreated and disappeared once again. He then waved his hand and sprinkled drops of milky white liquid onto the ground. These drops transformed into white planes, and the abandoned path did something that caused all of the white planes to transform into daggers that stabbed towards Hongyan Mavis and Lu Yin. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3167. Lu Yin was astonished. The white surface in front of him had transformed into a blade that was extremely powerful, and it was no weaker than Xiaoxinji's divine martial sword domain. This should be the abandoned path's strongest attack. Dozens of such attacks had appeared in an instant, spreading out in all directions. How did he do it? Hongyan Mavis looked up and took a step forward. Ripples spread out from her body and swept through the cave, shattering all of the white blades. In the corner, the abandoned path's pupils shrank. He couldn't win, so he hurriedly stepped onto the teleportation device to leave. Unfortunately, the grass on the device prevented him from activating it. By the time he wanted to tear through the void and leave, a hand had already appeared on his shoulder. It was Lu Yin. The abandoned path was faster than him, but Hongyan Mavis used her power to repel sequence laws. At this moment, the abandoned path was unable to use any sequence laws, and Lu Yin's speed was not something the abandoned path could see through. The abandoned path froze when Lu Yin grabbed his shoulder. The strength coming from his shoulder was not something he could resist. He had always relied on his sequence laws to be faster than others, but now that his sequence laws were broken, his strength was no longer enough to make up for the difference. The abandoned path's expression was cold as he lowered his arm. Lu Yin pressed down on his shoulder. "You won't listen to me. The Eternals have activated the divine commandment and gathered all of their forces to destroy the human race, but you still want to fight alone. If several experts on the same level as the Arrow God surround you, do you think you can escape?" The abandoned path mocked himself. "I knew that I would die one day. It doesn't matter. I'll find a place for you to die in, but you can't die yet. Join us in dealing with the Eternals. I'll leave the arrow god to you, and someone will block her attacks for you. As for how you'll kill her in the end, that's up to you. Lu Yin put down his hand after he finished speaking. The abandoned path looked at Hongyan Mavis. Who is she? If not for Hongyan Mavis, he knew that Lu Yin would not have been able to stop him. It was easy to materialize one's strength, but to be able to repel sequence laws was shocking. He had never seen such terrifying strength before. Lu Yin smiled. How can I keep you here without an expert? Come with me to the above heaven sect. The abandoned path was helpless. Do I have a choice? I remember now. This is narrow-mindedness. Hongyan Mavis was happy as she looked at the white liquid on the ground. Lu Yin was puzzled. What narrow-mindedness? Hongyan Mavis looked at abandoned path. If you hit it, will it attack you in the same way? The abandoned person nodded. That's right. I also found this thing by accident. It's very strange. Other than me, no one else knows its use. The more he thought about Hongyan Mavis, the more curious he became about her. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her ancestor. How long had she lived? Hongyan Mavis smiled and said, It really is it. I didn't expect to see it again. Senior, what's going on? Lu Yin was curious. Hongyan Mavis said, We call this thing narrow-mindedness. It's the most stingy substance in the world. If you hit it, it will definitely retaliate. If you stab it with a knife, it will turn into a knife stabbing you. That's why there were so many knives just now. As she spoke, she looked at abandoned path again. You sure know how to play. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Is that so? Hongyan Mavis casually flicked a drop of liquid into the air and turned it into a flat surface. He bent his finger and tapped the planar surface, causing it to bend back into a finger and tap Lu Yin. Their strength was actually the same. How miraculous. He looked at abandoned path. So this is the attack you used just now. But isn't it supposed to attack the person who attacked? Why is it attacking us? Then, he suddenly thought of something. Direction. Abandoned path nodded. It's not a living creature. It doesn't have any intelligence and only knows directions. At that moment, when I attacked it from your angle, it would naturally attack in that direction. Lu Yin was amazed. The universe was vast, and there were all sorts of strange things. Back then, when we were cultivating, we would play with this thing whenever we had nothing to do. But as time passed and our cultivations increased, this thing couldn't keep up with us. It couldn't withstand our strength, so we gradually stopped playing with it. Hongyan Mavis reminisced as she crouched down and took some of the liquid. Lu Yin asked, What's the limit of strength it can withstand? Abandoned path replied, It's my full strength. I once tried to attack it twice, but it couldn't withstand it. Lu Yin praised, That's not bad. You're a powerhouse of the sequence laws, after all. You can't withstand a single attack. Hongyan Mavis said, It's better than nothing. It's useless to people at our level. Bringing it along is just a form of reminiscence. Lu Yin also took some of the liquid. He could improve it, and it would only be useful if he could improve it to the point where it could withstand attacks from the 3 realms and 6 paths or even stronger. He just didn't know if he could improve it to that level, so he looked forward to it. He brought abandoned path back to the above heaven sect. Next, Lu Yin wanted to visit the 9-star civilization. He wondered how they were doing. He was very concerned about the 9-star civilization's reactivation. If it hadn't been for the fact that the 9-star civilization's reactivation had severely injured the ruins, then the encirclement would not have been so easy. There was no need to bring a powerhouse to the 9-star civilization. He could just go alone. The 9-star civilization was fundamentally different from Euro and abandoned path. The 9-star civilization's previous spacetime had been completely destroyed. Within that spacetime, everything was chaotic, dark, and empty. It was as if the 9-star civilization had transformed into a ray of light and disappeared. Now, the 9-star civilization was in a parallel spacetime that was connected to the 9-star civilization. The star capital was huge, but under those circumstances, it was impossible to take the entire 9-star civilization away. The 9-star civilization had suffered heavy losses. Lu Yin's arrival caused the 9-star civilization to seethe with excitement. Everyone was grateful, as if not for Lu Yin, they would have been captured by the Eternals. Mina brings everyone from the 9-star civilization to welcome Master Lu. Welcome, Master Lu. Welcome, Master Lu. Lu Yin had not expected the 9-star civilization to be so grand. Mina, there's no need to be so courteous. Thank you, Master Lu. The entire star capital was shaken. The 9-star civilization was truly grateful to Lu Yin, as Lu Yin had given them a chance to survive. This favor was even greater due to Woodward and the others' propaganda. Everyone had their own selfish motives. Woodward's goal was to let Lu Yin truly feel the 9-star civilization's reverence for him, thus achieving the above heaven sex goal of taking the 9-star civilization seriously. Wei Rong had already told Lu Yin about this. These people's intentions could not be hidden from Wei Rong. However, Lu Yin did not care. Everyone had to think for their own civilization, and they were not scheming against him. The 9-star civilization's reverence for him was real, and he did not mind helping them out. Mina accompanied Lu Yin all the way up to the dilapidated house under the clock tower. This was out of respect for Kakuen. Here, mentors were just like students, they were all ordinary people. He pushed open the old wooden door and looked at the familiar scene. Lu Yin sighed. The old place is still the same, but the old man is no longer here. Mina's expression dimmed. Mentor Kakuen had long expected that this day would come. He said that once his time was up, he would definitely run to the Eternals and release the 9-star reboot. This would be the final brilliance of his life, but before that day comes, our 9-star civilization needs another person who can release the 9-star reboot. Otherwise, when he dies, our civilization will collapse. I never expected the Eternals to act so quickly. Lu Yin sat down in his previous seat. Senior Kakuen is a senior worthy of respect. He then looked at Mina. Another person from the 9-star civilization went to Immemorial City. Is he called Babar? Mina nodded. Mentor Babar and Mentor Kakuen are our 9-star civilization's oldest mentors. Actually, Mentor Kakuen could have gone to Immemorial City as well, but one of them had to stay behind. Master Lu, thank you again for helping our 9-star civilization. She bowed deeply. Lu Yin raised a hand. There's no need. We are allies, and I'm here to invite the 9-star civilization to participate in the above heaven sex upcoming martial edict. Mina was puzzled. Martial edict. Lu Yin said, to announce to all the parallel universes that the above heaven sex strength is unparalleled, and we will fight to the death against the Eternals. Mina's gaze was piercingly cold. Our 9-star civilization is duty-bound. Lu Yin nodded. The time has already been set. You can see for yourselves who will go when the time comes, but there's something I need to tell you. The purpose of the martial edict is to announce one's strength to the outside world, so some positions have nothing to do with a civilization. Only strength matters. Mina was stunned. Only strength matters. Lu Yin said, I know that the 9-star civilization will definitely produce an expert who can release the 9 stars reboot, but before that, there are some positions that the 9-star civilization cannot obtain unless such an expert has already appeared. There are many extraterrestrial civilizations that have allied with our above heaven sect, but most of them are just allies. Unless they reach a certain level of strength, they cannot appear in the martial edict and can only watch from the sidelines. Mina exhaled. I see. But Master Lu, I can release the 9 stars reboot. Lu Yin was shocked. What did you say? You can release the 9 stars reboot. Mimi Na nodded and said seriously, releasing it with my life is also my path. When I saw the light of the 9 stars being reactivated with my own eyes, I suddenly took that step. Only then did I know that the final step to the reactivation of the 9 stars was to see. Only by seeing the 9 stars reboot can one reach the stage of release. Lu Yin praised, so that's how it is. Congratulations, Mina. You are now a mentor of a 9-star civilization. Mina said bitterly, I'd rather still be a mentor of Kakuen. Lu Yin stood up, walked to the window, and gazed into the distance. Senior Kakuen's dying wish was to protect the 9-star civilization and give birth to an expert capable of releasing the 9-star reactivation. You've accomplished both of these goals, so he can die without regrets. After speaking, Lu Yin looked up at the sky. Suddenly, his expression froze. This scene was very familiar. Where had he seen it before? Master Lu. Mina was about to speak, but Lu Yin raised a hand to stop her. He looked up at the sky, and he had definitely seen this scene before. He had looked up at the sky from this angle. The windowsill, the corner of the clock tower, and the house in the distance had all been seen from this position. He had seen it before. Was it before? When he had met Kakuen? No, he had not walked to this windowsill that time. Right, Lu Yin remembered that he had seen this scene when he was fishing in the river of time. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3168. In the long river of time, the droplets that could be fished out were all skipped over by time. How had this scene been fished out? Also, he remembered that it had been swallowed up by the flowing light, so it had definitely been erased. Are there any experts in the 9-star civilization who have touched upon the power of time? Lu Yin asked. Mina shook her head. No. What about Senior Kakuen? My mentor has not touched upon the power of time. I'm sure of that, but at his level, it's very difficult for time to break through the ether wall. Lu Yin did not ask about this, as he only wanted to know if Kakuen had touched upon the power of time. If Kakuen, or even the entire 9-star civilization, did not, then who was the one standing here and looking at the scenery outside? Why was he looking at the power of time? As he thought about this, the flowing light appeared and turned into a small boat that circled around and shuttled back and forth. Mina stared at the small boat in surprise, not understanding what this was. Lu Yin stood in place and looked back at the time. He was just trying his luck. There had to be someone in the 9-star civilization who had stood here and looked at the scenery outside. Who was this person? Why was he here? If he had seen this place once, then he might have seen it a second time or even a third time. Lu Yin's arrival might have attracted that person's attention. He looked back at 500 seconds and still did not see anything. He looked back at 1,000 seconds and still did not see anything. He continued to look at 1,500 seconds, 2,000 seconds, 3,000 seconds, and finally, a figure appeared on the screen. Lu Yin continued to look back and stared at the figure. The figure suddenly appeared in the room and walked a few steps, but it did not stand by the window. Instead, it disappeared. The flowing light returned to his body, and Lu Yin's expression darkened. He had not expected that the person who had looked out the window from this angle was the Violet Emperor. Why was the Violet Emperor here? It was an ally of the Eternals and had nothing to do with the 9-star civilization. Ever since the battle with the victorious celestial, it had disappeared and never appeared again. Even after the above heaven sect had invaded the calamity zone and the Eternals had hired the Star Toad and the Star Devourer, the Violet Emperor had never appeared. Luin had almost forgotten about this fellow, but he had not expected it to be in the 9-star civilization, a civilization that had nothing to do with it. He raised a hand and drew an image of the Violet Emperor in the void. "Have you seen this guy?" Mina looked at the image and shook her head, that the Violet Emperor had come here because of the Eternals. What were the Eternals trying to do? If he hadn't coincidentally caught the Violet Emperor looking out of the window while he was fishing in the river of time, he wouldn't have noticed it. The Violet Emperor had hidden himself very well, and he wouldn't have been able to guess that the Violet Emperor was here. It could only be said that the Violet Emperor was unlucky. It could have enjoyed the scenery, but it had used time to enjoy the scenery. This period of time when it was enjoying the scenery was not comparable to the river of time, and it just so happened that Luin had caught it. The Purple Emperor definitely knew of his arrival, but it definitely wouldn't dare to spy on him for fear of being discovered. It definitely had some plans in a 9-star civilization. Now, the situation was very clear. It thought that it was in the dark while it was in the light. In fact, it was in the dark while it was in the light. The only trouble was to find it. Mimina, I remember that you once used Senro's Nirvana Ray to find us. Does that mean that you can find us as long as we're within its range? Luin asked. Mina nodded. You can say that. Then release it. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. He could not make a move to search for the Purple Emperor. Otherwise, the Purple Emperor would immediately slip away. However, Mina was different. She released her own killing technique in her own civilization. There were no surprises, and she treated it as teaching a student. Not long after, Luin bade farewell to the 9-star civilization in front of everyone and left. Everyone in the 9-star civilization respectfully sent him off. In a corner of the star capital, a figure stood in the shadows. It didn't move or look, as if it was made of wood. It was the Violet Emperor. It had a humanoid appearance and had antennae, but there was only a single white vertical eye on its face. Originally, it had no interactions with the 9-star civilization and had not even known of its existence. However, one day, the Eternals had found it and told it to come to this civilization and not do anything. All it had to do was stay here and not be discovered by the 9-star civilization. The Violet Emperor did not know what the Eternals wanted to do, but this civilization did not give it a sense of danger, so it did not care. If the Eternals had not intervened in the battle to kill victorious Celestial, the Violet Emperor would have died. Thus, it could not refuse the Eternals' orders. The Violet Emperor had not stayed in this civilization for long, but it had been to many places and had a good understanding of this civilization. This was especially true of the clock tower. Everyone could only climb up one step at a time, but the Violet Emperor was different. It could directly tear through the void and enter, which gave it a sense of superiority. No matter what, this civilization was important to the Eternals, and it had the qualifications to give it a sense of superiority. It was as if the entire civilization was beneath its feet. The Violet Emperor would often enter that room, and sometimes it would stay there for an entire day. Occasionally, it would even practice folding time, which was not bad. It had never imagined that Luin would actually show up on this day. The Violet Emperor hated Luin. If not for this person, that battle would not have ended like that. But actually, if not for this person, victorious Celestial would have revealed his true strength and killed it. Thus, the Violet Emperor did not know whether to be grateful to Luin or to hate him. No matter what, Luin was still an enemy. The Violet Emperor did not move when Luin arrived, as it was afraid of being discovered. Such powerhouses were very sensitive to gazes, so it stood there like a block of wood until Luin left. After Luin left, the Violet Emperor turned around and looked into the distance. Not long after, it arrived at the room beneath the clock tower and looked down at the entire star capital. It saw the students from the 9-star civilizations excitedly discussing something below. It saw Mina, Woodward, and the other cultivators from the 9-star civilizations. At that moment, the scarlet vertical eye that it carried with it lit up. The Eternals were contacting it. On the day of the Heavenly Sect's martial edict, kill all the 9-star civilizations. This was a mission given to it by the Eternals, and it was only now that the Violet Emperor understood why it had been ordered to stay here. The date of the Heavenly Sect's martial edict had already been set, and it was to slaughter the 9-star civilizations on that day. This was a gift from the Eternals to the Heavenly Sect. To be honest, the Violet Emperor did not want to do it. If it did, it would definitely become the Heavenly Sect's mortal enemy. But if it did not do so, it would not be able to explain itself to the Eternals. The Violet Emperor had a headache. It was either being hunted down by the Heavenly Sect or the Eternals. It had no other choice. In the end, it still decided to slaughter the 9-star civilizations. The martial edict was a day for the Heavenly Sect to display their might, but for this civilization, it was a countdown to its death. The Violet Emperor looked up at the clock. It was almost time. Mina walked around the academy and gathered a group of students. She explained Senro's ray of nirvana, which puzzled those who heard it. They were far from being able to release Senro's ray of nirvana, which was a killing technique from the 6 stars. How many people from the 9-star civilizations could release it? However, Mina continued to explain, "It seems that you won't understand if I just explain it. Let me release it myself." After speaking, Mina raised her hand. There was a piece of wood in her hand, and she drew in the void, connecting the 6 stars. As the 6 stars connected, beams of light shot out from the academy and swept across the entire star capital. The Violet Emperor frowned. What did this mean? The beams of light swept across the clock tower. Mina was stunned, but she remained calm. The Violet Emperor felt inexplicably uneasy, and it decided to stay away. At that moment, another beam of light swept over, and this time, it was aimed directly in their direction. The Violet Emperor immediately folded time to avoid it. It felt that something was wrong. Behind it, Luin appeared. He used reverse steps and parallel time. The moment the Violet Emperor folded time, he took out eternal darkness. The void distorted, and the Violet Emperor and Luin disappeared at the same time. There was nothing but a gust of wind. Within the Eternal Darkness card, the Violet Emperor was shocked. Where was this place? It looked in front of it and saw a blurry figure in the darkness. As the figure approached, the Violet Emperor saw clearly, and its hair stood on end. Luin. Luin looked at the Violet Emperor. Long time no see. I didn't expect you to be hiding in a 9-star civilization. The Violet Emperor immediately wanted to break out of eternal darkness and escape. If it had been the Zhang Yangon from before, it would have been able to escape. After all, Luin was not a sequence lower realm powerhouse and could not fully utilize the Eternal Darkness card's power. However, the current Zhang Yangon did not need Luin to fully utilize the card's power. It already possessed a power that made it difficult for a sequence lower realm powerhouse like the Violet Emperor to escape. The Violet Emperor could escape, but it would not be that easy. If Luin interfered, it would be even more difficult to escape. Luin opened his hand, and all the darkness within the Eternal Darkness card gathered. Dark Hole. This was a trap that came with the Eternal Darkness card. It used the darkness to imprison and burn the enemy. This was the Dark Hole. Endless darkness enveloped the Violet Emperor. It was not fire, but it was even fiercer than fire. It formed a cage that resembled a burning palace. The Violet Emperor could not stop it, as the darkness had enveloped it from the very beginning. It wanted to break out of the darkness, but it had reached the level of an ancient card, so it was helpless. Here, there were no sequence lower realm powerhouses. The Violet Emperor's tyrannical physical strength, which was enough to fight against Doshing Celestial, could not be used at all under the burning darkness. Lu Yin, you're despicable. You're relying on external forces to win. Despicable, the Violet Emperor roared. Lu Yin watched as the Violet Emperor was burned by the darkness. This was his first time using the Dark Hall, and he had to admit that it was very effective. Before Eternal Darkness had been upgraded, Lu Yin would not have been able to use the Dark Hall unless he had reached Elder Gu's level. Otherwise, the Violet Emperor would have been able to easily break out. Now, however, he did not need to rely on his own strength. The Dark Hall's power was enough. Since he could not improve himself, then he would improve the card. Lu Yin found that this path was not bad. The Violet Emperor screamed. The burning darkness caused it to lose its light and its ability to resist. Its body weakened bit by bit as it endured unimaginable torture. Lu Yin did not know what it felt like to be burned by the darkness, but it should be quite miserable. Lu Yin, let me go. I surrender. I'll help you humans deal with the Eternals. I'll help you, the Violet Emperor begged. Lu Yin remained indifferent and did not say a word. Only by appointing a general could he ensure loyalty. He felt that appointing the Violet Emperor was a good choice. The Violet Emperor's white vertical eye suddenly stared at Lu Yin. Control. During the previous battle, the Violet Emperor had relied on this ability to control Doshing Celestial. If Doshing Celestial had not been able to resist, then he would not have survived. If even Doshing Celestial could not resist, then this Violet Emperor would definitely not be able to. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3169. Lu Yin had never thought of resisting, as it didn't matter. The Dark Hall was an automatic attack, and it didn't matter whether or not Lu Yin could control it. The Violet Emperor stared at Lu Yin. It had thought that controlling Lu Yin would be enough to stop the darkness burn, but the flames continued to burn. The Violet Emperor was tormented, and its body continued to deteriorate. But at this moment, Lu Yin discovered something surprising. This Violet Emperor's control ability seemed to be consciousness. He knew that the Violet Emperor could use that white vertical eye to control others, and he had thought that it was an innate gift. However, when he was controlled by the Violet Emperor himself, his consciousness slowly started to rotate, and his consciousness was extracted from the Violet Emperor's body and directed towards his consciousness planet. Lu Yin was pleasantly surprised that such a good thing could happen. The Purple Emperor sensed it as well and hurriedly tried to retract his consciousness. Lu Yin was on high alert, as this would not do. Now that his consciousness planet had split apart, he could not forcibly extract the Violet Emperor's consciousness through his consciousness planet. If the Violet Emperor gave up on controlling him, then his consciousness would disappear, and Lu Yin did not know how long it would take for him to recover. With that thought in mind, he hurriedly controlled the darkness to stop burning. He was unable to control the destructive power of the dark hole. However, he was able to stop it. The black flames stopped burning, and the Purple Emperor looked around. What was going on? What was the point of controlling Lu Yin? He immediately attacked the void in an attempt to escape from the Eternal Darkness card, but Lu Yin controlled the Dark Hall to burn again. That torment appeared once more, and the Violet Emperor hurriedly controlled Lu Yin to stop the Dark Hall. When the Dark Hall stopped, the Violet Emperor heaved a sigh of relief and continued to try to break through the Eternal Darkness card. Lu Yin continued to control the Dark Hall to burn, and the Violet Emperor controlled Lu Yin to stop. The cycle repeated itself like a circle. It was impossible for the Violet Emperor to give up on controlling Lu Yin. It knew that only by controlling Lu Yin would it have a chance to breathe. Even if it knew that Lu Yin could use this opportunity to extract its consciousness, it had no other choice. Lu Yin continued to control the Dark Hall, giving the Violet Emperor a chance to catch its breath while also preventing it from escaping. This was a process that Luin was very familiar with, as he had gone through this process when dealing with the people from the Game of 1,000 Faces and the ruins. He realized that he was very good at this. The Purple Emperor's consciousness was enormous. Although it couldn't compare to the End of Ruins, it had been able to control Celestial Duel Victor back then. This meant that its consciousness far surpassed the people in the Game of 1,000 Faces. Lu Yin's consciousness planet was constantly being repaired by the Violet Emperor's consciousness, and the Violet Emperor himself felt that he was getting closer and closer to breaking out of the eternal darkness and escaping. Along the way, it constantly tried to persuade Lu Yin, hoping that he would let it go and that it could rely on the humans. It also told Lu Yin quite a bit about the creatures in the outer realms, such as which ones would help the Eternals and which ones hated them. In order to gain Lu Yin's trust, it had even told him about its mission in a 9-star civilization. The Eternals had actually allowed the Violet Emperor to slaughter a 9-star civilization on the day of his self-proclaimed martial prowess. The Imperial Martial Edict was a display of force to the entire universe and countless parallel universes. The Above Heaven sect would do everything they could to spread this influence. If the 9-star civilizations were massacred on that day, it would be a stain that the Above Heaven sect would never be able to erase. Countless people would laugh at them. The consequences were too dire. This would have a bad impact on the Above Heaven sect, but it would be a disaster for the 9-star civilization. An entire civilization would be massacred, and even if it was the Eternals who had done it, how could Lu Yin not be related to it? He wanted to kill a 9-star civilization because this civilization was allied with the Heavenly Sect. If they succeeded, it would undoubtedly increase the difficulty of the Above Heaven sect's alliance with the outside world. Lu Yin rejoiced at the fact that he had managed to catch the scene that the Purple Emperor had seen while folding time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Master Lu, don't worry. I don't plan on massacring the 9-star civilization. I know that once we do, the humans will definitely hunt me down until I die. Unless the entire human race is wiped out, I won't have an easy time, so I won't do it. I've wanted to leave for a long time, so let me go and I won't tell the Eternals. I'll help the humans and the Above Heaven sect in the future, the Violet Emperor pleaded. Lu Yin looked at it. You really don't plan on massacring a 9-star civilization? The Violet Emperor swore, absolutely not, Master Lu. You have to believe me. I won't risk being hunted down by the entire human race to kill a 9-star civilization. The humans have been able to fight against the Eternals for so long, and I'm afraid of both the Eternals and humans. I don't want to be hunted down until I die. Lu Yin nodded. All right. Give me your consciousness, and I'll let you go. The Violet Emperor's expression changed. Master Lu, if I lose my consciousness, I'll lose my strength. Please let me go. From now on, I'll do whatever Master Lu wants me to do. Lu Yin was still being controlled, and his consciousness planet was still extracting the Violet Emperor's consciousness, but there was still a long way to go. How can I trust you if you don't give me your consciousness? Lu Yin asked. The Violet Emperor's voice was low. Master Lu, do you really want to kill me? Lu Yin was calm. I've given you a chance. Take it. The Violet Emperor roared, my consciousness is everything to me. Without it, my innate gift is useless. Do you know how many times my innate gift has saved me? Lu Yin, I'll say it again. Let me go, and I'll help you deal with the Eternals. Otherwise, I'll fight you to the death. This darkness might not be able to trap me, and once I escape, you won't be able to rest in peace. Lu Yin shook his head. Then you can go die. The dark hall continued to burn, and the same scene played out again. The Violet Emperor wanted to escape, but it could only control Lu Yin. It knew that it might not be able to control Lu Yin, but this was the only way to stop the dark hall from burning and give it a chance to escape. Lu Yin could also use this opportunity to extract the Violet Emperor's consciousness. It was a competition of who was one step faster. The Eternal Darkness card was silent, and the Violet Emperor did not speak. It was focused on breaking out of the Eternal Darkness, and Lu Yin did not speak either. Finally, light appeared in the darkness, and the Violet Emperor was ecstatic. It broke out of the Eternal Darkness and returned to the room. Lu Yin watched the Violet Emperor leave with a disdainful gaze. Your opponent is not just me, but the entire above heaven. The Violet Emperor appeared in the room and was about to leave when a hand landed on its shoulder. Kid, where are you going? The Violet Emperor did not hesitate to fold time, but in the next moment, something happened that caused it to collapse. The sequence particles were all destroyed by the person behind it. The Violet Emperor could not believe it, and it slowly turned around. Who was it? It saw a human woman looking at it with a smile. She looked gentle, but the hand on its shoulder brought with it terrifying strength. It was a creature that dared to compete with the celestial combatant in terms of physical strength, but this woman was actually suppressing it. Who are you? The Violet Emperor's voice was hoarse as it felt despair. Lu Yin walked out of the Eternal Darkness. Let me introduce you. This is one of the 3 realms 6 Daos of the primordial space, Hongyan Mavis. The words, 3 realms 6 Daos, stunned the Violet Emperor. It stared at Hongyan Mavis in shock. How could a monster that only existed in legends appear here? And even if she did, how could it be her opponent? The Violet Emperor suddenly felt like it was being bullied. How laughable. The Violet Emperor was a famous powerhouse in the Outer Realms, an expert of the laws of the sequence. He had dared to kill the celestial combatant and was qualified to negotiate with the Eternals, but now, he felt like he was being bullied. He was being bullied. Hongyan Mavis smiled at the Violet Emperor. What a strange creature. Are you a creature from the Outer Realms? In our era, countless creatures from the Outer Realms wanted to enter the primordial space, but they were not qualified. Now, these fellows dare to attack the primordial space. I didn't, the Violet Emperor subconsciously said. Lu Yin found this hilarious. Hongyan Mavis exerted more force, causing the Violet Emperor's shoulder to sink. Senior, I've never attacked the primordial space. Never. The Violet Emperor's voice was hoarse, and there was only a single white eye on its face. Its expression was indiscernible, but from its voice, it was obvious that it was terrified. If one did not want to be afraid, they had to have faith. Humans had faith, which was why many people were able to face life and death calmly. How could creatures have faith? It was more of an instinct, and this was something that could not be changed no matter how much one cultivated. Of course, there were exceptions, but the Violet Emperor was no exception. Why didn't you tell me to attack earlier? Why did you have to drag it into the card and beat it up? Hongyan Mavis was curious. Lu Yin replied, I had to test the power of the Eternal Darkness card. I've gained quite a bit this time, and most of my injuries have healed. He was naturally referring to his consciousness planet. The consciousness planet that had been cracked open by the one true God had obviously healed. Although there were still cracks, Lu Yin could see the hope of recovery. Otherwise, he did not know how long it would take to recover from its previous state. The Violet Emperor begged, I'm willing to submit to the humans. Master Lu, I'll do whatever you say. Give me your consciousness first, Lu Yin said bluntly. The Violet Emperor bitterly replied, there's almost none left. Lu Yin sized it up, let me ask you a question. How much human blood have you been stained with? The Violet Emperor was stunned, not knowing how to answer. Not answering was the answer. Without needing Lu Yin to say anything, Hongyan Mavis used her strength to shatter half of the Violet Emperor's body. Lu Yin took the opportunity to strike, landing a palm on the Violet Emperor's forehead and killing it instantly. Hongyan Mavis, let go, little 7, you can't use this kind of creature. It won't affect my selection. Lu Yin smiled, and a platform appeared to select the Violet Emperor. There were no surprises, and the process went smoothly. With Lu Yin's current power level, he could easily defeat the Violet Emperor in a one-on-one battle. The Violet Emperor had not reached the level of the 7 sky gods, so it could be crushed to death by the pressure of the land. Even if it entered the Eternal Darkness card, it would have been burned to death by the darkness if not for the need to extract its consciousness. Lu Yin sighed when he saw the Violet Emperor's brand appear on the platform. How many extraterrestrial powerhouses did the Eternals have that could help him? He would kill any that came. Right now, he wanted to kill the Star Toad the most. That old toad was too much of a hindrance. After dealing with the Violet Emperor, Lu Yin and Hongyan Mavis returned to the Above Heaven sect. Did the Eternals only have one method to deal with 9-star civilizations during the Imperial Martial Decree? Lu Yin did not feel at ease, so he sent his experts to investigate the 6 Paths Society and the extraterrestrials. Needless to say, he discovered many things. The Eternals did not only deal with 9-star civilizations. 9-star civilizations were their most important method, and there were many other extraterrestrial civilizations that were targeted by the Eternals. If not for the progenitors investigating, they would not have been able to find out. Now, all of these accidents had been resolved. Perhaps the Eternals still had a backup plan, but Lu Yin had his own. He had prepared a gift for the Imperial Martial Decree. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3170. A few months later, the sound of a bell echoed through the heavens. Beside the heavenly sect, the ancestral tortoise and the prison dragon stretched out and let out an earth-shattering roar, displaying the might of a progenitor. Auspicious clouds circled around, and a majestic aura filled the sky. On this day, everyone looked at the heavenly sect. On this day, the entire Six Direction Association was silent. As the bell rang, endless auspicious clouds spread out and headed towards the sky. One auspicious cloud connected to the wood spacetime, one auspicious cloud connected to the void god spacetime, one auspicious cloud connected to the lost clan spacetime, one auspicious cloud connected to the infinite empire spacetime, one auspicious cloud connected to the March Alliance spacetime, one auspicious cloud connected to the 5 Spirit Clan spacetime, one auspicious cloud connected to the 5 Spirit Clan spacetime, one auspicious cloud connected to the Lost Clan spacetime, one auspicious cloud connected to the Infinite Empire spacetime, one auspicious cloud connected to the March Alliance spacetime, one auspicious cloud connected to the 5 Spirit Clan spacetime, one auspicious cloud connected to the 5 Spirit Clan spacetime, one auspicious cloud connected to the Lost Clan spacetime, one auspicious cloud connected to the Infinite Empire spacetime, one auspicious cloud connected to the March Alliance spacetime, one auspicious cloud connected to the 5 Spirit Clan spacetime, one auspicious cloud connected to the 5 Spirit Clan spacetime. Auspicious clouds flew out one after another, each opening a passage between the Genesis space and the other parallel spacetimes. Not all parallel spacetimes joined the heavenly sect, but these parallel spacetimes were focused on the heavenly sect, including the 5 spirit races. Before this, Lu Yin had not expected the 5 spirit races to take the initiative to connect to the Genesis space. This was something that White Cloud City had agreed to. Each cloud represented a parallel spacetime. In addition to the familiar parallel spacetimes, there were many other parallel spacetimes that were connected to the Genesis space. These parallel spacetimes might not be very powerful, but what Lu Yin wanted was a kind of momentum, a possibility to unite the endless voids, a shock to the Eternals, and a confidence boost to everyone and the parallel spacetimes. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at the auspicious clouds and the cultivators from the parallel spacetimes. "Is that Lord wood carving?" someone exclaimed in the wood spacetime as he walked towards the heavenly sect. The void god spacetime, void five tastes, the lost race, Danjing, and so on. The limitless empire's meccas were incomparably huge. The Calamity expedition was filled with violence. In the Tri-Moon's alliance, the Moon Immortal and Moon Ghost were beautiful. In the 9-star civilizations, each of them held a short piece of wood, exuding an exotic aura. In the Divine Kingdom, many cultivators carried the 4 division statues, and the one at the front was the goddess, who exuded a peaceful aura. In many parallel spacetimes, countless people looked at this scene in shock. Who could gather so many experts of different cultivation methods from so many parallel universes? This was the first time they had seen such a thing. In the first zone of Calamity, the Eternals were also watching this scene. Looking at the heavenly sect at this moment, the ancestor felt as if he was looking at the peak of the heavenly sect's past glory. Even powerhouses from the outer realms did not dare to enter the heavenly sect. As for the sect in front of him, it was all-encompassing. Lu Yin was different from the primogenitor. The primogenitor had single-handedly created a dazzling era and did not tolerate anything else. Lu Yin, on the other hand, had relied on the help of countless people to get to where he was today. Under the cover of countless auspicious clouds, the sect above shone. "Welcome, Master Lu. Welcome, Master Lu. Welcome, Master Lu." Countless voices converged into a river that caused the heavens to tremble. Countless people raised their arms and excitedly looked at the screen, waiting for Lu Yin to appear. He was the belief of everyone, the pursuit of which everyone was willing to sacrifice their lives for. The unparalleled Lord that everyone revered and respected. The starry sky encompassed all living beings, but Lu Yin was able to step through it. Amidst everyone's cheers and shouts, Lu Yin's figure slowly appeared in the above-the-sky sect, attracting the attention of the entire universe. He took a step forward and arrived at the above-the-sky sect. In the square, he raised his head and bowed to the statue of the primogenitor. Junior Lu Yin has been graced by the primogenitor to rebuild the above-the-sky sect. I am now the second Tao Lord of the above-the-sky sect. However, there are powerful enemies outside and great troubles within. Today, I hereby announce the return of the world to the above-the-sky sect. Lu Yin's every word shook the heavens, causing ripples to spread out in all directions. This was a declaration of force. The above-the-sky sect was declaring force on behalf of humanity. Not only the Eternals, but any creature that was an enemy of humanity would be terrified by this declaration. Any creature that was an enemy of humanity would be suppressed by this declaration. This was the peak of humanity's current strength. With that, Lu Yin raised his foot and walked up the stairs. There was no one on either side, and he was the only one in the entire above-the-sky sect. He walked up step by step until he reached the highest point and arrived in front of the primogenitor's statue. He looked back at the heavens and earth. Begin the declaration of war. With a stern shout, countless people appeared from the void and entered the above-the-sky sect. They bowed to Lu Yin. Welcome, Tao Lord. Welcome, Tao Lord. Welcome, Tao Lord. Lu Yin looked up at the sky. Today, as the Tao Lord of the above-sky sect, I hereby issue a decree to welcome the 3 realms and 6 Taos to deter external enemies and suppress the fate of humanity. Lu Yuan. An auspicious cloud instantly appeared and connected to an endless distance. Lu Yuan walked out, and with a single step, he crossed an endless distance. The Divine Seal catalog appeared, and a general appointment platform circled around him. His body was covered in golden light as he walked into the above-sky sect. He faced Lu Yin and bowed. Lu Yuan. The 3 realms and 6 Taos still need to be welcomed back. Your responsibilities are great. Lu Yuan solemnly replied, the Daylord's decree. With that, he walked up the stairs one step at a time. Following that, he shouted, Hongyen Mavis. Another auspicious cloud appeared, and Hongyen Mavis stepped onto it. Behind her, the Mavis god tree grew crazily, causing the surroundings to tremble. She stepped into the above sky sect and bowed. Hongyen Mavis. Lu Yin looked at her. The 3 realms and 6 Daos still need to be welcomed back. Your responsibilities are equally great. Hongyen Mavis solemnly replied, yes, the Daylord's decree. With that, she walked up the stairs until she was parallel to Lu Yuan. Lu Yin looked up at the sky. The 3 realms and 6 Daos are legends, but they have yet to disappear. One day, the above sky sect will welcome back the 3 realms and 6 Daos, as well as the seniors who have sacrificed everything for humanity. Countless people cheered excitedly. Not to mention too, even just one Lu Yuan was enough to make the 6 Paths Society and the everlasting race apprehensive. Now, 2 legendary powerhouses had appeared in the above sky sect, which shocked the outside world greatly. Not everyone knew that Hongyen Mavis had returned. Lu Yin looked up at the sky again. Today, as the above sky sect's Tao Lord, I hereby decree that the 3 suns and 6 Tao Lords are to deter external enemies. You shall be the above sky sect's blade, and you shall be successful in every endeavor. Wood deity. An auspicious cloud connected the above sky sect and the wood dimension. With Lu Yin's shout, the wood deity walked out, crossing the cloud and arriving in the above sky sect. Lu Yin looked at the wood deity. Today, you shall be one of the 3 suns and 6 Tao Lords of the above sky sect. I hope that you can suppress the external enemies and control the inheritance of humanity. The wood deity bowed deeply. Honorable, Daylord's decree. The 3 suns and 6 Tao Lords were a sequence that Lu Yin had established for the above sky sect. Although it was difficult to use this sequence to deal with the 3 realms and 6 Daos, it should at least be equivalent to the 3 masters and 6 Daos. Of course, these people still needed to increase their strength, but their deterrence was enough. In the ancient above sky sect, the 3 realms and 6 Daos had long been a legend. Today, the 3 realms and 6 Daos were left as a sign of respect for their ancestors and their yearning for the glory of that era. It was also a sign of respect for Lu Yuan and Hongyen Mavis. Now, it seemed that the 3 suns and 6 Daos could not compare to the 3 realms and 6 Daos, but countless years later, the 3 suns and 6 Daos would become legends in people's memories. They would be the symbol of this era. If they wanted to truly fight against the everlasting race, they had to unite completely. Just connecting the parallel dimensions was useless. They had to have all the powerhouses belong to a faction and truly become a sharp blade against the everlasting race. At this moment, Lu Yin did it. In the first zone of disaster, Di Qiong clenched his fists. The 3 suns and 6 Daos, suppressing the enemy, controlling the human inheritance. Such arrogance. Black Wushan's eyes turned. This time, it's really troublesome. After this martial edict, the humans will be unprecedentedly united. This power will not be easy to deal with. The god of forgotten ruins returned to the first zone of disaster. When she saw this scene, she laughed. Not only has this little guy stepped onto the highest stage, but he's also built a new one. How impressive, hee hee. The ancient god looked at the screen. The 3 realms and 6 Daos title was still there. Was this an acknowledgement and respect for the past? The ancestor of the past calmly turned to look at the Black Mother Tree. The sole true god was also watching, and even the 6 Daos of Reincarnation Realm's Grand Empyrean was watching. What were they thinking? Was the above sky sect really going to regain its former glory? In that era, no one had dared to be presumptuous against the above sky sect. Even if there were countless powerhouses in the countless parallel dimensions, as long as they came into contact with the primordial space, they would have to bow down to the above sky sect. That had been a truly powerful era. Did Lu Yin really want to recreate that era? That was impossible. Would God and the other masters of parallel dimensions could not support an era of extreme brilliance? In the above sky sect, Lu Yin shouted, "Celestial Victor." As soon as he spoke, a cloud connected to the distance, and Celestial Victor appeared, shocking the entire reincarnation spacetime. The reincarnation spacetime was not connected to the primordial space. They had their own pride, and since the Grand Empyrean was not present, no one could decide whether or not to connect. But that was not important. What was important was that Lu Yin had called out Celestial Victor. What was the meaning of this? Had he betrayed the reincarnation spacetime? In the first zone of disaster, the Grand Empyrean opened his eyes and calmly looked at the screen in the distance. Celestial Victor stood on a cloud and held a golden staff. He appeared outside the above sky sect with a single step. The victorious battle technique circulated around his body, making him look like a war god. He emitted a resplendent light that connected the heavens and the earth. Celestial Victor, present. Lu Yin looked at Celestial Victor. Today, as the above sky sect's Tao Master, I order you to be one of the 6 masters of the 3 suns. I hope that you will fight on behalf of the heavens and stand at the forefront of the human race. Celestial Victor grinned. The Tao Master's order. After speaking, he walked up the sky stairway. The 6 Direction Society was silent for a moment before erupting into loud cheers. The reincarnation spacetime's 3 sages and 9 sages had once been the peak that the 6 Direction Society's parallel dimensions could not hope to reach. No one dared to overlook them, and it was precisely because of the 3 sages that the reincarnation spacetime had always been above the other parallel dimensions. Celestial Victor was the indisputable leader of the 3 sages and was known as the Lesser Empyrean. He guarded the entrance to the zone of disaster by himself, and the Eternals feared him, making it difficult for them to kill him. The prestige of such a person was unimaginable. Celestial Victor's sudden entry into the above sky sect stunned the reincarnation spacetime, but it also inspired the 6 Direction Society. Celestial Victor's fighting spirit was high. Although he was not a master of a parallel dimension, the excitement that he brought to everyone was completely different. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3171. In the starry sky, Jiang Chen and Jiang Qingyue were watching. Brother Lu is really something. He even managed to get Heavenly Venerable Victor to come. Sister, does this human really follow his lead? Jiang Qingyue looked at Lu Yin, who was standing above the heavenly sect. Her eyes were filled with splendor. At this moment, he was truly dazzling. In the starry sky outside the domain, those parallel universes that had never interacted with the origin space were also watching through various methods. The purpose of the Imperial Marshal was to deter the external enemies and represent the determination of the human race. Their hearts sank as they watched the experts walk out one by one. Some of them were humans, but most of them were not. Seeing the human race becoming so powerful and united, one could imagine the pressure it brought to the other creatures. Shangu! Lu Yin shouted. Shangu appeared on the auspicious cloud that connected the origin space to the Lost Clan spacetime. In front of him, the Heavenly King card emitted a dense aura that caused the void to collapse. He took a step forward and bowed deeply to Lu Yin. Shangu is here. Lu Yin looked at Shangu. Today, as the Taoist master of the heavenly sect, I order you to be one of the 3 sons and 6 lords. I hope you will protect the human race and bring tenacity and will. Shangu bowed again. Yes, Taoist master's order. After that, he walked up the stairway step by step. Lu Yin looked at the starry sky. Void Master. Void Master walked out and stepped on the auspicious cloud, entering the heavenly sect. He was a little excited. The 3 sons and 6 lords were the identities that Lu Yin had told him before. He had never dreamt that he would be conferred a title one day. Moreover, he was just a little guy. He used to know Wu Tian and was very envious of the 3 realms and 6 paths. In fact, he had urged the Great Heavenly Venerable to give him a title, but the Great Heavenly Venerable was not interested at all. This had disappointed him for many years. When Lu Yin told him that he would be given the title of 3 sons and 6 lords, he was very excited. Although he was old, his heart was not. The 3 sons and 6 lords sounded very majestic. Especially when he was conferred a title in front of countless people in the universe. Today's scene would definitely be passed down to the future generations, even the future generations outside the domain. Once he died, no one would remember his identity other than the void God universe. But it was different for the 3 sons and 6 lords. The 3 realms and 6 Tao were still remembered by people until now. They had even become legends. A legend, he longed to become a legend. Void Master, I'm here. Lu Yin was amused. He had not expected an old senior like the Void Master to like titles. Today, as the Tao Master of the Above Heaven sect, I hereby appoint you as one of the 6 lords of the 3 sons. I hope that you will display the might of the human race and kill decisively, making your name known throughout the world. The Void Master was excited. The might of the human race, their decisiveness in killing, their fame spread through the ages. It sounded even more impressive than the previous ones. He bowed deeply. Honorable, Taoist Master's order. After saying that, he walked up the stairway. From this moment on, he was not only the master of space and time of the Void God realm, but also a member of the Heavenly Supreme sect. He didn't expect that he would be able to join the Above Heaven sect one day. Back then, when Above the Heavens was at its most brilliant, he also wanted to join, but he was rejected. The reason was simple. Above the Heavens didn't accept outsiders. At that time, Above the Heavens was invincible and powerful. Anyone who joined could become a legend in the future, but he didn't have the chance. And now, after such a long time, he had actually joined them. Lu Yin looked up into space. Lu Tianyi. Lu Tianyi walked out from the clouds and arrived at the Above Heaven sect. He bowed to Lu Yin. Lu Tianyi, present. Lu Yin solemnly said, Today, as the Above Heaven sect's Taoist master, I decree you as one of the 3 sons and 6 masters. I hope that you will protect the human realm for eternity. Lu Tianyi bowed. Honorable, Taoist Master's order. As he watched Lu Tianyi slowly walk up the stairway, Lu Yin looked up at the stars. Humans, outsiders, anyone who wishes to join my Above Heaven sect can come. The 3 sons and 6 masters will be filled one by one. In addition, my Above Heaven sect also has the 8 inner Daos and the 8 outer Daos. Danzheng. Danzheng walked over from the clouds that connected to the Lost Clan spacetime and entered the Above Heaven sect. Danzheng, present. Lu Yin looked at Danzheng. As the Above Heaven sect's Taoist master, I decree you as one of the 8 inner Daos to protect my Above Heaven sect. Danzheng bowed respectfully. Honorable, Taoist Master's order. Woodcut. Woodcut stepped over the clouds and bowed to Lu Yin. Woodcut, present. As the Above Heaven sect's Taoist master, I decree you as one of the 8 inner Daos to protect my Above Heaven sect. Woodcut bowed. Honorable, Taoist Master's order. Su Wuwei. Su Wuwei stepped over the clouds and glanced at Lu Yin. He never thought that there would be a day when he would be conferred a title by this person. Back then, this person had done everything he could to join the Void God spacetime, and Su Wuwei had even hated him. He never thought that things would turn out this way. Su Wuwei, present. As the Above Heaven sect's Taoist master, I decree you as one of the 8 inner Taoists to protect my above heaven sect. Su Wuwei bowed respectfully. Honorable, Taoist Master's order. Nether Lord. Big Sis walked out of the clouds and arrived at the above heaven sect. She was rarely serious. Nether Lord, present. Lu Yin looked at her. As the above heaven sect's Taoist master, I decree you as one of the 8 inner Taoists to protect my above heaven sect. Big Sis bowed. Honorable, Taoist master's order. Lu Yin looked at the stars. The 8 inner Taoists will be filled one by one in the future. In the outer spacetime, anyone who is acquainted with us humans can fight for them. At this moment, the above heaven sect encompassed the entire universe. Lu Yin could not create an extremely brilliant above heaven sect alone like the progenitor. He could only take another path, which was to gather all living beings, hoping to make up for the gap with the above heaven sect and crush the Eternals. The 8 outer Taoists are specially set up by my above heaven sect for the powerhouses from the outer spacetime. They do not need to join the above heaven sect and will only be assigned by the above heaven sect. Urji. The starry sky trembled, and the Calamity Expedition appeared in the origin space. The Calamity Expedition was a huge fortress formed by countless stars connected together, and it was full of luxury. Its sudden appearance at this moment shocked many people because its arrival brought with it an indescribable aura of destruction. The people of the Calamity Expedition looked at the above heaven sect and restrained their arrogance. They originally thought that the Calamity Expedition was big enough, but compared to the above heaven sect, it was child's play. Not to mention the above heaven sect, even the ancestral tortoise and hellworm beside it were about the same size as the Calamity Expedition. Urji walked out, and a cloud connected her. She stepped on the cloud and headed toward the above heaven sect. Urji, here. Lu Yin looked at her. The Calamity Expedition is an ally of the above heaven sect. Today, as the path master of the above heaven sect, I order you to be one of the 8 outer paths. I hope that you will work together with the above heaven sect to resist the enemy. Urji looked up at Lu Yin. The Calamity Expedition will not betray our allies. Today, you are one of the 8 outer paths. Thank you, Master Lu. Compared to the 3 sons, 6 lords, and the 8 inner paths, the 8 outer paths were much more casual. This was because they did not belong to the above heaven sect directly and were more of an ally. The 8 outer paths were set up to give the powerhouses from the outer realms some space. Some of the powerhouses from the outer realms might not be willing to join the above heaven sect, but they wanted to work with the above heaven sect to deal with the enemy. The 8 outer paths gave them a choice. Urji walked up the stairway step by step. She really did not expect this day to come. However, she did not have much time left. This was the first time she stepped into the above heaven sect, and perhaps the last time. Moon Immortal. The Moon Immortal walked out of the cloud. She was as beautiful as a painting. She represented the March Alliance. Even though the Moon God was dead, she and Moon Ghost were not weak. Although the illusory poison was weakening them, Lu Yin would eventually find the antidote. Here, Moon Immortal. Lu Yin looked at the Moon Immortal. The March Alliance is the above heaven sect's ally. Today, as the above heaven sect's path master, I order you to be one of the 8 outer paths. I hope you can work with the above heaven sect to fight against the enemy. The Moon Immortal looked at Lu Yin. Thank you, Master Lu. Her attitude at this moment was to express their gratitude to Lu Yin. Without Lu Yin, they might not have been able to survive. As soon as she finished speaking, she slowly walked up the stairway. Urji looked at the Moon Immortal strangely. This woman was very weak. The Moon Immortal smiled at Urji. Urji nodded with a calm expression. Even though the Moon Immortal was much older than Urji, no matter how one looked at it, Urji was the elder sister. Mimi Na. Mimi Na walked out from a cloud and entered the above heaven sect. Mimi Na is here. Many people found it strange. Why were the 8 outer paths all women? The 9-star civilization is the above heaven sect's ally. Today, as the Path Master, I order you to be one of the 8 outer paths. I hope you can work with the above heaven sect to fight against the enemy. Mimi Na bowed. The 9-star civilization thanks Master Lu for saving us. If the above heaven sect has any orders, we will not refuse. Lu Yin smiled. Senior Kakuen is worthy of respect. I hope that the 9-star civilization will have a cultivator who can use the 9 stars reboot without sacrificing their lives, unlike you and Senior Kakuen, who must sacrifice their lives. This was a deterrent to the outside world, telling the Eternals that Mimi Na could use the 9 stars reboot. If the Eternals did not know about this, they would attack the 9-star civilization again. Even if they were severely injured by Mimi Na's 9 stars reboot, the 9-star civilization would lose the power to deter others. Mimi Na understood Lu Yin's meaning. Don't worry, Master Lu. The 9-star civilization will not disappoint you. With that, she walked up the stairway and stood below Urji. Urji and the others looked at the sky. They wanted to see if the 8 outer paths were all women. That should not be the case. Many people were curious. Lu Yin's expression was solemn. Abandoned. The cloud continued to move towards the crowd. Those people surrounded the above heaven sect and watched from afar. They did not expect the cloud to suddenly appear and gave them a fright. What did this mean? Was there a ruthless person among them who was qualified to step on the cloud and enter the above heaven sect? The abandoned walked out in a very low-key manner. He did not attract much attention, but now, he shocked the people around him. Anyone who was qualified to be taken into the above heaven sect by the cloud was a top-notch expert. The abandoned was not used to being the center of attention. At this moment, it was not as simple as being the center of attention. Countless people in the entire universe were staring at him. This made even an expert like him feel a little scared. In the first zone of calamity, the arrow god looked up with a cold gaze. The abandoned was the last survivor of an extinct civilization. He was also the strongest expert of that civilization. It was regrettable that she did not kill him back then, which had caused so much trouble in the 5th zone of calamity. The ancestor of the past was calm. This is the expert on the 5th zone's divine commandment list that must be eliminated? The arrow god's voice was cold. Yes. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3172. What ability does he have? The Forgotten Ruins god was curious. Those who were brought into the sect above heaven by the clouds were the main force against the Eternals. They were also the masters that the Eternals had to eliminate in the future. The arrow god squinted. He's one step ahead. Everyone was surprised. What did that mean? The arrow god said, the abandoned person sequence rule is to always be one step ahead of others. Whether it's time, speed, or space, you can't outrun him. That's why it's hard for me to eliminate him. Blacklist god said, even time can't outrun him. The arrow god didn't answer. She was cold to begin with. What a difficult opponent. The Forgotten Ruins god smiled. Di Qiong said, I remember now. During the battle in the sect above heaven, Ji Luo was entangled by him. The ancestor of the past was indifferent. There are many masters outside. The divine admonition is too late. The abandoned person entered the sect above heaven. Abandoned person, here. Lu Yin said, I know that your civilization was destroyed because of the Eternals. Today, as the master of the sect above heaven, I order you to be one of the 8 outer paths. I hope that you and the sect above heaven will work together to defeat the enemy and prevent this tragedy from happening again. The abandoned person had a complicated look. Prevent this tragedy from happening again. But his tragedy had already happened. I will do my best to eliminate the Eternals. The abandoned person was firm. Then, he stepped onto the stairway. LG looked at the abandoned person. The hatred in his eyes was deep. Lu Yin looked at the stars. Yi Luo. The onlookers looked at each other. Could it be that he was still with them? Then, a cloud came over. Everyone was speechless. Why was this ruthless person with them? Yi Luo walked out of the crowd. His face was pale. Even under the light of the cloud, he looked pale. He looked at the sect above heaven and stepped in. He was forced to join the sect above heaven. The abandoned person and the others might change their minds because of the sect above heaven's strength, but he wouldn't. He had no roots and only wanted to lead a peaceful life with Yi Xing and Yi Xiaoxiao. He didn't want to participate in the war. But now, he couldn't fulfill his wish. Yi Xing's thoughts were completely different. He was still young and wanted to see a wider world. He didn't want to follow Yi Luo and spend his life with some corpses. If he had felt disgust and hatred towards Lu Yin before, then there was only shock and reverence in his heart now. Lu Yin was like a brand that was deeply imprinted in his heart. Even though Yi Wu had the ability to leave the above heaven sect, Yi Xing did not want to leave. He wanted to stay in the above heaven sect and see this universe. Yi Ruo, here. Yi Qin was not used to stepping on the ground of the sky above sky sect. He was used to dealing with corpses, not in front of everyone. He was even more unaccustomed to it than the outcast. Lu Yin looked at her. I know you're a rootless duckweed drifting across the 4 seas, but humanity is a whole. If there's a day when there are no more humans in the universe, then you won't be alone. But dead silence. Yi Ro was shocked, but she did not respond. Today, as the Taoist master of the above heaven sect, I confer upon you the title of one of the 8 outer Taos. I hope that you will advance and retreat together with us humans to resist the foreign enemies. Yi Ro took a deep breath. Understood. After saying that, he stepped onto the stairway to heaven. Lu Yin waited for Yi Kan to stand still before looking up at the sky. Emperor Shang. There were many huge mechas standing on top of a cloud. These mechas came from the Limitless Empire. Mechas were things like this. They were already full of deterrence, and the Prime Emperor Mecha was even more of a deterrent. When Lu Yin called out Emperor Shang's name, the Prime Emperor Mecha walked out and headed towards the above heaven sect. Behind them, the people of the Limitless Empire watched in shock. Only now did they realize how powerful the 5th mainland that they had wanted to conquer was. Only now did they realize how insignificant they had been. At this moment, they were all glad that they had not fought to the death with the above heaven sect. Otherwise, the Limitless Empire would have been gone. One had to know that the people who had accompanied Lu Yin to the Limitless Empire were all experts of the 8 inner Taos. Above them were the 3 suns, 6 lords, and the 3 realms, 6 Taos. Any one of these experts was enough to make the Limitless Empire fall into despair. Emperor Shang was also glad, but he also lamented that he was getting further and further away from being a hired thug. Shang Tianzong and Shang Qing looked at each other and saw the bitterness in each other's eyes. Compared to the above heaven sect, what was there to fight for in a small limitless empire? They were still dependent on others. Compared to Lu Yin, they were nothing. Emperor Shang, here. Lu Yin looked at the tall Prime Emperor Mecha and smiled. Today, as the Tao Master of the above heaven sect, I confer you as one of the 8 outer Taos. I hope that you will use the sword in your hand to kill the enemies of the human race and protect our race with your majestic body. Emperor Shang bowed respectfully. Honored, Tao Master's order. In theory, the 8 outer Taoists were only in alliance with the above heaven sect. However, Emperor Shang's attitude showed that they were inferior. Clearly, they were not on the same level as Lu Yin. Because the Mecca was too big, Emperor Shang could only walk out of it and step by step onto the sky stairway. Lu Yin took into account that he was an ordinary person and made arrangements. Otherwise, he would not be able to step onto the sky stairway. As Emperor Shang stood still, the arrangements for the 8 outer Taoists were also completed. From today onwards, the 8 outer Taoists will invite experts from the outer regions to join us. At this point, the framework of the new above heaven sect had been formed. Aside from the original 3 realms and 6 Taoists, there were also the 3 sons and 6 lords, the 8 inner Taoists, and the 8 outer Taoists that needed to be filled. These were all sequence law powerhouses. The others like Elder Chan, Ling Qing, Shao Qin, and Mu Xie did not have the qualifications to join. They were only ordinary progenitors, even if they could display great strength. The sequence law was a threshold. Lu Yin did not set a framework based on relationships, as it was based on realms. Unless the path that Shao Qin and the others had taken surpassed the sequence law by too much. During the Daosor sect's era, Progenitor Qin, Progenitor Ku, and the others had been on the same level as Xia Xinji and Wang Fan. Lu Yin looked at the stars. The universe is filled with countless life forms. We humans are the first, and there are countless heroes. Since the long river of time, in the distant above heaven sect era, as Lu Yin spoke, he continued to describe the strength of the human race. One figure after another arrived on auspicious clouds. They were Elder Chan and the other progenitors. Elder Chan, Ling Qing, Shao Qin, Mu Xie, Lu Qi, Qing Ping, Xia Xinji, Xia Zhen, Wang Jian, Bai Sheng, Nong Yi, Shi Wei, Mu Tao from the wood spacetime, Su Heng from the void god spacetime, Su Leng from the void god spacetime, and so on. One by one, these progenitors stepped onto auspicious clouds and landed on the above heaven sect. The onlookers looked up in shock, as they had never seen so many progenitors before. In the past, the reincarnation spacetime's 3 sovereigns and 9 sages had already shocked them. They had never imagined that a parallel spacetime would have so many powerhouses. Now, compared to the above heaven sect, the reincarnation spacetime was much weaker. These progenitors appeared one after another, and everyone who saw this scene was speechless. Even the first domain of disaster was speechless. Although the 3 powers and 6 seas were arrogant and looked down on ordinary progenitors, any cultivator who could reach the progenitor realm had the ability to create more possibilities. Who could say for sure where these ordinary progenitors would stand in the future? Perhaps they would stand in the 8 inner and outer Taoists, or perhaps the 3 sons and 6 lords. Or perhaps they would stand at the peak close to Lu Yin. Who could be sure? At this moment, the strength of the human race was fully displayed. The entire above heaven sect was wrapped in colorful auspicious clouds. In the reincarnation spacetime, the 9th stage Lotus Venerate watched in shock. If the above heaven sect wanted to attack the reincarnation spacetime, it would be absolutely easy. Even if a Grand Empyrean returned, it would be useless. At this moment, the above heaven sect was clearly the everlasting race that had brought despair to the human race. Bodhi Saint, Food Saint, by Wang Yuan, and the others looked at the above heaven sect speechlessly. The 36 immortals of the reincarnation spacetime were all dumbfounded. In White Cloud City, Lu Pianran stood beside Jiang Feng. Even someone as gentle as Lu Pianran was stunned at this moment. This Lu Yin actually pulled off such a big scene. Jiang Feng praised, "He's the same kind of person as me, and he's even further than me." In the 5 spirit races, the Ice Master exclaimed. This was a true colossus. With so many sequence law powerhouses and even legendary powerhouses, the everlasting race must be having a headache now. In the outer realm, many creatures communicated with each other. They knew that a true colossus had appeared. The once glorious days of the above heaven sect had appeared once again. The star devourer ran away directly. It couldn't find the Violet Emperor, so it was probably dead. The star toad shook the copper coin on its neck and muttered to itself, "No, I can't let Luin know that I let Dahing deal with him, or it'll be troublesome." How did he do it? There are so many powerhouses, and there's even someone like Lu Yuan who broke through to the primordial realm. This is bad. I can't play with him anymore, or I'll suffer a loss. I can't play with him anymore. I can't play with the everlasting race anymore. Even the star toad was stunned, let alone the outer realm creatures. The moment the above heaven sect declared war, most of the outer realm creatures that originally helped the everlasting race ran away. It wasn't that they didn't want to help the everlasting race, but that they couldn't. The enemy was too powerful. Lu Yin stood on the stairway to heaven and looked down. He was filled with lofty aspirations. What about the everlasting race? The despair they had brought was being crushed by him. He had done it. He could lead the human race to rise. He could do everything he wanted. There were so many powerhouses. This was the human race, the glorious human race. Man was the strongest of all things. It had been so in the past, and it would be so in the future. Lu Yin opened his arms and welcomed the countless gazes. From today onwards, we humans are invincible. We are the masters of all things. Countless people roared excitedly, "Lord Lu is invincible. Lord Lu is invincible. Lord Lu is invincible." Countless voices converged into a river, as if stirring up the ancient river of time. Gazes seemed to come from the past and look at Lu Yin. Lu Yin closed his eyes. At that moment, his thoughts spread out endlessly. He looked at the fifth mainland, the sixth mainland, the starry sky of the tree, the wood dimension, the lost clan dimension, the void god dimension, and so on. He looked at the many parallel dimensions that were connected. Unknowingly, the starry sky in his heart suddenly expanded. It was invisible, but Lu Yin could clearly see it. With him as the center, he stepped on the starry sky, and the entire starry sky expanded. It was his starry sky, and the stars represented his power. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3173. Previously, no matter how much the starry sky in Lu Yin's heart was released, it could not spread far. At most, it could cover his surroundings. Now, he knew that he could cover a very, very far area, including the above heaven sect. The starry sky in his heart welcomed an explosion. He did not know what this explosion meant for him, but he knew that his power had transformed. This was the support of countless people, allowing him to transform. Lu Yin looked into the distance. At this moment, he was not only recognized by the Genesis space, but also by the Wood spacetime, the Void God spacetime, the Lost Clan spacetime, and other parallel spacetimes. Guardian beasts, prison dragon, ancestral turtle, divine eagle, and ancestral mang. Lu Yin waved his hand, and outside the above heaven sect, the prison dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws. The ancestral turtle reluctantly raised its head, and the divine eagle and ancestral mang's phantoms appeared. Although these two disliked Lu Yin, it did not prevent him from using them. After all, they were progenitors. Now, 4 more progenitors were added, leaving everyone speechless. Far away, the cheap fish slapped Shi-Chi's head angrily. "Unfair, unfair, it's those two again. Why is it them again? I want to beat them up, beat them up." Shi-Chi felt wronged. "What are you talking about?" The cheap fish slapped its tail. "Girl, you are too disappointing. Let Lord Fish cultivate until you reach that kid's level." Otherwise, you don't deserve to be Lord Fish's mount. Shi-Chi looked at it pointing at Lu Yin and said bitterly, how can I? Useless. Time, you just lack time. As long as you have enough time, Lord Fish guarantees that you will catch up to that kid. The atmosphere in the Genesis space reached its peak. Everyone was shocked and cheered, as if they had seen the scene of a human pointing his sword at the starry sky. Lu Yin opened his eyes. Today, it is for the Imperial Martial Arts. Since it is for the Imperial Martial Arts, I will sacrifice the flag. I will do it. With that, he stepped out and disappeared. This was the gift he had prepared for the Imperial Martial Arts. Countless people were confused. What did he mean? Where was Master Lu? He was going to sacrifice the flag. Who would sacrifice the flag? Ordinary people were not qualified. In the endless battlefield, on a planet in a parallel universe, countless people were listening to the broadcast. They couldn't see the screen, as there was only one screen in the entire parallel universe. They weren't qualified to see it, but they could listen to the broadcast from the people who were watching the screen. They were similarly excited about the above heaven sect's martial edict, and they were also excited about Lu Yin. In the crowd, an old man was leisurely sipping his tea. His gaze pierced through the endless void and landed on the screen of light. His eyes were cold and sinister. He was Emo Shang, and the higher Lu Yin had climbed, the more he didn't dare to show his face. The Everlasting Tribe had once invited him to join, and he had been tempted to join. However, the Everlasting Tribe was increasingly unable to resist the above heaven sect, and they had even been forced to hide in the first zone of calamity. How could he join them under such circumstances? However, he still believed that there was a limit to one's power. When an era was too bright, what awaited it was destruction. The sect above heaven was like this in the past. Now, the sect above heaven was not far away. He was willing to wait until the heaven above heaven's eye was destroyed. He would wait until the day Lu Yin died. He would never give up on the eye of heaven, and he would definitely obtain it. Master Lu is mighty. A loud shout caused Emo Shang to frown. Everyone around him was cheering, and they were extremely excited. Only those who had lived in the endless battlefield could truly understand what Lu Yin had brought them. In the past, the endless battlefield had been a grindstone of life and death, and their lives had been filled with despair. Now, they had returned to normal, and they no longer had to worry about being mysteriously killed on the streets or encountering the Everlasting Tribe. The Everlasting Tribe no longer had to worry about which region had a war to avoid. All of this had been brought about by Master Lu. Emo Shang was displeased by the revelry of countless people. He raised a finger. It was too noisy, and he needed to quiet down. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he turned around. Someone was staring at him. Emo Shang's eyes narrowed. Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled at him. Old Emo, long time no see. You're really good at hiding. Emo Shang immediately attacked, not at Lu Yin, but at the people around him. He didn't want to fight Lu Yin, and he could only run. This Lu Yin was clearly in the above heaven, and he had just said that he would sacrifice his flag. Now, he had appeared here. Was he going to sacrifice his flag? Emo Shang didn't think that he would lose to Lu Yin, but he also didn't want to expose himself to the above heaven's blade at this time. Lu Yuan and Hongyan Mavis were watching. The moment he attacked, the Divine Seal catalog appeared above Lu Yin's head. Golden light scattered across the sky, dispersing the darkness. At the same time, Lu Yin used the reverse step and appeared in front of Emo Shang. At this moment, Emo Shang had already used the sequence laws, making it difficult for the reverse step to succeed. But it didn't matter. He only needed 1 second. He still had 1 second to use the reverse step. In just 1 second, Lu Yin grabbed Emo Shang and tore through the void, arriving at the above heaven. Everything happened too quickly. Mo Shang was stunned. He never would have thought that the little fellow who had once struggled at death's door under his hands, who had done everything he could to survive, had now completely taken the initiative and directly pulled him to the above heaven. When they arrived at the above heaven, golden light shone brightly. Mo Shang saw Lu Yin in front of him and quickly retreated. Below, on the sky stairwell, countless gazes fell on Mo Shang. Outside the above heaven, many parallel universes, the everlasting tribe, and the outer realms all looked at Mo Shang. Mo Shang's hair stood on end. Lu Yuan, Hongyan Mavis, and the others' gazes brought him great pressure. Lu Yuan's eyes were smiling. Hongyan Mavis was puzzled. This person seemed to be the former sect master of Elysium as well. Doshing smiled so widely that his mouth split open. Interesting. Big Sis made a killing gesture at Mo Shang. The wooden blade was unsheathed, and a cold glint flashed. Yi Ruo and the abandoned path watched coldly. At the bottom of the sky stairwell, Lu Bujing smiled bitterly. Old Mo, you're out of luck. Kue Luo cackled, this guy is doomed. Elder Chan's gaze was full of sympathy, this guy was really unlucky. Not only had he been discovered, but he had also been brought to the above heaven. Only one person had experienced this before, Wang Xi. Back then, Lu Yin had executed Wang Xi on the sky stairwell, shocking everyone. Now, the second person to be executed was Mo Shang, a powerhouse of the sequence laws. Everyone knew that Mo Shang would face an extremely miserable fate. Mo Shang stared blankly at the above heaven, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Master Lu, I'll join the above heaven. I'll be at your disposal. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Mo Shang, one of the 12 Elysium sect masters during the era of the above heaven. During the war with the Eternals, he betrayed Wu Tian, one of the 3 realms' 6 paths, and hid in the endless battlefield out of fear of death. The Eternals attacked the above heaven, but not only did they not help the above heaven, they even attacked the above heaven. Although he did not explicitly join the Eternals, he betrayed humanity. He is a powerhouse of the sequence laws, an existence above the progenitor realm. He was personally acknowledged by the Eternals. Once he joined, he would be able to ascend to the 7 sky gods. He is one of the top experts in the history of mankind. Today, as the above heaven sect master, I take you as a sacrifice for this martial edict. When he finished speaking, Lu Yin released the starry sky in his heart. In the past, he had only felt that the moment he released it, the surrounding space would be filled with contradictions with this part of spacetime. The 2 spacetimes would repel each other, forming the lines of a void world. Now, this feeling still existed, but it had expanded greatly and was released according to Lu Yin's will. He did not directly encompass the entire above heaven. Like before, he only released it in the surroundings. The land and the starry sky in his heart appeared, and Lu Yin visualized it at the same time. The land overlapped and directly covered the above heaven, blocking out the auspicious clouds. Mo Shang impatiently pleaded, Master Lu, I did not betray humanity. What happened back then was a misunderstanding. You all misunderstood me. I did not intend to attack the above heaven. As soon as he finished speaking, endless darkness spread out with him as the center, covering the entire above heaven. It was great darkness sky, the profundity of the dark sequence's laws. Mo Shang knew that he only had one chance to attack. He did not believe that Lu Yin, who was only a demi-ancestor, could really kill him. He only believed that there would definitely be people among the people below who would attack him. Mo Shang was only trying to create momentum for Lu Yin. He had to guard against those people below. However, no one on the stairway to heaven moved. Mo Shang's great darkness sky directly covered the above heaven and blocked the stairway to heaven. He believed that even if those people below wanted to attack him, they would first have to disperse great darkness sky, giving him time to escape. However, he did not realize that the land above his head had completely overlapped and was crashing down. The moment the land fell, Mo Shang realized that something was wrong. The darkness swallowed up the land. He raised his hand and used his finger sword technique, wanting to tear the land apart. However, regardless of whether it was the sequence particles or the finger sword technique, they were all crushed by the land. Even Fengbu's sequence laws were useless, let alone Mo Shang. He was an expert of the sequence laws, but he definitely could not reach the level of the 7 sky gods. The land fell completely, and Mo Shang's entire body was pressed down and kept falling. It was only then that he realized that no one was helping him. It was Lu Yin who wanted to attack him. This Lu Yin wanted to kill him, an expert of the sequence laws, even though he was only a demi-ancestor. Impossible. How could a demi-ancestor kill him? He had thought that Lu Yin's solo banishment of Di Qiong after his return was fake and that the above heaven had created momentum for Lu Yin. Now, he knew that it was real. How could this monster reach such heights as a demi-ancestor? How? Pfft. Mo Shang spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. He looked at Lu Yin and said, "Deprive him of his senses." This was his ancestral world, and he wanted to deprive Lu Yin of all of his senses of the outside world. In the past, this move had caused Dan Pu to lose her ability to move. She did not even know if she was dead or alive. If not for her divine power, the people in the game of 1,000 faces would have been controlled as well. However, this move was now useless against Lu Yin. The divine seal catalog shone brightly, and living beings appeared on the land. An even more terrifying pressure descended, and Mo Shang screamed as his arms were crushed. His sequence particles were pressed down, and his entire body was being suppressed. He recalled that this was a method of the primogenitor, and he had read about it in ancient texts. Lu Yin had actually taken the primogenitor's path. This land could suppress everything. Master Lu, spare me. I beg you, spare me. I'm willing to serve the above heaven and the human race. You need my strength to fight against the Eternals. Please, Master Lu, my strength is useful, and I can contribute to the human race. Mo Shang wailed. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3174. Lu Yin shook his head. He still had a blade in his cosmic ring that could kill Mo Shang. It had come from the undying deity and contained the power of decay. He had once thought that he would need to use that blade to kill Mo Shang, but now, he no longer needed it. If he could kill Count Feng, what more Mo Shang? The moment Mo Shang had been brought to the above sky sect, his fate had been sealed. His only use was as a sacrifice to the sect. Did humans need experts? Of course they did, but not every expert did. This person was selfish and had once enjoyed the above sky sect's favor, but he had betrayed them. He was a human, but he did not care about humans. Such an expert was only suitable as a sacrifice. Master Lu, don't force me. I know you have divine power, but don't force me to say it. I just want to live, and I'm willing to submit, Mo Shang threatened in a low voice, his eyes sinister. Lu Yin sneered. You can say it all you want. Who doesn't know? Mo Shang was stunned. Everyone knows. Why do you think I became the above sky sect's path master? What do you think I sacrificed? Do you think you can control me with divine power? Lu Yin mocked. Master Lu, I'm willing to submit. Master Lu. Mo Shang roared as his blood splattered on the stairway. The great dark sky had already dissipated, and everyone in the above sky sect watched as Mo Shang continued to fall while carrying the land. He could not dodge or escape, as this was the land suppression. Lu Yin could use it to suppress countless people, but it could also suppress him alone. Lu Bujing sighed. It's over. Old Mo, the grudge between us has completely disappeared. Boom. There was a loud explosion as the land disappeared, and Mo Shang's entire body crashed into the above sky sect. His limbs were shattered, and his body was bent at an irregular angle. Everyone who saw this scene was speechless. They just looked on like that. A dignified expert of the sequence's laws had fallen just like that. Lu Yin looked down at old Mo. This person was the first person he had encountered who had used the sequence's laws to attack him. Lu Yin had been in a sorry state back then, and if not for Celestial Eye and his divine power, he would have died long ago. Old Mo could be considered a watershed in Lu Yin's path of cultivation. Before and after this person's appearance, Lu Yin had deeply felt the power of the sequence's laws. This person had once been invincible, but now, he was insignificant. Old Monster Mo's face was a mess of flesh and blood as he cried out in a low voice, Lu, Master Lu, I beg you, spare my life, I beg you, I beg you, I beg you. Lu Yin looked down from above, the golden radiance making him appear incomparably divine as his shadow enveloped old Monster Mo's body. Why didn't you think of this moment when you betrayed Wu Tian? Why haven't you thought about dealing with above heaven? He then looked around at the sky. People have to pay the price for what they've done. There's no turning back for betrayal, and anyone who dares to betray humanity will face the same fate. There's no exception. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand casually. A terrifying power streaked across the sky like a meteor, slamming into old Devil Mo and killing him. Following that, the commander appointment platform appeared, and Lu Yin directly selected old Monster Mo. This was the outcome. Betraying the human race would definitely not end well. This scene sent chills down the spines of countless onlookers. Those who had thought that they would be able to take advantage of the situation were now terrified. They could not betray Lu Yin. The Eternals were terrifying, but Lu Yin was even more terrifying. The military edict had won Lu Yin the hearts of countless people, but the flag sacrifice had also sent chills down their spines. The way of a king was to use both kindness and authority. Lu Yin was not a good person, nor was he a saint. He was just a normal person with flesh and blood and emotions. He was willing to give up everything for humanity, and he was also willing to take their lives. He only wanted a clear conscience, and he only wanted to exterminate the Eternals so that humanity would no longer have any enemies. He only wanted to live a peaceful life, but that day was still far away. He turned around and walked up the staircase, passing by everyone. Finally, Lu Yin reached the top of the staircase and stood in front of the primogenitor's statue. He faced everyone. No matter how strong the enemy is, do not be afraid. I will stand in front of all of you. Remember, there's a kind of person in front of you called Lu Yin. Endless cheers rang out from the many parallel universes. They saw one person standing in front of everyone, blocking the disasters. That person was called Lu Yin, and Lu Yin would always be in front of them. Countless people were infected by Lu Yin, and they all became excited and spirited. Even people with cold personalities like Wendy Yushan and Zhua Daynite suppressed their excitement. It was as if they could see the endless glory of humanity. That day, this person would still be standing there, leading everyone towards the light. The outer realm was silent as Lu Yin's ruling power was displayed to its fullest. They knew that humanity would no longer be in a state of disunity, and they would follow this person into the unknown. Even if it was a bottomless abyss, they would jump down with him. The most terrifying thing was that this person was still very young, very young. The following generations and generations would all submit to him. The first calamity zone was terrifyingly quiet. Di Qiong and the others did not say a word. At this moment, Lu Yin gave them a lot of pressure. He Wuxian regretted his decision. He should not have given Lu Yin the chance of 100,000 years. He should have dealt with Lu Yin the first time they had met, but it was too late now. Do you still remember how the once glorious era of heaven above earth ended? The ancestor's voice rang out, attracting everyone's attention. The ancestor's gaze swept across the ancient god and the others. Because of arrogance. Progenitor, which of the 3 realms, 6 Daos, 9 mountains and 8 seas isn't invincible? Heaven above earth did not accept outsiders, and all the races came to pay homage. How glorious was that? They lost because of their arrogance. They did not know that the Eternals were secretly plotting against them. They did not believe that there was an enemy, so they lost. What about now? When Lu Yin rose up, did any of you really care? The ancestor looked at the forgotten ruins god. The stage. He has already torn down the stage you built. He has already reached a height that none of you can reach, even if he is only a half-ancestor. After saying that, she turned to look at the Black Mother tree. He probably didn't think about it either. Otherwise, he would have done it regardless of the price. Now, are you sure that the 3rd God's commandment is for humans or for us? Beneath the Black Mother tree, the Grand Empyrean looked at the screen with a burning gaze. Little thing, you really went up. Let me see what you can do now. The martial edict had brought unprecedented confidence to the humans. The strength of heaven above earth had made the Eternals and the outsiders speechless. Lu Yin's efforts had not been in vain. Now, there were constantly parallel universes connecting to the Genesis space, and the limitless empire had never stopped working. As for Lu Yin, he was calm and fishing in heaven above earth. If he immediately caused trouble for the Eternals after the martial edict, it would be easy for them to plot against him. He had to take the initiative. There would definitely be a decisive battle with the Eternals. For this battle, he had to prepare a lot. It was not time yet. The martial edict was not a declaration of war. It was only the first step to restoring the humans' confidence. The true declaration of war was not yet, but it was not far away. As for now, it was very difficult for the Eternals to attack the humans. The initiative had already shifted. On this day, a butterfly flew across the starry sky, shuttling through parallel universes and arriving at the Lost Clan's dimension. In the starry sky of the tree, Lu Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, took a step forward, and disappeared. In the Lost Clan's dimension, a faint light shrouded them. All the Lost Clan members were stunned like statues. Even the progenitors like Dan Zheng and Dan Yen, as well as Grand Elder Dan Gu, were frozen in place, holding cards in their hands. The butterfly slowly flapped its wings and spoke in a soft and pleasant voice, "Please don't misunderstand. I have no intention of targeting you humans, but this race must be taken away. This is my duty." Lu Yuan walked out from under the starry sky and looked at the butterfly with murderous eyes. "Are you joking? The Lost Clan has just joined heaven above earth, and you want to attack them. You say you have no intention of targeting us. Previously, the Eternals were at a disadvantage because you wanted to help them. What are you trying to do?" The butterfly was helpless. "I made it very clear in the previous battle that the Eternals and you humans are evenly matched. If you fight, no one will benefit. That's why I deliberately stopped the war. If you start now, I won't stop you. As for this race, they come from another universe. My duty is to expel visitors from other universes. I have no intention of targeting you. Please don't misunderstand." Lu Yuan shouted, "You didn't come earlier or later. You came after the Lost Clan joined heaven above earth. Isn't this a slap to heaven above earth's face?" The butterfly's voice became softer. "I'm sorry, the Eternal Clan told me. I didn't find this race before, but since I know, I can't leave them alone. Again, please don't misunderstand. Humans have helped me before, and I have no intention of targeting them. Really? Moreover, I have no intention of doing anything to this race. I just want to expel them. At this time, Grand Elder Dan Gu recovered. He looked at the butterfly in confusion. Who are you? Why are you attacking us? The butterfly flapped its wings beautifully. Your race doesn't belong to this universe, so please leave. Grand Elder Dan Gu's expression changed. Lu Yuan knew it was the truth when he saw Grand Elder Dan Gu's expression. He frowned and stared at the butterfly. No matter what, since the lost clan has joined heaven above earth, there is no reason for them to leave. Go, we will protect this race. The butterfly said, please don't hinder me. This is my duty. If I don't expel them, it will be my mistake. Please don't make things difficult for me. At this time, Luin arrived. The lost clan's spacetime was connected to the primordial space. He had also gained the recognition of the lost clan's spacetime and sensed the abnormality here. It's you again. You're called Tianan, right? Lu Yin looked at the butterfly with vigilance. The butterfly greeted gently, we meet again. I'm sorry, I don't mean to target you, but this race doesn't belong to our universe. I can only ask you to leave. Please don't make things difficult for me. Lu Yin frowned, you found the wrong person. It's not the lost clan that doesn't belong to this universe. It's the eternal clan. New volume opened, Invincible. Brothers, thank you for your support. Thank you. QZQ 4418 Baidu. Brothers reward, I'll make up for the previous chapter. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3175. Lu Yuan was taken aback by Elder Gu's words, and he gave Lu Yin a strange look. Was he lying through his teeth? Even Great Elder Gu admitted it. The butterfly was also stunned for a moment. Well, I'm sorry, but I'm very sure it's this clan. Please don't make things difficult for me. Lu Yin looked at the butterfly seriously. I'm not making things difficult for you. It really isn't them. It's the Eternals. It's this clan. No. Please don't make things difficult for me. I'm not making things difficult for you. In fact, I'm happy to help you. If the Eternals don't agree to be expelled, I'll help you. Sorry, it is indeed this clan. Absolutely not. They're the Eternals. I'm very sure of it. I'll help you drive them away. Lu Yuan was speechless. He was domineering, and even a rascal at times, but he was far from being comparable to this kid. Where did he learn to lie through his teeth and throw dirty water at him? He felt that it was too much to force others to believe him when they didn't believe him. The butterfly felt that it was impossible to communicate. Please don't make things difficult for me. I'm from this race. Lu Yin retorted, what makes you think that it's the lost clan? Where's the evidence? Butterfly paused. I can feel it. Lu Yin shook his head. Look, the word feeling is too abstract. How can it be convincing? I'm certain that the Eternals don't belong to this universe. I can feel it too. Do you believe me? The more abstract it was, the easier it was to manipulate it. If it were anyone else, why would the butterfly hold back? It would directly take away the lost clan. However, it was rather troubled by Lu Yin, mainly because Lu Yuan was also at the primordial realm. Human, what is your name? Butterfly asked. Lu Yin replied naturally, call me Seventh Bro. Great Elder Shan Gu's face twitched. The butterfly did not know how to respond. Human, I bear you no ill will. It is my duty to expel those who do not belong to this universe. If you insist on giving me a hard time, I might drag you down with me. My name is Grace, and there is another called Heaven's Punishment. It specializes in punishing creatures who do not obey its rules, especially this race. If they do not leave, it will appear. It is not as easy to talk to as I am. Luin clasped his hands behind his back. Everything has to be reasonable. Find evidence that the lost clan doesn't belong to this universe, and I'll help you banish them. Otherwise, listen to me and investigate the everlasting clan. They definitely don't belong to this universe, and I can confront them. The butterfly said helplessly, "Human, if you incur divine punishment, you will regret it." Luin covered his forehead. "Yes, I also think that I will regret it, but if you can't produce any evidence, how can I hand the lost clan over to you? You see, your duty is to expel people who don't belong to this universe, but you didn't do it properly. How about this? I'll point you in the right direction. There's a guy from the Eternals called Fingbua. His power is called the defense of the 9 heavens. He said he doesn't belong to this universe. Why don't you go and take a look?" Butterfly was surprised. The god of defense of the 9 heavens. Is that what that person said? You think I'm making it up? How disrespectful. Also, call me 7th brother. I'll go and ask the Eternal. Humans, this race doesn't belong to this universe. They must be expelled. I'll come again. I hope you won't make things difficult for me. Otherwise, divine punishment will come. With that, the butterfly turned and flew away, taking the light with it. When the light disappeared, all the lost clansmen returned to normal. Lu Yin's face darkened. His face darkened. This butterfly was also troublesome. It had interfered in the previous battle, and now it was here again. Although it was the Eternals who had told it about the lost tribe, since it had been used by the Eternals once, it could be used again, just like the star toad. The Eternals really had many tricks up their sleeves. "Gentlemen, let me take you to a place," Elder Dan Gu said to Lu Yin and Lu Yuan after the butterfly left. The two of them silently followed Great Elder Dan Gu to a relatively large but shabby building made of unknown materials. The building was filled with the scars of time, with all sorts of weapon marks and battle scars. There were even black stains on the walls that Lu Yin and Lu Yin knew what they were. As soon as they entered the building, they smelled an unpleasant odor of decay. Elder Dan Gu walked in front of them with a complicated expression. There were courtyards, attics, corridors, and even a small bridge with flowing water. However, the water had long since dried up. No matter how they looked at it, this building was uninhabited. "This is the place where we lived on our way to this universe." Elder Dan Gu looked back at Lu Yuan and Lu Yin with sorrow and bitterness, as if he was reminiscing about something. "When we came here, our lost clan only had 3,262 people. I don't know how much time has passed, but it has been at least several years. For several years, not a single person spoke. Everyone lived here in silence, just like a shell. In truth, we are indeed just shells." That final battle connected the past and the present. One after another, the old seniors tread on the river of time to come here. Some of them planned for the ages, some of them pretended to be dead, all for the sake of that final battle. We won. That was the most difficult battle we have ever seen. It lasted for a very long time, and far too many people died. It is simply impossible to count. Elder Dan Gu recalled, there were no innocents in that battle. Even the ordinary people who didn't know about it weren't innocent, because they were born in that universe and were destined to bear the karma of that universe. Humans were like weeds, and when a batch died, another batch would be born. At that time, everyone was in a killing frenzy, and no one cared about the lives of others. They only had eyes for the enemy. In the end, that battle still ended with our victory. But Great Elder Dan Gu closed his eyes and became silent. Lu Yuan looked at Lu Yin. He didn't know what had happened to the lost clan, but Lu Yin had heard about it. But so what if we defeated the enemy? We thought that the most difficult battle, the most beautiful victory, and the fruits of victory that were irrigated with countless lives were nothing more than a pebble in the eyes of a certain existence. That's why we fled and came to this universe. We didn't say these things to get the celestial sect to protect us. It's the exact opposite. Elder Dan Gu looked at Lu Yin. Let Tianan send us back. We can't resist that existence, but I want to see that existence again. I want to see our home. We can't find our home ourselves. If Tianan can help us find it, we'd rather go back. It can't find it. A voice suddenly rang out, and the surroundings turned gray, gradually expanding. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow and looked in a certain direction. Seeing this, Lu Yin was overjoyed. Master. Elder Dan Gu was surprised. Who was it? He had not noticed when the other person had appeared at all. Nearby, Mr. Mu emerged from the void and walked over step by step. He looked at Lu Yuan, and Lu Yuan looked at him as well. Congratulations, fertile earth. You've reached the primordial realm, Mr. Mu praised. Lu Yuan smiled. Mr. Mu, long time no see. Mr. Mu was on the same level as the founding ancestor. He had appeared when the celestial sect was at its peak, so he naturally had seen Lu Yuan and the others. Moreover, he had seen them when they were young. In the blink of an eye, you've all grown up. The Inception School has produced some good disciples, Mr. Mu praised. Lu Yuan smiled bitterly. You're joking, Mr. The celestial sect has been destroyed. We've either died or gone missing. There aren't many who survived, so how can there be any good disciples? Oh right, there's also a traitor. Mr. Mu smiled. You were able to reach the primordial realm, but this might not be your end. I have high hopes for you. Thank you, Mr. Thank you even more for teaching our little seven. Lu Yuan was truly grateful. Mr. Mu looked at Lu Yin. The path is getting more and more blurry. I didn't teach you anything. Lu Yin bowed. Master, why have you come? How's Immemorial City? How's the founding ancestor? Lu Yuan was excited. He had heard from Lu Yin that the founding ancestor was in Immemorial City. This made him want to go to Immemorial City, but he could not let go of this place. Mr. Mu said, Immemorial City is fine. Because of your activities, the Eternals' war has slowed down. I never thought that even the protectors of the four directions would be drawn out. The group was puzzled. The protectors of the four directions. Mr. Mu looked at Elder Dan Gu. The protectors of the four directions are responsible for guarding the four sides of this universe. Any creatures from the outside universe will be expelled by the protectors of the four directions, and you are no exception. That butterfly was right. This is its duty. However, there is something that you do not understand. Expulsion does not mean that you will find your home. Elder Dan Gu's expression changed. What do you mean? Mr. Mu said, expulsion means that you will be thrown out of this universe. This is done out of fear for you and the above heaven sect. If you were an ordinary creature without much strength or background, then it would not be expelled, but rather killed. The protectors of the four directions are responsible for cleaning up all creatures that do not belong to this universe. They can either expel them or kill them. They do not have the ability to help you find your home. They only belong to this universe, and they only exist in this universe. Elder Dan Gu's expression darkened. He had thought that he could use the butterfly to return to his home, but if the butterfly could not help him return, then what right did he have to leave? In this universe, even progenitors did not dare to casually tear through the void and enter an unfamiliar parallel universe, let alone throw them into an unfamiliar universe. That would be equivalent to forcing them to their deaths. Master, what do you mean by this universe? Who set the rules for the protectors of the four directions? Or did they form an alliance on their own? Lu Yin asked. Mr. Mu said, when it's time for you to know, you will know. A certain existence has appeared in my universe and the Lost Clan's universe. I cannot speak of it, or it will easily draw them out. Lu Yin's heart sank. Was even Mr. Mu so fearful? How strong are the protectors of the four directions? Lu Yuan asked. Mr. Mu said, they are all at the primordial realm. Lu Yuan frowned. This was troublesome. If they wanted to protect the Lost Clan, they would have to face four primordial realm experts. They would not be as easy to deal with as the Eternals. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Are they purely fulfilling their duties, or are they helping the Eternals in the name of their duties? Mr. Mu paused. Both. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3176. Killing intent flashed through Lu Yin's eyes. As expected, the butterfly had said that it wanted both sides to stop fighting during the first battle of Disaster Realm, but it was actually helping the everlasting race. Now, the sect above heaven had just issued a military decree, and it was here again. If it took away the lost race, where would the sect above heaven's face go? The everlasting race only needed to spread the news a little, and Lu Yin would become a joke. No matter how he looked at it, the butterfly was helping the everlasting race. Mr. Mu said solemnly, the protectors of the four directions are not to be trifled with. I also sensed Jinnan's aura, which was why I had no choice but to come here from Immemorial City. If you want to protect the lost race, you have to fight the protectors of the four directions with your full strength. With the current strength of the humans, you might be able to deal with the protectors of the four directions, but the everlasting race will be very difficult to deal with. We'll do it ourselves, Elder Shan Gu said sternly. The lost race rarely interacted with other civilizations because they did not want to lose anything. Now, it was the same. They could be lost to other civilizations since they were not familiar with each other. Lu Yuan could not help but say, since the protectors of the four directions have their duties, they shouldn't fight us to the death for the sake of the lost race. If we really end up killing them, their duties will become even more useless. Mr. Mu said, sending 2 or 3 is not a problem. The protectors of the four directions rarely appear. It's been so many years, and they've only appeared a few times because creatures that do not belong to this universe have difficulty coming here. They have their own methods. But there's one thing that might be an opportunity. The protectors of the four directions seem like 4 creatures, but they're actually responsible for one direction. If the lost race does not rely on external forces and faces one of them alone, the other 3 might not be drawn over. This is the only way to protect ourselves without starting a full-scale war with the protectors of the four directions. Lu Yuan shook his head. How can the lost race fight against a primordial realm expert? Elder Shan Gu was helpless. If the lost race were at their peak, 1 or 2 primordial realm experts would not be a problem at all. But now, they were just remnants of a race that had fled. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. The lost race could deal with the butterfly alone. Mr. Mu looked at Lu Yin and smiled. Congratulations on leading the sect above heaven once more. The military decree, very interesting. Mr. Mu's praise was something that he had always sought after. No matter how well he performed in the past, Mr. Mu had always acted as if he didn't care at all. This had made him somewhat sullen, but now, he could hear that Mr. Mu was truly praising him. And he, too, deserved to be praised. Thank you, Master. Mr. Mu nodded and looked at Lu Yuan. About Tai Chu, if you can defeat the Eternals, go to Primeval City and meet us there. That will be the place of the final battle. You will see Tai Chu there, and perhaps many familiar faces. Lu Yuan clenched his fists. We will definitely meet up with Master in Immemorial City. The grayness around Mr. Mu gradually faded. I can't appear for long. The Eternals are also watching me. Everyone, will meet again in Immemorial City. With that, his figure disappeared. Lu Yin had many questions for Mr. Mu, but he had already left. In the past, he did not understand why Mr. Mu had come and gone in such a hurry. Now, he understood. Mr. Mu had been keeping an eye on Immemorial City while hiding his presence from the Eternals. This was because he knew too much. If he stayed for too long, Immemorial City would be in danger. The stronger one was, the more helpless they would be. They would never be able to experience the freedom of ordinary people. After Mr. Mu left, Lu Yuan looked at Grand Elder Shan Gu and asked, "Do you have the confidence to deal with that butterfly?" Great Elder Shan Gu shook his head and said, "When it appeared, I was already under its control. I can't deal with it." Lu Yuan looked at Lu Yin. This was troublesome. If the above heaven wanted to protect the lost clan, they would have to face 4 primordial realm experts. Mr. Mu had appeared just in time, or they would not even know that they had gained 4 more primordial realm experts. Now, it all depended on the above heaven sect's decision. Would they abandon the lost clan, or would they rather face 4 more primordial realm experts? Grand Elder Shan Gu bowed slowly towards Lu Yin. Above heaven sect, one of the 3 sons and 6 lords, Shan Gu, formally requests to leave the above heaven sect. My lost clan has been heartless. We have clearly received the above heaven sect's grace, but we have to leave because our clansmen are xenophobic. None of this has anything to do with the above heaven sect. Tao Lord, please allow my lost clan to leave. Lu Yuan's eyes flickered. Grand Elder Shan Gu wanted to take responsibility for everything. He did not want the above heaven sect to be cursed or make things difficult for Lu Yin. Once they left the above heaven sect, the lost clan would not necessarily be expelled. They might even be killed. This would be the most miserable outcome for the lost clan. My lost clan has gone through far too much. We were originally a remnant clan of a universe. We should not have been alive a long time ago. Please allow us to leave, Tao Lord. Grand Elder Shan Gu maintained his bow as he made his request politely. As an expert only second to the primordial realm, he was acting so humbly. Even Lu Yuan was shocked. With his personality, he did not care about the protectors of the 4 cardinal regions or the Eternals. So what if they were all enemies? The Lu family had never feared them. However, not only did they represent the Lu family now, but they also represented the above heaven sect and humanity. Just how righteous was it to unite the various parallel universes in the past? Now, he could not shatter humanity's hopes of defeating the Eternals for the sake of the lost clan. Even Lu Yuan could not accept such an outcome. He was not afraid of death. He could lead the Lu family to their deaths, but he could not bury the entire human race. He could not help but look at Lu Yin. Lu Yuan knew that this decision was a great test for Lu Yin. Once he abandoned the lost clan, there would definitely be a thorn in Lu Yin's heart. It might affect his future cultivation. This might also be the Eternal's goal. In particular, once he abandoned the lost clan, what would the other parallel universes that were allied with the above heaven sect think? It would be a devastating blow. Whether he gave up or not, it was impossible. The Eternals would not allow the lost clan to leave the above heaven sect. They would definitely tell the truth. There was no need to rely on luck. Lu Yin's expression was solemn. I, Lu Yin, as the Tao Master of the above heaven sect, formally reject this request. Lu Yuan was calm. He was not surprised. Great Elder Shan Gu was in pain. He bowed even deeper. Please allow the lost clan to leave. This is the fault of the lost clan. It should not be borne by everyone in this universe. Please consider the big picture. Lu Yin raised his hand, wanting to lift Great Elder Shan Gu up. Great Elder Shan Gu did not move. He maintained his bow. Please allow the lost clan to leave, Tao Master. Lu Yin looked at Great Elder Shan Gu. Do you know that once we leave the above heaven sect, the entire lost clan will disappear completely? That butterfly was obviously asked by the Eternals to make trouble for me. If we sacrifice the lost clan, the next one may be the Void God universe or the Wood universe. No one can say for sure. Great Elder Shan Gu sighed. Since it has not appeared for so many years, the guardians of the four directions must have their scruples. Tao Master, please consider the big picture. The humans of this universe should not pay the price for our mistakes. We are just a group of deserters who are afraid of death. Lu Yin laughed. Who is not afraid of death? Great Elder, don't be in a hurry to run away. Let's discuss. Maybe there is a way for you to deal with that butterfly alone. Great Elder Shan Gu was helpless. If there was a way, I would not be like this. Here, Tao Master, let go. Lu Yin stared at Great Elder Shan Gu. If I can upgrade your Heavenly King card, do you think you can block that butterfly? Great Elder Shan Gu looked up and stared blankly at Lu Yin. What did you say? Lu Yin repeated, I have the ability to upgrade your Heavenly King card. Can you block that butterfly? Great Elder Shan Gu's eyes widened. How? Just ask if you can block the butterfly. Lu Yin urged. Great Elder Shan Gu straightened up and thought seriously. I can't win, but it can't take me away. Lu Yin smiled. Then it's done. On the other side, the butterfly, Grace, arrived at the first zone of disaster and shone down. Heavenly Sovereign Battler watched the butterfly fly over his head and did not stop it. He knew that the butterfly could not kill him, but he could not stop it either. He could only spit. The butterfly's arrival attracted the attention of the entire first zone of disaster. Great Heavenly Sovereigns opened their eyes and looked up. Eternals. On the Black Mother Tree, the sole true God was almost at the same height as the butterfly. You failed. I have to give face to the above heaven sect, the butterfly said softly. The sole true God laughed. Then what's the duty of the four guardians? The butterfly flapped its wings. You told me about the lost race during the above heaven sect's martial conference because you wanted to use me to attack the above heaven sect. I can't refuse, but the above heaven sect's Tao Master also told me something. Is there someone in the Eternals called Fingbua? The sole true God nodded. Yes, he is one of the Eternals' 3 pillars and 6 boundless. However, he is not in the race most of the time. Where is he? I want to see him. He's already dead. The butterfly was surprised. Dead? When? The sole true God said, not long ago, he died at Lu Yin's hands. Didn't he tell you? The butterfly was silent for a moment. This Fingbua doesn't belong to this universe. The sole true God smiled. He doesn't belong. I brought him here. Why? During the first divine admonition, the race lacked manpower. He contributed the most to the destruction of the second continent. You are ignoring the four guardians. The four guardians' duty is to expel or eliminate creatures that don't belong to this universe. The prerequisite is that the creature is in this universe. I brought him here. If you discovered him and wanted to expel him, I wouldn't stop you. However, you didn't discover him. Now I know. But Fingbua is also dead. The butterfly fell silent again. Eternal, do you think I will believe that Fingbua died at Tao Master Lu's hands? The sole true God said, whether you believe it or not, this is the truth. If you are willing, you can investigate. As long as you can find Fingbua, the Eternals won't stop you from expelling him. Similarly, I hope that you can expel the lost race as soon as possible. I will find Fingbua. Remember, don't try to use us. Otherwise, Tianfa will come looking for you. The butterfly flapped its wings and disappeared. The sole true God calmly watched without speaking. Below, the Grand Empyrean frowned. The conversation between the sole true God and the butterfly had not been hidden from her. She realized that she still knew too little about this universe. The four guardians. She seemed to have heard of them before. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3177. In the primordial space, Lu Yin looked at the card in front of him. It belonged to Great Elder Shan Gu and was called Heavenly King. The card was like a second life for the lost clan. The fact that Great Elder Dan Gu was willing to give the card to Lu Yin meant that he had absolute trust in Lu Yin. Lu Yin had previously hesitated on whether or not he should help Grand Elder Shan Gu upgrade his card's grade, but he had put it aside. Now, he could only do this. It didn't matter if the butterflies helped the Eternals or not. What mattered was that the Eternals had a way to get the butterflies to help them. The Lost Clan was just the beginning. As the Eternals grew weaker, they would only become more and more resourceful. However, there were only so many powerhouses in this universe, and Lu Yin did not believe that the Eternals would be able to hold on. Raising his hand, Zhang Xian took out the die. Flicking his finger, he watched as the die slowly spun before finally stopping at 3. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. It was a good sign. He placed the Heavenly King card on the table and then began to crazily toss out star essence. Upgrading Eternal Darkness had cost Lu Yin 100 trillion star essence, which was a rather exaggerated number. Upgrading a Heavenly Emperor card would not be a small amount either. 100 trillion. This was a sum that Lu Yin had gone to great lengths to obtain, and he had never expected to use it all up in such a short period of time. No, he had to think of a way to obtain more star essence. It was impossible for him to do so in the primordial space, so he would have to use the reincarnation spacetime. Although their powers were opposite, they could still be used. As the star essence continued to be consumed, the Heavenly Emperor card also continued to drop until it was completely gone. Just like the Perpetual Darkness card, it had been reduced to 100 trillion star essence. He reached out and picked up the Heavenly King card. In an instant, the same scene happened. In the lost time and space, the clansmen were surprised to find that their cards were inexplicably facing a direction, as if they were worshipping. Great Elder Dan Gu was currently in the Above Heaven sect, and he similarly noticed this matter. He looked towards the rear mountains. He finally understood. So that was how it was. It wasn't an ancient card that appeared before, but rather Eternal Darkness. Lu Yin had upgraded Eternal Darkness to the level of an ancient card, which was why such a phenomenon had occurred. Now, the Heavenly King card had definitely succeeded. He didn't know how Lu Yin had done it, but it was too miraculous. This was something that not even the clan's peak had been able to accomplish, and how long had it been since then? For a moment, Great Elder Gu felt as if Lu Yin's entire body was shrouded in a dense fog, making him seem unfathomable. While waiting anxiously, Great Elder Dan Gu received the Heavenly King card. Looking at the Heavenly King card again, the familiar feeling of blood connection was still there, but there was an additional sense of unfamiliarity. It was as though there was a barrier between him and the card. This was the power of the ancient card. He was still a progenitor and had not reached the primordial realm, so it would not be easy for him to use the ancient card. Head Elder, let's give it a try. It would be best if we can block the butterfly, but if we can't, then we'll think of something else, Lu Yin said. Lu Yuan looked at the card curiously and then at Lu Yin. He recalled the one true God's words. Perhaps only turbid treasures had such a miraculous ability. Not long after, Great Elder Dan Gu returned to the Lost Clan. He was somewhat excited because he saw another path. Since Lu Yin could upgrade his card to the level of an ancient card, could he do it again? Lu Yin didn't give this answer, but he didn't reject it either. This allowed Great Elder Dan Gu to see a ray of hope. It was because the Lost Clan, which was once at their peak, had existed for a long time. The ancient card was precisely the card that had revealed a corner and dealt a blow to that existence. If there was another card like that, it might not be impossible to resist. This was just the Lost Clan, and there were various civilizations in this spacetime as well. With Lu Yin's ability, what could he not do? For a moment, Great Elder Dan Gu looked at Lu Yin in a different light. Not long after Great Elder Dan Gu returned to the Lost Clan, the butterfly came again. This time, Lu Yuan did not appear, and Lu Yin went instead. He wanted to see how Great Elder Dan Gu would block the butterfly. Tianan, if you want to throw our clan out, then come and try. No one will help us, but we won't let you do whatever you want to us. Great Elder Dan Gu looked at the butterfly, and his tone was completely different from before. This time, it was filled with hope. The butterfly flapped its wings. Tao Lord Lu, what's the attitude of your above heaven sect? Please don't make things difficult for me. Lu Yin raised his brows. I won't make things difficult for you. Do as you please. Thank you. You're someone who understands the big picture. The butterfly was grateful, and its voice was very pleasant. Lu Yin's lips curled up. I also thank you for helping the Everlasting Clan find trouble with me. Also, call me Seventh Bro, I didn't help the Everlasting Clan. I owe the Everlasting Clan a favor, and you humans owe me as well. My attitude towards you is the same. Lu Yin asked, what about Fingbua? Did you banish him? The Everlasting Clan said that Fingbua is dead, and that he died at your hands. Lu Yin mocked, how laughable. Do you believe that yourself? A dignified powerhouse of the sequence laws died at the hands of a half-progenitor like me. Moreover, I just said that Fingbua doesn't belong to this universe, and the Everlasting Clan says that Fingbua is dead. You only target the Lost Clan, but why don't I see you targeting the Everlasting Clan? I'm really sorry. I'll definitely give you humans an explanation for Fengbu's death. Now, please deal with the Lost Clan first. According to Mr. Mu, the Lost Clan had to deal with Tianan alone if they did not want the Protectors of the Four Directions to act. Regardless of whether they could stop them or not, the Protectors of the Four Directions would not act against the above heaven sect. Moreover, if the opponent was only the Lost Clan, only one of the Protectors of the Four Directions would act. At this moment, the butterfly's gaze was fixed on Dan Gu. In the Lost Clan, only Dan Gu was worthy of her attention. Aside from Dan Gu, the other ancestors of the Lost Clan, including Dan Zheng and Dan Yen, were not present. If Dan Gu could not stop them, then they could not. You're called Dan Gu, right? The butterfly spoke gently. Great Elder Dan Gu looked at the butterfly. My Lost Clan does not belong to this universe, but after being here for so many years, we've long regarded this universe as our home. We fought against the Everlasting Clan together and formed a deep friendship. Why can't you accept my clan? Your fate is determined by the heavens. Since your Lost Clan does not belong to this universe, you should not stay here. Leave. I can show you the way out. The butterfly fluttered her wings. This was her respect for the Lost Clan. The Lost Clan was not weak, especially with the above heaven sect nearby. She would not go too far. Great Elder Dan Gu's eyes flashed. Is it the way back to our home? The butterfly was helpless. I'm sorry. I don't know where your home is, so I can't show you the way. I can only show you the way out of this universe. You've pointed out the direction. Where is the end? What kind of starry sky awaits us? Do you know? Great Elder Dan Gu asked. The butterfly did not answer. Her meaning was clear. It was simple, she did not know either. Her duty was to eliminate creatures that did not belong to this universe, not to help them find a way back. As for whether they lived or died after leaving this universe, it was not within the Guardian's consideration. Lu Yin suddenly thought of Mr. Mu. Mr. Mu clearly did not belong to this universe, which meant that the Everlasting Clan was at a disadvantage. Since he had mentioned the Lost Clan, he naturally would not forget about Mr. Mu. When he thought of this, Lu Yin looked at the butterfly and his eyes flashed with killing intent. The Guardians were definitely enemies. Some people were awe-inspiring, righteous and separated public from private interests, but others were protective of their own shortcomings. Lu Yin was obviously the latter. He would give a certain degree of fairness to strangers and protect their dignity, but he would protect the people around him even more. Mr. Mu was obviously the closest to him, as he was his master. Regardless of whether the Guardians were helping the Everlasting Clan or not, even if they were just fulfilling their duties, Lu Yin would not allow them to attack Mr. Mu. Furthermore, it seemed that the Guardians were more inclined to side with the Everlasting Clan. The butterfly had made it sound good, saying that they would give an explanation to the humans. But how? It was just an excuse to attack the Lost Clan. Elder Shan Gu sighed. It looks like you don't care about us. No matter what, we're guests from afar. Is there no way for us to stay? The butterfly's voice was as gentle as ever. I've already said what I need to say. If you insist on staying, I can only take action. I'm truly sorry. Tao Lord Lu, let me remind you that there are 4 existences like me. If you humans insist on protecting this clan, we might become your opponents. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Are you threatening me? No, it's a reminder, a kind reminder. I really don't want to become your enemy. Sorry. With that, the butterfly flapped its wings, and the flowing light was beautiful. It immediately replaced the Lost Clan's starry sky, causing it to become multicolored without any prior signs. Lu Yin's expression changed. This was the power of a primordial realm expert. There were no signs of them attacking, but they could instantly change the Lost Clan's starry sky. A primordial realm expert might not necessarily be much more powerful than a progenitor, but they had an advantage, which was that they could not get close to their opponents. This was why sequence law realm experts would directly lower their heads before a primordial realm expert. When the light flowed, the Lost Clan's starry sky came to a standstill. It was like a beautiful painting that enveloped the entire Lost Clan, making it impossible for anyone to move. Lu Yin could move, but the butterfly did not attack him. He could not move either. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3178. You've surprised me. Since you're a primordial, I might not be able to do anything to you, but please reconsider. If I leave, Tianfa will replace me. Its power is focused on killing, and even a primordial would find it difficult to resist. If it attacks, the chances of your race surviving are slim. It is not afraid of any creature, nor will it negotiate with any creature. Elder Shan Gu looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin asked, Is Tianfa stronger than you? The butterfly said, I'm Tianan, and I represent the heavens. It's Tianfa, and I represent the heavens. Lu Yin frowned. Dealing with the Lost Clan should be your business. Our above heaven sect didn't interfere, so why is Tianfa here? The butterfly was surprised. How do you know? Normally, no one can understand us. Even your ancestors, we tried our best to avoid them. They might not understand us. The only ones who can understand us are creatures that don't belong to this universe but have come to this universe. You humans have such creatures? Lu Yin's expression was natural. I guessed. Even Great Elder Gu glanced at him. The butterfly was helpless. Tao Lord Lu, please understand that expelling those who don't belong to this universe is a responsibility to our universe. If other universes travel to our universe as they please, it will bring unimaginable disasters. Lu Yin agreed. If the protectors of the four cardinal points were really doing their duty and not participating in the conflicts of the universe, then he had no reason to be hostile. Even if he protected Mr. Mu, Elder Shan Gu and the others, it wasn't hatred. But were they really not participating in the conflicts? At least for now, they were more inclined to believe the Eternals. Moreover, Lu Yuan and the others had said that the butterfly had come to the primordial space and brought disaster to the first continent. Afterwards, the progenitor ordered it to retreat. Lu Yin trusted the progenitor more. The fact that the progenitor ordered the butterfly to retreat meant that he didn't want it to stay in the first continent. Lu Yin would consider it from the progenitor's point of view. The butterfly's motives might not be as simple as it appeared. It's a great duty, and I will also protect your duty. Now, the question is, who made this duty for you? Lu Yin asked. Shan Gu stared at the butterfly and suddenly thought of his homeland, the omnipotent existence. It seemed like only an existence like that could assign duties to primordial realm experts. The butterfly slowly flapped its wings, sprinkling down radiance. Tao Master Lu, when you reach our level, you will naturally understand the importance of protecting your own universe. We voluntarily joined forces to guard the four directions, all for the sake of expelling the life forms of other universes. It wasn't a duty set by anyone. Lu Yuan arrived. He rolled his eyes when he heard what Butterfly said, I've reached the primordial realm too, so why don't I feel that way? I don't believe it, and I can't believe it. Tianan, you keep saying that we humans have done you a favor, but you won't even tell us this? I'm telling the truth. Tao Master Lu, I really don't want you to face heaven's punishment. It's unreasonable. Once it comes, it won't do you any good. Butterfly said. Lu Yin nodded, I've received your reminder. I still have the same question, why is Tianfa here? Expelling the lost clan should be your business. No matter whether you have the ability to expel them or not, you shouldn't let Tianfa do it for you. Butterfly denied, if Tianfa can't do it for you, how can it be called Tianfa? Tianfa punishes on behalf of the heavens. The heavens refer to our universe, while Tianfa covers the entire universe. So, Tao Master Lu, I'll ask you one last time. Are you willing to let the lost clan leave this universe? Grand Elder Shan Gu frowned. We won't leave, even if we die. His attitude had been passive before, whether it was the battle against the Eternals or the expulsion. He would rather die than implicate the above heaven sect. However, it was different now. Lu Yin actually had the ability to upgrade the Heavenly Emperor card. This was an opportunity for their clan to return to the peak. How could he give it up? Butterfly sighed, then, I'm really sorry. Tianfa is coming. Everyone, take care. With that, she flapped her wings and flew away. Grand Elder Shan Gu looked at Lu Yin, Tao Master, Tianfa might not be so easy to deal with. Lu Yin pondered for a moment before ordering, take the lost clan away. Grand Elder, you can only face Tianfa alone. If we don't deal with you, Tianfa won't find the other lost clan members. They're not as valuable as you. Grand Elder Shan Gu was grateful, thank you, Tao Master. Butterfly's retreat did not mean that she could not defeat Grand Elder Shan Gu. In her words, she represented the heavens. If she encountered a primordial realm enemy, she would naturally be dealt with by Tianfa. After Butterfly left, the lost clan members were immediately taken away in secret. Apart from a limited number of people in the Above Heaven sect, no one else knew. Lu Yin remained in the lost clan's starry sky, waiting for Tianfa to arrive. He wanted to see just how powerful this so-called Tianfa was. Ancestor Lu Yuan naturally stayed behind as well. Not long after, Hongyan Mavis also came. The others wanted to come as well, but they were stopped by Lu Yin. This was not a war, so they could not interfere even if they came. Very soon, half a month passed. On this day, a blood-red liquid drifted through the starry sky. It was enough to drown 10 people. This drop of blood-red liquid traversed the void, disappearing and reappearing from time to time. It did not make any turns, heading straight for the lost clan's starry sky. It passed through all the other parallel universes along the way before finally arriving in the lost clan's starry sky. After arriving in the lost clan's starry sky, the blood-red liquid moved silently towards Grand Elder Shangu's location. Not long after, the blood-red light that floated in the starry sky suddenly expanded, covering the entire Lost Clan's starry sky in an instant. The Genesis space was connected to the Lost Clan's starry sky, and Zhao Feng sat in the indestructible mecha at the point of connection. He stared blankly at the blood-red light before him. What was going on? The entire Lost Clan's starry sky had turned blood-red. Lu Yin, Lu Yuan, Hongyan Mavis, and Grand Elder Shangu's expressions changed. Representing the heavens. The lost clan will be punished and exterminated. The blood-red liquid let out an endless murderous roar that reverberated through the entire starry sky, causing everyone who heard it to shiver. Lu Yin stared into the distance. Was that a ball of blood? Lu Yuan's expression sank. What arrogance! Hongyan Mavis clenched her fists. This feeling is not good. Grand Elder Shangu's expression turned ugly. He could sense the terror of Tianfa. The entire starry sky had been dyed blood-red, which was completely different from Butterfly's grace. This heavenly punishment only came to kill. Lu Yuan shouted, "Tianfa, is it? Your duty is to expel creatures that do not belong to this universe." Tianfa said the same thing, but you want to exterminate them. In the starry sky, the blood slowly moved towards them. Tianfa only comes to kill. Those who stand in our way will be killed without mercy. After that, a cold light rose from the soles of everyone's feet. Lu Yin and the others lowered their heads. Under the endless starry sky, rays of blades slashed from bottom to top, heading towards Grand Elder Shangu. Although Lu Yin and the others were within the range of the blades, they were not cut by the blades, but they had no doubt that once they attacked, these blades would also slash towards them. Grand Elder Shangu hurriedly took out the Heavenly King card, and 3 statues appeared, isolating the void and trying to block the blades. The endless blades slashed towards Grand Elder Shangu, but they were blocked by the 3 statues and were constantly offset. The surrounding void was constantly shattered, revealing the void world and spreading out. Lu Yin and the others could only retreat, hoping that Grand Elder Shangu could block Tianfa's blades. The blades were endless, and the power of the Heavenly King card was constantly being consumed. In desperation, one of the statues moved, slowly raising its hand and aiming at Tianfa. Grand Elder Shangu's mouth was bleeding. This was an attack that he should have been able to release, even if he did not draw the enemy into the card. This was something that only those who had reached his level in the Lost Clan could do. But that was referring to the previous Heavenly King card, which belonged to the progenitor realm. At this moment, this card had reached the level of an ancient card, which was equivalent to using it while he was at a higher level. He would also have to bear serious consequences. The statue raised its hand, and inexplicably, a huge palm seemed to appear in the starry sky, enveloping the entire starry sky. Lu Yin and the others saw it and were shocked. What kind of combat technique was this? Lu Yuan frowned. What an overbearing hand. Grand Elder Shan Gu slowly bowed. Xian, King of Heaven and Earth, please make your move. Xian Tian, indestructible hand. After that, the palm that enveloped the starry sky suddenly appeared, blocking the starry sky that was shrouded in blood, and grabbed towards Tianfa. Tianfa was a mass of blood-red liquid, and its expression could not be seen. When the Xian Tian indestructible hand grabbed it, under the starry sky, endless blades soared into the sky and slashed at the Xian Tian indestructible hand. The entire starry sky of the lost clan trembled. Where the origin space was connected, the people of the limitless empire were stunned. They saw the endless stars shatter, saw the blades replace the entire starry sky, and saw the huge hand that covered the entire starry sky. What kind of battle was this? As one of the pillars of the limitless empire, Zhao Feng believed that his 12-ring mecha was enough to fight against an expert of the sequence laws. Even in the entire above heavens, he was a powerhouse who was one of the few. But at this moment, he saw how insignificant he was. Did the above heavens have such an enemy? Thinking back, the above heavens had been too merciful in the battle of the limitless empire. If they had attacked the limitless empire, who would have been able to block it? The entire limitless empire would have been gone. The blades and the palm collided endlessly in the starry sky. Grand Elder Shan Gu's face paled. This was the attack of an ancient card that surpassed his level, and it was a 7-star card. Even among the primordial realm experts, it should be a relatively powerful attack, but Tianfa had blocked it with just the blades. The palm gradually dimmed, but the blades were still endless. In the end, the palm shattered. Hongyan Mavis sighed. That hand is very powerful, but it's a pity that it only borrowed the power of the statue. It was a legacy left behind by a predecessor. If the owner of that hand was here, the result would be different. Lu Yuan sighed. I believe Shan Gu's words now. Their homeland does have absolute powerhouses, and the owner of that hand is one of them. What a pity. Lu Yin looked at Shan Gu. Of the 3 statues, one had already used its attack, so it was useless. What about the other 2? Countless blades slashed toward Great Elder Shan Gu from all directions. Shan Gu spat out a mouthful of blood and bowed deeply to the other statue. Endless Warlord, please attack. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3179. The statue trembled, and soon, the entire starry sky became even redder. This was not from Tianfa, but from the statue. Sounds of slaughter rang out, causing the countless blades to stop. Tianfa's blood-red liquid spun slowly, as if it was afraid. Grand Elder Shan Gu's face paled, and he struggled to hold on. It was too much for him to use the power of the 7-star ancient card, so he released the card's power. However, he could not draw Tianfa into the card, so he could only do this. He hoped that Endless War King could kill this powerful enemy. In his hometown, Endless War King had been dazzling in the final battle. He had fought until the very last moment, maintaining his charging posture even in the face of death. He would feel fear for that existence, but Endless War King was not. Endless War King's existence was born for slaughter, to pave a bloody path for the beings of that universe. Ancient powerhouses died one after another. Shan Gu did not wish to be killed while carrying the regrets of countless people in that universe. He wanted to live. He wanted to live until he reached that existence and struck him again, even if the price was the destruction of the entire lost clan. He would definitely live to see that day. The blood-red figure charged out of the statue. It was unclear, but the moment it appeared, it gave Lu Yin and the others an indescribable feeling of excitement. It was as if this person's appearance represented the most intense battlefield, the most primitive slaughter. The blood-red figure charged towards Tianfa fearlessly, as if nothing could stop it. Slaughter style. The void froze and shattered as the blood-red figure swept past Tianfa. The blade was unstoppable, leaving a crack in Tianfa's blood-red liquid. Lu Yuan sighed. It's not a sequence law, or else it would not be able to approach the primordial realm. Just the will left behind in the statue is enough to unleash such killing power. This person was extremely powerful when he was alive. He was at least in the primordial realm. Hongyan Mavis sighed. It's a pity that we couldn't meet such a person. Lu Yin frowned. Such a person should have vanished in front of that existence as well. How was Tianfa? They all looked on. The blood-red figure dissipated, and the Emperor card flickered in and out of existence. Grand Elder Shan Gu could not hold on any longer. Tianfa's blood-red liquid gradually recovered, and then it was as if it had never been attacked. Under the starry sky, countless blades continued to slash towards Grand Elder Shan Gu. It was truly endless. Lu Yuan could not help but want to intervene. Great Elder Gu's attack alone was useless. You've resisted heaven's law. As punishment, you shall suffer the pain of 1,000,000 blades. Heaven's law's voice rang out. It was terrifyingly low. Although Great Elder Gu did not make a move himself, he was also in a difficult situation. Facing the heavenly punishment, if it was not for the upgrade of the card, he would not even have the strength to resist. Now that he thought about it, Butterfly Tianan was right. She had been very polite. As for Sky Law, it only represented slaughter. Greetings, Regent of the Third Stronghold. Please make your move. Grand Elder Dan Gu bowed deeply to the third statue. In an instant, the Heavenly King card spun rapidly. Lu Yin and the rest widened their eyes. The order of their attacks should be more powerful than the previous one. Just how strong was this royal regent? At this moment, the blade stopped once again. Clearly, even divine punishment was concerned. Then, Great Elder Dan Gu entered the Heavenly King card and disappeared. Heaven's law was stunned for a moment, and a blood-red light suddenly fell and covered the entire sky. It wanted to force Great Elder Dan Gu out, but it discovered that Great Elder Dan Gu was not in this region of space. He must have been prepared, and the lost clan members were nowhere to be seen. Lu Yin was speechless. This was what they had discussed beforehand. If they could not defeat Heaven's law, they would flee. However, he had been stunned just now, and he had been looking forward to seeing the royal regent make his move. Lu Yuan and Hongyan Mavis were disappointed that they had not seen it. Perhaps the royal regent could represent the top power of that universe. From the looks of it, this Heavenly King card was not as simple as it seemed. There might be a reason why the lost clan had been thrown into this universe by that universe, and the existence of those three statues might not be simple. Lu Yin had also thought of this. He felt that those three statues gave him a feeling of inheritance, and Great Elder Dan Gu gave him a similar feeling to Elder Chan. The card that had brought the lost clan to this universe was similar to this universe's burial ground. Ancestor, what level of strength do you think the Arcane King of Heaven and Earth and Endless War King are at? They can unleash such power without using the laws of the sequence, and they even use the statues to attack. Are they dead? Lu Yin was curious. Lu Yuan said, dead, they might have died. As for their strength, I'm not too sure, but they are at least in the primordial realm. Hongyan Mavis was puzzled, 3 primordial realms, but they left their power in a card. There must be a reason, Lu Yin guessed. I'm interested in that universe. Do you think we can go there? Not sure. First, we can't find the way. Second, that universe must have something similar to Heaven's grace and Heaven's law. Third, I don't dare to go, Lu Yin said bluntly. Hongyan Mavis also said, I don't dare either. Lu Yuan was embarrassed. I'm also a little scared, mainly because of that old man Dan Gu. Is there really such an existence? There should be. There must be. The three discussed, completely forgetting about Heaven's law. Heaven's law was silent for a moment before speaking. Heaven's grace mentioned that you are from the human races above heaven. Lu Yin and the others looked at Heaven's law. That's right. What advice do you have? Heaven's law's voice was filled with cold killing intent. What about the lost clan? I don't know, Lu Yin replied. Are you trying to stop me? We're just passing by, Hong Yen Mavis said. Lu Yuan raised his brows. What, is this your path? You can't walk. Heaven's law's blood-red color grew thicker. Those who stop Heaven's law will also suffer Heaven's law's punishment. Lu Yuan sneered and stepped forward. How bold, daring to threaten our above heaven. We're not stopping you, we're just watching the show. If you have evidence, then bring that butterfly and cause trouble for us. If not, then scram back to where you came from. We're from this universe through and through. Lu Yin continued, if you dare to threaten us again, don't blame us for being impolite. Hong Yen Mavis's face sank. I think you're asking for a beating. Heaven's law wasn't used to it. It had always been the one threatening others, and it hadn't expected to be threatened as soon as it spoke. Human, don't try to provoke the punishment of the heavens. You can't afford the price. Lu Yin threatened, don't try to provoke our above heaven. You can't afford the price either. Lu Yuan disdained, it's just a ball of liquid. Do you want to go to heaven? Sky Law was silent for a moment before she left. Before she left, she said, don't try to protect that clan. If I find out that your above heaven sect wants to protect the lost clan, the guardian of the four directions will kill all of you. After Heaven's law left, the blood-red color in the lost clan sky completely receded. Hong Yen Mavis was afraid, this clan. It's very powerful. I shouldn't be able to beat it. Lu Yuan couldn't help it, you definitely can't beat it. The laws don't allow you to get close. Those endless blades will tear you apart. Hong Yen Mavis was dissatisfied, it'll be different when I break through to the primordial realm. Lu Yin looked at Lu Yuan, ancestor, can you beat it? Lu Yuan thought for a moment, I don't know. It hasn't completely exposed its strength. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. This was the most troublesome. The everlasting race had thrown him a great enemy, and he didn't know the strength of the enemy at all. At the connection between the lost clan's sky and the primordial space, Jiao Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It had finally returned to normal. He wanted to see what had happened, but he didn't dare to. The mecha didn't give him a sense of security. This was something he had never felt before. Soon, the abnormality in the lost clan's sky spread. Under the everlasting race's influence, the lost clan was abandoned by the above heaven sect, and the news of Shan Gu's escape quickly spread throughout the Six Directions Society. This was also the everlasting race's goal. Regardless of whether the guardian of the Four Directions Society would attack the above heaven sect, the lost clan would definitely be destroyed. Once the lost clan was destroyed, the above heaven sect's influence would instantly become a joke. The lost clan connected to the above heaven sect couldn't be saved, and one of the 6 lords of the 3 sons, Grand Elder Shan Gu, had been abandoned by the above heaven sect. What would the others think? As time passed, more and more people learned about this matter. Many people didn't believe that the lost clan was in trouble and deliberately went to the lost clan sky, but they didn't find a single lost clan member. Although the news spread more and more, after the previous lesson, even some meddlesome people didn't dare to casually slander the above heaven sect. They just watched the situation develop. Not long after, Grand Elder Shan Gu appeared and openly came to the above heaven sect. Although he only stayed for a short time, it was enough to shut everyone up. Grand Elder Shangu hadn't been abandoned by the above heaven sect. Otherwise, why would he come? Why would the above heaven sect let him enter? No matter how one looked at it, Grand Elder Shangu's relationship with the above heaven sect was extremely good. 3 days after Grand Elder Shangu left, divine punishment came to the above heaven sect. The starry sky of the origin space was directly covered in blood, but then a golden radiance spread and dispersed the blood. It was the radiance of the God's sealing catalogue. Ancestor Lu Yuan took action. The above heaven sect harbored a sinner and should be punished by the heavens. Divine punishment's voice came, but Ancestor Lu Yuan blocked it. Apart from a limited number of people, no one else could hear it. Ancestor Lu Yuan sneered. Which eye of yours saw us harboring a sinner? Speak. Divine punishment's voice was low. That person is called Shangu. He came to the above heaven sect. You say we're harboring a sinner just because he came. Didn't you come too? There are so many people who come to our above heaven sect every day. What, do I have to report to you one by one? Ancestor Lu Yuan sneered. Divine punishment paused for a moment, and an invisible killing intent spread out. Then, it exploded. Blades appeared under the starry sky and pointed at Ancestor Lu Yuan. Ancestor Lu Yuan's face turned cold. You dared to attack our above heaven sect. To us, you're also a sinner. Your above heaven sect should be punished by the heavens. Nonsense, take out the evidence. Do you think our above heaven sect is easy to provoke? After a moment of stalemate, divine punishment left. It didn't fear the above heaven sect, but it wouldn't be easy to take them down. Ancestor Lu Yuan returned to the above heaven sect. Lu Yin stood at the back of the mountain and watched. It really wants to attack. Patriarch Lu Yuan said, I can tell, but it has its misgivings as well. That butterfly said something about her representing the heavens and that heavenly punishment is representing the heavens. I think she wants heavenly punishment to take action while she hides behind. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3180. Lu Yin also felt that the protectors of the four directions might not be as they seemed. Butterfly had sought out Lightning Master Jiang Feng and wanted him to receive heaven's grace, but he had rejected her. If the protectors of the four directions only had this duty, there was no need for them to bestow favors on anyone. In Lu Yin's opinion, this favor was a form of roping them in. They were living creatures with intelligence, so there was a conflict of interest. As long as there was a conflict of interest, this matter would be easy to handle. A few days later, rumors of the lost clan being chased by enemies and the heavenly sect not willing to help spread. This was also the work of the Eternals. This time, they were telling the truth. The lost clan was indeed being chased by powerhouses and the heavenly sect could not help. However, when Great Elder Shangu reappeared in the heavenly sect, the rumors disappeared again. Regardless of whether the rumors were true or false, the fact that Great Elder Shangu was still alive and the heavenly sect did not have any abnormalities was enough. This time, less than 2 days after Great Elder Shangu left, Tianfa arrived and was chased away by Patriarch Lu Yuan once again. Soon after, Great Elder Dan Gu appeared again. Heavenly punishment arrived a day after his appearance, and they were getting closer and closer. Lu Yin did not know how Tianfa could track Great Elder Shangu. He only knew that if this continued, Great Elder Shangu would be caught sooner or later. When Tianfa came to the Genesis space for the 4th time to track Great Elder Shangu had only left for less than 10 hours. This time, Patriarch Lu Yuan attacked without hesitation. I think you don't put our heavenly sect in your eyes. You come and go as you please. Where do you think we are? Back then, Lu Yuan's strength had forced Di Qiong to retreat, and Di Qiong had not dared to fight back. This was the strength that the Lu clan was proud of. In the entire Genesis space, only the Mavis family could compare to it. Under the starry sky, countless blades slashed at Lu Yuan, but they were all shattered by his slap. He was shocked by the strength of the Heavenly King statue, but that did not mean that he was weaker than the statue. He was just surprised that he did not belong to this universe. The blade was shattered by Patriarch Lu Yuan. Just like the blood-red humanoid form of Endless War King, he charged towards Sky Punishment. Heavenly Punishment was a blood-red liquid, and Lu Yuan had long wanted to see what it was. However, this slap suddenly stopped. Lu Yuan felt as if his entire body was caught in a rope that he could not break free from. Everywhere, even in the endless void, there was an inexplicable strength that bound him. Even with his strength, he was unable to break free. The blade slashed from bottom to top. Lu Yin clenched his fists. Hongyan Mavis' voice rang in his ears, "Don't worry, you don't understand fertile Earth's strength. He, more than anyone else, needs to be evenly matched, even facing death in battle." Lu Yin did not understand. "What do you mean?" "Just watch." Hongyan Mavis gazed at the sky. "It's been a long time since I've seen fertile soil yearn for a battle so much. The primordial realm has given him another opportunity." In the starry sky, the sabers all slashed towards Patriarch Lu Yuan. A general appointment platform appeared beneath Patriarch Lu Yuan. He stood in it and allowed the sabers to slash at him, producing clashing sounds. The general appointment platform remained unharmed. Lu Yin found it strange. He had never seen Patriarch Lu Yuan summon or use ascendants to fight. Was there no need, or was there no need? The general appointment platform enveloped Patriarch Lu Yuan, allowing the sabers to slash at him without moving. The sabers were endless, just like when Heavenly Punishment attacked Elder Shangu. Even the Heavenly Emperor card could not withstand it, forcing Elder Shangu to take the initiative to fight for a chance of victory. Unfortunately, he failed. Patriarch Lu Yuan was also watching. He did not believe that the sabers were endless. His battle with Heavenly Punishment was actually to buy time for Elder Shangu. Otherwise, Heavenly Punishment would have found him very quickly. Does the above heaven sect want to become enemies with the protectors of the four directions? Heavenly Punishment's voice was cold and murderous. Lu Yuan sneered. "What a joke. You've come to the above heaven sect several times to show off your strength. The Eternal sent you, right? Now, the humans are saying that the above heaven sect's edict is a joke and that the Eternals found a random expert to suppress us. You're the expert that the Eternals found. You're working with the Eternals to crush the will of the humans. Even if we have to fight to the last man, we won't beg for mercy." Heavenly Punishment's voice grew deeper. Heavenly Punishment is punishment on behalf of the heavens. It has nothing to do with the Eternals. You know very well that we're easy to trick. Don't think that you can leave so easily today. What protectors of the four directions? I think you're in cahoots with the Eternals. It's just a name change. Come. Lu Yuan bellowed as a terrifying power gushed out from him, tearing apart the firmament of the universe. This power made Lu Yin's eyelids twitch. It was bigger than him, and the Patriarch's power was even greater than his. As expected of the Patriarch. But what about the ancestral world? What about the sequence laws? Why had he never seen the Patriarch use them? A part of the universe was torn apart, as if he had broken free of something. Lu Yuan stepped out of the general appointment platform and smashed through the endless sabers. He charged towards Heavenly Punishment with an unparalleled momentum, as if he wanted to tear Heavenly Punishment to shreds. Heavenly Punishment faced Lu Yuan, and his voice was terrifyingly low. As expected of the 6 paths of the 3 realms. You broke the earthen blade. Next, I will punish you on behalf of the heavens, heavenly spear. As soon as he finished speaking, a spear slowly condensed in front of him. It moved at an extremely slow speed. Logically speaking, the moment the spear formed, Lu Yuan would have already charged over. However, not only did Lu Yuan fail to do so, but he also seemed to be standing in place. He wanted to charge forward, but he couldn't move at all. His expression changed. The power of time. You use time as a chain to trap me. The earthen blade uses the void as a chain. The heavenly spear uses time as a chain. You can't escape. This is your punishment for resisting the punishment of the heavens. If you don't die, I hope you'll remember this lesson. With that, the spear condensed and stabbed towards Lu Yuan. Lu Yin took a step forward and was about to attack, but Hong Yan Mavis pulled him back. Don't be hasty. The fertile earth won't be defeated so easily. The spear wasn't fast, and even ordinary people could see it clearly. However, Lu Yuan couldn't avoid it. At his level, he could easily step into the power of time. Time and space weren't enough to trap him. However, it wasn't time that was trapping him, it was time. Time cannot be reversed. Hong Yan Mavis was apprehensive. Time was a kind of power, and time was a kind of result. When one was trapped by time, even if one broke free of time, the result wouldn't change. During the trip to the Mirage Domain, Finbua hadn't dared to jump into the river of time even at the brink of his death. If he did, the trap of time would be far more terrifying than death. This spear contained enough power that even divine punishment was confident that it could kill Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan didn't panic in the face of this attack. Instead, he closed his eyes, as if he didn't even plan on resisting. Lu Yin trusted both Hong Yan Mavis and Lu Yuan, but no matter how he looked at it, this spear didn't seem weak at all. What was the ancestor trying to do? Just as the spear was about to pierce Lu Yuan, the divine seal catalog suddenly appeared and swept the spear away from the side. Divine punishment didn't say a word and simply disappeared, leaving the Genesis space. Lu Yin relaxed, the ancestor was fine. Hong Yan Mavis was puzzled, why was this happening? Not many people had seen the battle between Lu Yuan and divine punishment, as it had only been to delay Elder Shan Gu's escape. When Lu Yuan returned to the above sky sect, Hong Yan Mavis was puzzled, why didn't you take that spear? Lu Yin didn't understand, take it. Normal people wouldn't be able to take it. Lu Yuan replied, it's not the right time. What's wrong, ancestor? Lu Yin asked. Lu Yuan looked at Lu Yin, little 7, do you think that the divine seal catalog is my innate gift? Lu Yin was stunned and thought about it. There are currently 2 known types of innate gifts. The first type can't be inherited by bloodline. Perhaps our ancestors never had such an innate gift, so it's a self-awakened gift. The second type can be inherited by bloodline. Many people have been researching the second type, but they haven't been able to figure it out. How can an innate gift be inherited? Lu Yuan nodded, that's right, how can an innate gift be inherited? This involves the most primitive mysteries of a creature's birth, and I can't give you an answer. However, all innate gifts that can be inherited have one thing in common, almost all of them come from the same family. Even if they've declined, they still have a glorious past. Lu Yin nodded. The source of an inherited innate gift must have given birth to a powerhouse, and not just any powerhouse. At the very least, they must have reached the level of a law sequence and touched upon the mysteries of this universe. My Lu family's innate gift was created by me. My ancestral world is called the Fertile Realm, and it doesn't have any offensive or defensive abilities. When it was first born, it didn't help me at all, and I was ridiculed by a bunch of people. Hong Yan Mavis continued, of course you were ridiculed. Your behavior was the worst back then, and when the news spread that your ancestral world couldn't help you, the ones who laughed the loudest were Shining and Zhu Mang. Zhu Mang was rolling on the ground laughing. Lu Yuan sneered, "Laugh all you want." I was very angry back then, and the louder they laughed, the angrier I got. Only Master praised my ancestral world for being unique and that something incredible might appear in the future. Because of Master's encouragement, I cultivated all the way until I reached the level of a law sequence. My law sequence is growth. Lu Yin was confused. Growth? Lu Yuan clasped his hands behind his back. No matter how you look at it, growth is a useless law sequence. However, for some reason, no matter how much I tried to get closer to strength or destructive power, the law sequence I comprehended was still growth. I couldn't get rid of it even in my dreams. Because of this law sequence, I was ridiculed again. Hongyan Mavis glanced at him. It was laughter, not ridicule. "We were also worried about you back then. Logically speaking, with your personality, how could you possibly comprehend such a gentle law sequence like growth? I was more like it. But you did. At the time, it was an unsolvable mystery. Chu Hei Zi told us in private that you had a lot of maternal love." Lu Yuan's eyes widened in anger. "What did you say?" Hongyan Mavis laughed. "It wasn't me, it was Chu Hei Zi." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3181. Lu Yuan gritted his teeth. "That black bastard dared to say that about me. How come I didn't know about it?" Hongyan Mavis rolled her eyes. "Who would dare to tell you? If I did, wouldn't the world be turned upside down by you? Don't you think that Blackie has been hiding from you for a while?" Lu Yuan trembled with anger. That black bastard. I knew that bastard was two-faced and had a venomous tongue, but he still pretended to be obedient. "If you have the ability, say it to my face. That wretched person, when I see him again, I'll tear his mouth apart." Lu Yin was speechless as he recalled the words on the floor of the wooden house in the Mirage domain. It seemed that everyone knew about the Grim Reaper's characteristics, and his mouth was really venomous. He had initially thought that the Grim Reaper was an unsmiling and ruthless person who could suppress astral beasts with his own strength. Now, however, that image of the Grim Reaper had collapsed in his heart. The Grand Empyrean seemed to have thought so as well. Even when Lu Yuan told her that the Grim Reaper was going to attack her from behind, she still hadn't believed it. The Grim Reaper was too good at pretending. Lu Yuan finally caught his breath. "Just wait. I don't believe that bastard will die so easily. He'll definitely appear, and when that time comes, I'll tear his mouth apart. Just wait." "What's next, forefather?" Lu Yin asked. Every person's cultivation path could give Lu Yin inspiration, especially someone like Lu Yuan, who was a powerhouse of the 3 realms and 6 Daos. Furthermore, Lu Yuan's ancestral world and sequence laws were inexplicable and did not match his personality. This allowed Lu Yin to see another side of comprehending sequence laws. It seemed that the comprehension of sequence laws did not necessarily go according to one's wishes. Lu Yuan took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. The fertile realm's ancestral world grows with sequence laws. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem to be good at attacking. I thought about it for a long time, and in the end, I connected the sequence laws to the fertile realm. Then, something strange happened that made those fellows unable to laugh. He looked at Lu Yin solemnly. "I planted the divine seal catalog." Lu Yin was stunned and suspected that he had heard wrong. "You didn't hear wrong. I really did plant the God Seal catalog," Patriarch Lu Yuan repeated. Lu Yin blinked. "Innate gifts can be grown." Patriarch Lu Yuan looked at Lu Yin's expression in amusement. We've always been shocked by your cultivation and progress. I never thought that there would be a day when you would be surprised. Hongyan Mavis said, at that time, we had the same expression as you. Can talent be cultivated? Master was in seclusion at that time. When he came out of seclusion and heard about this, he was also surprised, but not too surprised. Master seemed to have guessed that this might happen. Patriarch Lu Yuan sighed. I also didn't expect that I would plant the God's Sealing Catalog one day. My Lu family originally had some general platform talent. After this talent was passed down, I learned that there were experts in the origins of our bloodline even earlier. Since I was able to plant the God's Sealing Catalog, perhaps the general platform was also man-made because it can be passed down. I hope to compare myself to the ancestor of the unknown bloodline so that the God's Sealing Catalog could be passed down. But you know the result. My son was forced to his death by me, and in the end, I even forced out Madman Lu. At that time, everyone said that it was impossible for the God's Sealing Catalog to be passed down. Because of this obsession, I killed my son. Hongyan Mavis consoled, gossip is a fearful thing. Sometimes, some words are even more destructive than a powerful innate gift. That wasn't spread by Chuhiai, was it? Patriarch Lu Yuan suddenly thought of something and glared at Hongyan Mavis. Hongyan Mavis frowned. Chuhiai only has a cheap mouth. But Chuhiai has never thought of harming anyone, and it's impossible for him to ridicule and slander you. Fertile Earth, don't you trust him? Patriarch Lu Yuan sighed. Sorry, I was overthinking it. Lu Yin also did not believe that the Grim Reaper would slander Patriarch Lu Yuan. This had nothing to do with a cheap mouth, it was clearly jealousy and ridicule. With the Grim Reaper's strength, how could he possibly be jealous of Patriarch Lu Yuan? He might even be stronger than the Patriarch. Madman Lu awakened the God's Sealing Catalog. I know that I did it, and I did indeed plant an innate gift that can be passed down. It came from the fertile earth realm and the laws of the sequence. However, I've already reached the limit. It's impossible to plant anything else in the fertile earth realm. This is what Master said. But there's a prerequisite, and that is that I'll always remain in the progenitor realm. Patriarch Lu Yuan was excited. Now that I've broken through the progenitor realm and reached the primordial realm, the fertile earth realm has transformed once more. He looked at Lu Yin with shining eyes. Little 7, I can still plant something else. Lu Yin felt that there was something wrong with these words, but he was inexplicably excited. He had managed to plant the God's Sealing Catalog when he broke through the progenitor realm. Now that he was in the primordial realm, what could he plant? Could a third innate gift appear in the Lu family's bloodline? Lu Yin understood after hearing the Patriarch's words. So, the Patriarch, you want to face life and death and see what you can plant in the fertile earth realm? Patriarch Lu Yuan said, there are too few primordial realm enemies. If I don't face life and death, how can I plant something powerful? If I can plant an innate gift that surpasses the God's Sealing Catalog, my Lu family will truly be invincible in the future. Then why did you give up? Hongyan Mavis did not understand. Lu Yin did not understand either. Patriarch Lu Yuan thought about it and looked at Lu Yin. I don't know what you want. Lu Yin's body shook as he stared at the Patriarch in a daze. Hongyan Mavis stared at Patriarch Lu Yuan in a daze before looking at Lu Yin again. She nodded, that's true. With that, she left. Patriarch Lu Yuan chased after her in a hurry. Kai Hong, wait, tell me, what else did you say about me behind my back? Especially Chuhiai. Lu Yin stood where he was and smiled as he watched the Patriarch and the others leave. Was cultivation lonely? No, it was never lonely. During Lu Xiaoshuan's era, he had the Lu family's protection. He was the noble young master of the starry sky tree. The 7 heroes had died for him. That was a bond of blood, the most sincere friendship in the world. Although he had gone through many hardships during Lu Yin's era, he had also gained friendship, love, family, and everything else. He really did not lack anything. In the entire Genesis space, or even the Hexagon Association, and even the entire human race, how many people acknowledged him? He really was not lonely. Giving was a very foolish thing to do in the cultivation world. Sacrificing himself for the bigger picture was equally foolish, but for these people, Lu Yin was willing to do it. Whether it was the Lu family or the entire human race, there were too many people who protected him openly and secretly. He would protect them until the end. Tianfa would not let Great Elder Shan go off and continued to pursue him. Butterfly Tianan had also come to the celestial sect once and solemnly warned them not to help Shangu escape. However, Patriarch Lu Yuan scolded him and said that the celestial sect had never helped the lost clan. The protectors of the four directions were useless, and they blamed them for not being able to capture the lost clan. Butterfly Tianan had no choice but to leave. No matter how unfavorable the rumors were to the celestial sect, Great Elder Shangu would always appear at the crucial moment to destroy them. The lost clan and the celestial sect had always had a good relationship. On this day, Taibai Jinxing came to the celestial sect and requested to see Lu Yin. Lu Yin was surprised. Taibai Jinxing had agreed to join the celestial sect because she wanted to protect her hometown. After joining, she had stayed in the sect for a while before going to the Starfall Sea. She had never participated in the celestial sect's external affairs unless the everlasting race invaded the Starfall Sea. Why was she here? Lu Yin received Taibai Jinxing. Taibai Jinxing was still indifferent. Greetings, headmaster. Lu Yin grunted. Why are you here? Taibai Jinxing raised her hand, revealing a cosmic ring and a drop of blood. There was a line revolving around the drop of blood. Someone handed this to me, but I can't open it. I think that person wants to borrow my hand to hand it to you, headmaster. Lu Yin took the cosmic ring, and at the same time, he took the blood that was being protected by the revolving line. Looking at the line reminded him of someone, He Wuxian. When He Wuxian attacked, he used the line to trap the enemy. Lu Yin used a bit of force, but he was unable to crush the line. He continued to increase his strength, and with a final sound, the line shattered. No wonder Taibai Jinxing couldn't open it. Lu Yin had used enough strength to surpass an ordinary progenitor. With Taibai Jinxing's strength, it was impossible for her to open it. He used the blood to open the cosmic ring, and there was only one thing inside, a stargate. It was another stargate, but where did it lead to this time? I'll take my leave. Taibai Jinxing bowed. Lu Yin looked at her. Has Luo Shan come looking for you recently? Taibai Jinxing paused. Yes. Lu Yin had only been asking casually, but he hadn't expected Luo Shan to really come looking for Taibai Jinxing. That guy had deep feelings for her. He just wanted to talk to me. Nothing else. I asked him, and he said that he's not a spy. Lu Yin looked at her. Do you believe that? She looked at him. I do. Lu Yin didn't say anything. She continued, Luo Shan has a strong sense of purpose and doesn't have any compassion. He can kill anyone and take their life, but it's precisely because he has a strong sense of purpose that he knows what he wants. What he wants is to dominate the human race, not survive with a bunch of monsters. If the human race loses to the Eternals, he can either become a corpse king or live alone. To him, that's more painful than death, so he can't be a spy. There's one more thing. Taibai Jinxing hesitated. He's never lied to me. Lu Yin wasn't interested in the relationship between Luo Shan and Taibai Jinxing. Where is he? Although Elder Chan, Mu Xia, and the 9th grade Lotus Venerable had been wronged in the list of spies of the Eternals, Wu Hen was indeed a spy. Who could guarantee that Luo Shan was not? Luo Shan hadn't appeared again after that time. Tai Bai Jinxing shook her head. He didn't tell me. He's never lied to you. Lu Yin was suspicious. He doesn't lie to me, but he also doesn't tell me. He's on guard against anyone, including me. Lu Yin didn't know how to describe Luo Shan. Wasn't he tired of living like this? But perhaps it was precisely because of this that he had been able to survive until now. He and De Heng had betrayed their master and were selfish. This person couldn't be trusted, but it was also unlikely that he was a spy. If you see Luo Shan again, tell him that I'll give him a chance to prove his innocence, provided that he appears, Lu Yin said. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3182. After Tai Bai Jinxing left, Lu Yin looked at the astral gate in front of him. Who gave it to him? What was behind the astral gate? He wasn't afraid of an ambush from the Eternals. The Eternals only had Patriarch Shi and Patriarch Lu Hao. If he went to the other side of the astral gate, he would definitely bring Patriarch Lu Yuan with him. The Eternals wouldn't be able to kill him. The most likely enemy was the human spy who had been hiding among the Eternals. Hui Wu was only one of them. There had always been a spy among the 7 sky gods. Mr. Mu was certain of this, and it was because of this spy's reminder that they could deal with the Eternals. This was especially true when they tried to kill the sorcerer god. If not for the spy's reminder, they wouldn't have known that the sorcerer god was hiding in Victor's body. They wouldn't have been able to kill him. Could it be the spy? Lu Yin invited Patriarch Lu Yuan and stepped through the astral gate with him. The moment they stepped out, they saw a dark starry sky. Far away, they could vaguely see a huge object. Lu Yin looked into the distance, and his pupils shrank. Was that Shuang? He had seen Shuang when he was fishing in the river of time. After that, he had merged with the elder god's body and gained some understanding of Shuang. Shuang's poison was always a threat to humans. Once the Eternals extracted too much Shuang's poison, even sequence law powerhouses wouldn't be able to withstand it. Lu Yin wanted the poison of time to neutralize the Ice Master, Moon Immortal, and the others, but he didn't have the chance. He hadn't expected this astral gate to connect to the parallel universe where Shuang was located. Someone appeared in another direction and slowly approached. Lu Yin and Lu Yuan looked at the newcomer, and their expressions changed. It really is you. The person who appeared in front of them was Black Wuxian. 3 pitch-black lines rotated in Black Wuxian's eyes as he looked at Lu Yin and Lu Yuan. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Lu Yin looked at Black Wuxian. Who are you? Black Wuxian looked at Lu Yin. You don't need to know who I am. I don't belong to your universe. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to fool the one true God. Lu Yin was shocked. You're not from our universe. You don't need to know where I come from, and there's no need to know. Do you know the one in the distance? Black Wuxian pointed. Lu Yin said, Shuang. Black Wuxian was surprised. You know. Why did you bring us here? If Su Wang is here, it'll be easy for the Eternals to discover him. Hey, Wuxian said, it's not easy, because I'm the one who collected the unreal poison. Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he stared at Black Wuxian. So, the 5 spirit tribes and the March Alliance's defeat was caused by you? How many years has it been? I've been collecting illusory saliva, but I've only given a small amount to the Eternals each time. I've told everyone that I've never collected much. Even so, after so many years, the Eternals used up all of the illusory poison in one fell swoop, dealing a heavy blow to the 5 spirit tribes and the 3 Moon Alliance. There was nothing I could do. If I hadn't kept most of the illusory poison for myself, the 5 spirit tribes and the 3 Moon Alliance wouldn't have been the only ones defeated. You and White Cloud City would have been the same. As he spoke, he took out a black liquid from his cosmic ring. This illusory poison is at least 10 times more than what the Eternals used to heavily injure the 5 spirit tribes and the March Alliance. Lu Yin nodded. If that's the case, why didn't you tell us beforehand that the Eternals were going to attack them? He Wuxian's tone was calm. My existence cannot be exposed unless it is a matter of life and death. Insignificant 5 spirit clans and the March Alliance can't change the overall situation. Then what are we doing now? Lu Yin asked. He Wuxian said, illusory poison doesn't belong to this universe. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. You want to use illusory poison to divert the attention of the protectors of the 4 directions. He Wuxian gazed into the distance. If it weren't for the appearance of the protectors of the 4 directions, I still wouldn't have been exposed. The 4 of them are enough to keep your above the heavens busy. If you really want to protect the lost clan and wage a war against the protectors of the 4 directions, the outcome will be difficult to predict. After all, your opponents are 4 primordial realm experts. Even if you give up on the lost clan and disregard your reputation, the Eternals will still have ways to guide the protectors of the 4 directions to make things difficult for your above the heavens. Not to mention, the protectors of the 4 directions have always been biased towards the Eternals. You don't need to doubt this. As long as they have the chance, those 4 will completely destroy your above the heavens. Lu Yuan was confused. Why is that? He Wuxian said, in their eyes, the Eternals have an easier time maintaining the stability of this universe. Humans, on the other hand, have too many variables. How do you think the first continent was destroyed during the first battle of the Divine Commandment? Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed. The protectors of the 4 directions. He Wuxian said, although I didn't see it with my own eyes, your above the heavens progenitor was unable to prevent the destruction of the first continent. It should be related to the protectors of the 4 directions. 4 primordial realm experts against 1 progenitor. It should be possible. Lu Yuan's eyes were filled with heavy killing intent. So that was the case. Lu Yin had never thought that the protectors of the 4 directions would be related to the destruction of the above the heavens. If that was really the case, then these 4 had to be eliminated. To them, the Eternals and humans don't matter. They will help whoever is stable, and they will destroy whoever is the most variable. This is their principle, said He Wuxian. After that, he looked at Lu Yin. I've come to you to tell you 2 things. First, the antidote for illusory poison is the poison of time. You have to find a way to find it. Second, the Eternals plan on pushing illusory poison into the primordial space. Lu Yin's expression changed. When? Originally, they were going to do it after the 5 spirit clans and the March Alliance were defeated. However, they didn't expect you to invade the zone of calamity first. Actually, it doesn't matter. The Eternals guessed that you would invade the zone of calamity, and they were prepared to end the battle in a draw. They were even prepared to sacrifice something in exchange for the smooth execution of the plan to push illusory poison into the primordial space after that battle. However, the Grand Empyrean messed up the plan and used the 6 paths of reincarnation to seal the only true God. That was why the plan failed. Since there was such a plan, why didn't you tell us? This concerns the survival of the human race, asked Lu Yin. He Wuxian said, I don't know. You're certain that the 7 gods' heavens are helping the human race, and the Eternals guessed the same. That's why there are many things that I don't know. The others might not know either. The only ones who truly know are the predecessor, the ancient god, and Bai Wuxian. He then looked at Lu Yin. I had many opportunities to kill you, but I gave you the chance to escape. You should be able to tell. Lu Yin sighed. Where can I find the poison of time? He Wuxian shook his head. I don't know. I'll tell you everything that I can, but there are some things that I won't help you with. I'm not doing this for you, but for myself. I have my own plans, and if this matter wasn't so troublesome, I wouldn't have appeared. I also hope that you won't expose my existence. We don't have much time. If you have any questions, hurry up and ask. Lu Yin had long since known that the poison of time was the antidote to the poison of falsehood, but he couldn't find the poison of time. Aside from the time, there was one other thing that could neutralize the poison of falsehood, and that was the fog within the mirage. That was the fog of time, and its effects were probably even better than the poison of time. However, not being able to enter the mirage was even more of a problem. Does the Eternals have a way to enter the mirage? Asked Lu Yin. He Wuxian was puzzled. Why are you asking about the mirage? There used to be a way to enter, but not anymore. The method is very simple. You just have to tear through the void and crush a signpost. The signpost comes from the mirage, and the dust will automatically enter the mirage's spacetime. You just have to follow the dust in. It's that simple. Lu Yin was shocked. He Wuxian replied, it's not that simple. The stones are very difficult to find. Some are real, and some are fake. Lu Yin was puzzled. Aren't the stones a map that points to the mirage? No. What do you mean by real and fake? The mirage is a mystical place. Legend has it that the Qing Luo sword saint broke through to the primordial realm in the mirage, which attracted countless people who wanted to enter and fight over the stones. Because of this, a large number of fake stones appeared during that era. They were as hard as real stones, but they couldn't enter the mirage. As a result, no one was able to find real stones after that. Even the Eternals had a hard time finding them. Lu Yin frowned. He had 2 stones on him. He originally had 3, but he had given one to Mr. Daheng. He had thought that the stones needed to form a diagram to enter the mirage, and if he had known this earlier, he would not have given it away. However, Mr. Daheng clearly did not know about this method, or he would have tried it long ago. Sometimes, although the method was simple, it was very difficult to think of. How do you differentiate between real and fake stones? Lu Yin asked. He could not just crush the stones one by one to test it out. Entering the mirage required finding the right time, and it could not be done randomly. He Wuxian was surprised. It seems like you have a stone. Yes. Lu Yin did not hide it. He Wuxian said, very few people know how to differentiate real stones from fake ones, but you're lucky that I can do it. I'm one of the few people who have entered the mirage before. Out of the Eternals' 10 or so top experts, less than half of them have entered the mirage. He then took something out of his cosmic ring and tossed it to Lu Yin. Lu Yin caught it and saw that it was a square-shaped crystal. There's a speck of dust inside. When I first entered the mirage, I caught it when the stone was crushed into dust. Not everything in the mirage can be used as a signpost, and it's very difficult to find one. Rely on this speck of dust to get close to the stones you have. If you can trigger this speck of dust, then it's real. Lu Yin was delighted. Thank you. There's no need to thank me. Hongyan Mavis' appearance allowed the Eternals to know that you've been to the mirage, so there's no need for me to remind you of some things that you shouldn't go to. However, as someone who has been there before, I still have to say that time is not omnipotent. There are some realms that you can't reach even if you have an eternal life. The time you spend in the mirage is just not connected to the river of time that we exist in, but it doesn't mean that there isn't any flow of time. The one true God once said that there should be a river of time that exists above all of our knowledge. The river of time in the mirage represents our universe, or perhaps even more universes. The river of time represents all living things, and the universe that exists since the birth of the universe. The universe here does not refer to our universe, but rather the multiverse that encompasses the myriad worlds. The time you spend in the mirage will always exist in the river of time because you will never be able to escape from time. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3183. This was the first time Lu Yin had heard of such a theory. While he had been fishing in the river of time, he had also thought about it. Since he had made progress in the mirage domain, how could time not exist? But now, it seemed that everything was related to time. It was just that he had not been able to reach a higher level of time. Lu Yin remembered Black Wuxian's reminder. One more question. When you went to the mirage, was Fengbo there? He Wuxian said, the mirage domain isn't small. If you have the ability, you can travel all over the mirage domain. If you don't, you can only wander around a limited area. If there's a river, there's a shore. The shore is divided into two sides. When I went there, I didn't see Fengbo. It was no wonder why the Eternals hadn't helped Fengbo deal with Hongyan Mavis. If there had been another powerhouse from the 7 sky gods, how could Hongyan Mavis have survived until now? Time's up. I have to go. We'll talk again when we have the chance. He Wuxian was about to leave. Lu Yin was worried. If we let Grand Elder Shangu come here, won't the Eternals know that you're the one who leaked the location to us? He Wuxian tore through the void and stepped out. I'm not the only one who knows about this place. After saying that, his body disappeared. Lu Yin and Lu Yuan stared at the empty space in front of them. Do you believe it? Lu Yuan asked. Lu Yin pondered for a moment. There's nothing to be suspicious about. At the very least, everything he said so far matches what I know. Plus, he spared me many times, giving me 100,000 years to warn him about the Eternals' plan and the situation in the Mirage domain. Even if he's pretending to approach us, there's no need for him to tell us anything. Lu Yuan sighed with emotion. In the past, I had already guessed that we had people in the 7 gods' heavens, but I never thought that it would be him. It's time for Great Elder Dan Gu to calm down, Lu Yin said softly as he looked at the distant behemoth. The astral gate floated in the void, and Great Elder Dan Gu rushed out of it. When he saw the enormous Su Wang in the distance, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Lu Yin had warned him that Su Wang could crush out a void world with just a flip of its body. Not to mention Great Elder Gu, even Lu Yuan and Hongyan Mavis were shocked by his words. Both of them were famous for their strength, and they were very clear about how much strength was needed to strike out the world of nothingness. Progenitor realm experts might not be able to strike out a world of nothingness, but Huang could do so with a flip of its body. This meant that the power contained within its body was terrifying to the point of making one's hair stand on end. Once such an existence made a move, what would happen? Lu Yuan guessed that if illusory were a normal creature, its destructive power would be no weaker than a primordial realm expert. Lu Yin's warning kept popping up in his mind, and Great Elder Dan Gu did not dare to approach Su Wang. Not only could Su Wang release a void world with a flip of its body, but it could also devour energy. This was the source of Su Wang's poison, and any creature that approached it would lose their energy. Great Elder Dan Gu did not want to approach Su Wang for the time being. Very quickly, a few days passed, and Tianfa finally caught up to them. Tianfa had not used the astral gate, and it was impossible for her to do so. The astral gate was with Lu Yin. Through some unknown means, it had found the location of Great Elder Shangu and chased after him. Previously, he had been able to easily track down Great Elder Shangu's location. The closer he got to Great Elder Shangu, the more Great Elder Shangu got into a fight with old ancestor Lu Yuan in the above heaven sect, causing Great Elder Shangu to flee far away. The moment divine punishment appeared, Great Elder Shangu rushed towards Su Wang. He did not use his real body, but his mecha. This mecha came from the Limitless Empire. It was one of the few mecha that didn't use ring energy to fight. It was an experimental mecha for the Limitless Empire Academy. Now, this mecha was finally put to good use. The mecha was very fast, and it was at least as fast as a half-progenitor. It had been remodeled by the Limitless Empire before they had set off, and its control method had nothing to do with ring energy. Otherwise, Great Elder Shangu would not have been able to use it. Tianfa watched as the mecha charged towards Su Wang, and it naturally saw Su Wang as well. Its blood-red liquid began to boil. A creature from another universe. It could tell that Su Wang did not belong to this universe. This was the reason why Blacklist God had told Lu Yin where Su Wang was. He wanted to use Su Wang to suppress Tianfa. Blacklist God was confident that he could do this. Although Su Wang did not have much fighting ability, it was quite resistant to beatings, and it could devour energy on its own without needing to be controlled. As the mecha approached Su Wang, Great Elder Shangu felt his energy drain away. However, this type of energy devouring was fine as long as it stayed away from Su Wang. It was not Su Wang's poison. Now, it all depended on what Tianfa would do. Tianfa only hesitated for a moment before attacking Su Wang. It hesitated because it sensed that Su Wang was not to be trifled with, but since it did not belong to this universe, it had to act. Earthen Blade. Countless blades slashed at Su Wang from below, including the mecha. Great Elder Shangu took out his Heavenly Emperor card to block the blades, but the mecha could not block Tianfa's blades. The endless blades slashed down on Su Wang's body, startling him awake. Su Wang hurriedly flipped over and growled in pain. Tianfa did not show any mercy. Anyone who dares to enter this universe will be killed without mercy. Su Wang flipped over, and its huge body crushed the stars as it charged towards Tianfa. It seemed huge, but its speed was not slow. It traveled through the stars like a sea, and the closer it got to Tianfa, the stronger the energy devouring became. Its angry roar filled the sky as it opened its mouth to bite at Tianfa. Tianfa growled, "Laws cannot get close to me. Your laws are useless against me." Su Wang was born from the universe, and its ability to devour energy was a type of law. It was not something that was cultivated, but rather something that was nurtured by nature. However, as long as it was a law, it could not get close to Tianfa. The devouring of energy did not affect Tianfa in the slightest. A spear formed in front of Tianfa, and Su Wang suddenly stopped moving, just like Patriarch Lu Yuan. Heaven's Spear. The spear stabbed towards Su Wang, directly piercing his body and passing through his back. Su Wang howled miserably and twisted violently. The sound of space shattering rang out. Great Elder Shangu felt his scalp tingle from within the mecha. He knew that even the primordial realm expert, Patriarch Lu Yuan, was unable to break free from the imprisonment of time, yet Su Wang was able to shatter it. Tianfa was shocked as well. Once strength reached a certain level, it could break free from time. The primordial realm expert, Patriarch Lu Yuan, was unable to do so because he was not as strong as Su Wang. In the current universe, there was no one who could surpass Su Wang in terms of strength. Perhaps Hongyan Mavis had a chance at surpassing Su Wang after breaking through to the primordial realm, but the chances were very slim. Su Wang could be regarded as the most powerful existence in the countless parallel universes. Even with that being the case, he only twisted. He was unable to break free from the imprisonment of time. The damage from the Heaven Spear was nowhere near as great as it seemed. Su Wang constantly twisted, and the sound of space shattering constantly rang out. Tianfa's earthen blade stretched out endlessly, landing on Su Wang's body. However, they were unable to break through Su Wang's defenses. Only the heaven spear could penetrate Su Wang's body. Tianfa planned on circling around Su Wang and attacking Great Elder Shangu first. However, Great Elder Shangu had locked onto Su Wang, so he hid near him. He had enough distance to avoid Tianfa's heaven spear. The heaven spear required distance, and it would be useless if it was too far away. The imprisonment of time was not easy, or Tianfa would have been invincible long ago. The endless blades were unable to break through the Heavenly Emperor card's defenses for now, and Su Wang was constantly breaking free from the imprisonment of time. With no other choice, Tianfa could only retreat for now. Seeing Tianfa retreat, Great Elder Shangu let out a sigh of relief. He hurriedly piloted his mecha away from Su Wang, afraid that he would unleash a world of nothingness and devour him. Su Wang constantly twisted. The pain had stimulated him, and he needed a very long time to recover. Far away, Lu Yin watched this scene with a shocked expression. Forefather, Su Wang's strength is probably beyond that of all living creatures. Forefather Lu Yuan's expression was solemn. Since ancient times, no one has been able to break free from the imprisonment of time. Big Yella is one, and so is Su Wang. They are both astral beasts. Humans are much less talented than these astral beasts, Lu Yin said. But we humans are good at creating things. Otherwise, the astral beasts would not have been enslaved in that era. Lu Yuan sighed. Big Yella hates us. Otherwise, I would really want him to come out and reminisce about the past. He used to bring us around in space, and we will never be able to return to those days. Let's go. Tianfa can't touch Shangu for now, but we have to think of a way to deal with him. Otherwise, the protectors of the four directions will always be the Eternal's barrier. 6 Directions Society, Reincarnation Spacetime. Inside a restaurant, many people were looking at a table in the corner with strange expressions. The table was filled with delicacies, but there was no one there. A figure was curled up under the table, his buttocks exposed and trembling. The waiter walked over and knocked on the table, causing the person under the table to panic even more. Don't look at me, I'm cheap. I'm just looking around. Don't look at me, I don't want to become a line. Guest. Are you all right? The waiter was puzzled and squatted down to look under the table. The person curled up under the table was Xianzhou. He was dressed in plain clothes and hugged 2 banners, trembling non-stop. Go away. Don't look at Grandpa Joe. Go away, Xianzhou urged. The waiter was put in a difficult position. Guest, everyone is looking at you. Xianzhou was startled and stole a glance outside. Inside the restaurant, dozens of tables on 3 sides were filled. At least 100 people were looking at him, trying to stifle their laughter as they discussed. Xianzhou wailed, they're all looking at Grandpa Joe. Do they have nothing better to do? Just eat. Why are they looking at Grandpa Joe? Grandpa Joe wishes you all a long life. The people around him laughed even louder. The waiter tried to stifle his laughter. Guest, are you being chased by your enemies? Don't worry, our restaurant's boss is very powerful. No one dares to come in and cause trouble as long as you're still in the restaurant. Xianzhou sighed helplessly. Waiter. Hey, I'm here. You're someone who has seen the world. You're praising me. Have you seen people eating people? The waiter was stunned. You, what do you mean? Xianzhou hugged his banner and sat on the floor in despair. His eyes were lifeless. I'm going to be eaten. The waiter did not know how to reply. Guest, the other guests are eating. Please don't say such things. Xianzhou stretched out his hand and naturally grabbed the roasted leg of an unknown creature on the table. He took a bite. It's delicious, waiter. Guest, I'm busy here. Can you come out first? Thank you. QZQ 4418 Bai Duzhang Daming Brothers tip, I'll give it to you. Thanks. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3184. Xian Jiu was silent for a while before looking at the waiter in admiration. You've indeed seen the world. You're as steady as Mount Tai. The waiter was speechless. That's not very worldly. Let me introduce you to a woman. She's very pretty and gentle. I'm her grandpa Joe. As long as I say the word, she'll definitely marry you. It's just that there's a love rival. I don't know if you dare to face her. The waiter blinked. Our boss is very nice to me. He's not afraid of love rivals. You've really seen the world. My niece is called Starsabil. That's a good name. Uncle, please come out first. The floor is cold. Good child, Uncle admires you. By the way, that love rival of yours is called Lu Yin. Some people call him Master Lu. Boss, this scoundrel lied to me. Who dares to deceive the people of our restaurant? I killed him. With a bang, Xian Jiu rushed out of the window, still holding a roasted leg in his hand. As he ate, he mumbled, let's go find that brat Lu Yin. Grandpa Jiu can't be eaten. Let's see who's more unlucky. Brat, Grandpa Jiu is here. After Lu Yin returned to the above-the-sky sect, he decided to roll his die. It wouldn't be easy to deal with the guardian envoys, and he wanted to see what the Eternals were up to by rolling the dice. The Eternals had done everything they could to get the guardian envoys to attack the above-heaven sect. On the surface, it seemed like they were afraid of the above-heaven sect, but Lu Yin had no idea what the above-heaven sect was capable of. The Eternals weren't stupid, and Lu Yin could tell that this was a ploy. Back then, the Eternals hadn't relied on absolute power to destroy above heaven. Lu Yin could only be at ease if he knew himself and his enemy. The Purple Emperor's consciousness had helped Jiang Yi's shattered consciousness planet recover by more than half. He should be able to break through the barrier now. This time, he would not merge into the bodies of the 7 sky gods, the 3 sky gods, and the 6 boundless gods to prevent himself from being targeted by the one true god. It would be best to merge into the bodies of the eternal race's progenitors and see the situation in the first calamity zone. Looking up, the die appeared. Shaking it, he tapped it with his finger. The die spun slowly before finally coming to a stop. He tapped it again, and a useless item fell out. 10 days later, Lu Yin rolled the die once more. He had rolled it 4 times before, but it didn't yield a 6. Once, twice, thrice, and 4 times, there were still no 6 dots. He was quite unlucky. 10 days later, there were still no 6 dots. Such a situation was rare, and Lu Yin refused to believe it. Finally, the die stopped at 6, and his consciousness appeared in the dark space. He looked into the distance and saw a dark and deep space. There was a dim ball of light in the distance that was far weaker than his own. Lu Yin's consciousness traveled through the void, and he soon saw a slightly brighter ball of light. He estimated that this ball of light was at the progenitor realm. However, there was a barrier between the light cluster and him. Lu Yin's consciousness rushed forward and crashed through the barrier, merging into the ball of light. When he opened his eyes, he was greeted by the familiar landscape of the first realm of calamity. His memories quickly surged into his mind, and he raised a hand. He had never thought that he would actually merge with a heavy ghost's body. Zhong Gue was one of the captains of the True God Guard. The first time he had appeared was when he attacked the Above the Sky sect. Coincidentally, the Lu family had been brought back. He had been captured by Patriarch Lu Tianyi and had been imprisoned in the Death Chi of the Eternal Kingdom. When Di Qiong had attacked the Eternal Kingdom, Lu Yin had wanted to use Yibo's identity to enter the zone of calamity. He had had no choice but to bring Zhong Gui and dual swords back to the Eternal Kingdom. Heavy ghosts weren't humans, and Lu Yin had received reports about them. The Sky Sect had interrogated them, but they hadn't said anything. At this moment, his memories told him that a heavy ghost was a person, but one with an extremely tragic fate. He had originally been an ordinary person, but he had been captured by a cultivator. That cultivator had used insects to attack others and fed humans to the insects. The heavy ghost had experienced an extremely tragic childhood and had luckily survived. However, that cultivator had been devoured by the insects and died without even leaving behind a single bone. Because the heavy ghost had spent a lot of time with insects, he had gained the ability to control them and had stepped onto the cultivator's path. That cultivator had only been an envoy, but he had relied on the heavy ghost's path to reach the progenitor realm. Because he had used insects to fight, the heavy ghost had been viewed as an evil person. He had never explained himself and had killed all enemies who came to attack him. He had committed heinous crimes in his own civilization, and he had been brought back by the Eternal Kingdom to become a captain of the True God Guard. As for his strange words, they had all come from his childhood interactions with insects, which had led to another personality. The heavy ghost's memories made Lu Yin rather uncomfortable. His childhood had been miserable, and the slaughter he had experienced after becoming a cultivator had been an eye-opener for Lu Yin. This person was very pitiful. His entire life had been miserable, but he had also brought misery to countless people. He had killed many innocent people. In front of him, the river of divine power flowed along the cracks in the ground. The first zone of disaster had been destroyed after several wars. Muji walked over from a distance. Heavy ghost, why are you also staring at the river of divine power? Lu Yin looked at Muji. Huiwu had become a berserk corpse because of him, and this person was one of his targets to kill. However, this person had not told the Eternals that he was Yibwa, nor had he revealed his suspicions about Wang Xiaoyu. What was he thinking? Muji looked at the heavy ghost strangely. What's wrong with you? This isn't like you. Lu Yin's consciousness withdrew from his body. He did not need to worry about anything now. Even if he had been discovered, so what? The one true God already knew that he could use the dye to enter another's body. The 3 powers, 6 seas, and the 7 sky gods should all know. It was not impossible for Muji and the others to know as well, so he would just let the heavy ghost be suspected. His consciousness returned to his body and he sighed. His experience as a heavy ghost had made his heart heavy. People had to control themselves. He had also experienced white meat and had almost been eaten. Fortunately, his luck had not been too bad, and he had obtained everything that should have been his. Calming himself down, Lu Yin continued to roll the die. Another 10 days passed, and Lu Yin rolled possession again. He found a ball of light and merged with it. When he opened his eyes, a dark red light filled his vision. Was this the river of divine power? Memories flooded in as Lu Yin merged with the berserk corpse. This corpse's memories were very complex, as it had once been a progenitor. However, Lu Yin was not interested in its memories since it was just a berserk corpse. Not too far away was another berserk corpse, Huiwu. Lu Yin looked at Huiwu, whose eyes were closed. He was locked in a cage and had no aura at all. During the battle in Yi region, Huiwu had charged out from the lake of divine power and brought the Shaoyin divinity towards the Black Mother Tree. At that time, no one had understood Huiwu's actions. Was he helping the Shaoyin divinity? Or was he harming the Shaoyin divinity? Regardless of the situation, Huiwu had still been thrown under the lake of divine power and turned into a berserk corpse. Lu Yin wanted to call out to Huiwu, but suddenly, divine power flowed and a 4-sided seal appeared in front of him. The one true God's voice rang out, "You recovered so quickly." Lu Yin hurriedly withdrew from the fusion and returned to the dark space. The seal followed closely behind, bombarding Lu Yin's consciousness. Fortunately, Lu Yin reacted quickly this time, and he was not hit. After his consciousness returned to his body, he panted heavily. It was fine, as he had dodged it. The one true God had been trapped in the 6 paths of reincarnation, but he had still been able to use a turbid treasure to attack Lu Yin. As expected, he had been prepared. Lu Yin put away the die. If he wanted to obtain information on the Eternals, either the 3 pillars and the 6 seas or the 7 sky gods would be the best choices. Unfortunately, they would definitely be guarded against, and the die's usefulness had been limited. Lu Yin felt a sense of loss. He stayed in the above-the-sky Sex-back mountain for a few days, trying to find a way to bypass the Guardians and start a war with the Eternals. On this day, news came from Lu Tianjing that Ku Zhu had awakened. Lu Yin was delighted, and he immediately went to Lu Tianjing. Ku Zhu was one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas from the Daosaur Sex era. The 9 mountains and 8 seas were just a name, as Ku Zhu's true strength was incomparably terrifying. Lu Yin would never forget that when he had been traveling through space in the Daosaur Sex main hall, he had seen Ku Zhu and the undying deity collide head-on, and a small portion of the undying deity's body had been shattered. Ku Zhu had killed his way into the first zone of disaster, faced the one true God, and survived. Ku Zhu was the first powerhouse in the primordial space to be respected by Celestial Victor, and he had exchanged the victorious battle technique with Celestial Victor. Celestial Victor had killed his way into the zone of disaster several times in order to find traces of Ku Zhu. There were not many legends about Ku Zhu in the primordial space, but anyone who knew about him would be shocked. Ku Zhu's strength was definitely not below progenitor Chen's. In the depths of Lu Tianjing's mountain range, Ku Zhu sat on one end of a chain with his head lowered. No one knew what he was thinking. On the other end of the chain were Lu Yuan and Lu Tianyi. Lu Yin arrived and saw Ku Zhu with his head lowered. "How is Ku Zhu?" Lu Tianyi replied, "He's been like this since he woke up, and he hasn't spoken to us. Let's wait. He should be recovering." Lu Yin looked at Ku Zhu and waited quietly. After a while, Ku Zhu slowly raised his head and saw Lu Yuan and the other 2. His gaze landed on Lu Tianyi, and he said in a hoarse voice, "Senior, Tianyi." Lu Tianyi relaxed. "Ku Zhu, how are you?" Ku Zhu looked at his body. "I need time to recover. It's a bit troublesome." He then looked at Lu Yuan in surprise. "Path Master." Ku Zhu had never met Lu Yuan before. Lu Yuan was in deep slumber all year round. "I've heard of your deeds. You killed your way into the Calamity region alone." "Ku Zhu, thank you for everything you've done for humanity," Lu Yuan praised. Ku Zhu frowned. "I forgot." "Senior, have you forgotten what you've done?" Lu Yin could not help but ask. Ku Zhu looked at Lu Yin, and his eyes lit up. "Things will move in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme." Lu Yin bowed deeply to Ku Zhu. "Junior Lu Yin thanks Senior for your inheritance. Things will move in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme. This technique has saved me too many times." Ku Zhu sized Lu Yin up. "You're not weak, but you're still a half-ancestor. It's rare." Lu Tianyi replied, "His name is Lu Yin, and he's the current path master of the primordial space. The Daosaur sect is no more, and my Lu family has been exiled once. Many things have happened since you went missing, and we'll tell you everything." Ku Zhu nodded. "The affairs of the world are unpredictable, and that's how it should be. Humanity will always be reborn from the ashes and return to glory." At this point, his gaze turned cold. "I remember now. Rebirth. Butterfly. I was killed by Butterfly once." Lu Yuan and the other two were shocked. Butterfly. Ku Zu lowered his head and clutched his head. He seemed to be in pain, and his eyes flickered as if he was recalling something. Lu Yin and the other two exchanged glances. Butterfly. Tianan. Thank you. QZQ 4418 Baidu. Brother's reward, I'll give it to you, thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3185. The desolate ancestor kept recalling his memories as his skin cracked and fell off inch by inch, revealing new skin as if he had been reborn. He suddenly looked up. I was killed by a butterfly once in space and used the mountain sea battle technique to break out of the cocoon. Although I survived, I lost some of my memories. Yes, that's it. What kind of butterfly? Lu Yuan asked anxiously. A huge butterfly with a gentle voice. I don't remember what she said. I only know that I was in a bad state at that time and was on the verge of death. I don't know why a butterfly appeared and tried to kill me. I used the mountain sea battle technique, which can only be used once to break out of the cocoon and escape death. That butterfly, it's a butterfly killed me once. Lu Yin's expression was gloomy, but his voice was gentle. A huge butterfly was definitely a blessing from heaven. Did that butterfly carry a light that shines in space? Desolate ancestor suddenly looked at Lu Yin. You've seen it before. Lu Yin clenched his fists. Senior, we should plan how to kill that butterfly. Lu Yin and the others were the first to see the desolate ancestor when he woke up, followed by Dou Xing and Shi Wei. News of the desolate ancestor's awakening did not spread because he was killed by butterfly Tianan. So far, only a few people knew that the desolate ancestor was in Lu Tianjing. Butterfly Tianan might have thought that the desolate ancestor was dead, so she was still pretending in front of the humans. In reality, she was even worse than Tianfa. Tianfa slaughtered on the surface, while butterfly Tianan secretly killed human powerhouses. So that's how it is. Let the Eternals take all the grace. Although the lost tribesmen had gone missing since the Heavenly Sect's Imperial Tournament, Elder Gu had appeared several times, so there were not many waves. The Eternals' propaganda among the humans could not compare to the Heavenly Sects. Wei Rong was the best at this. Everyone was waiting for the Heavenly Sect to launch a decisive battle against the Eternals. At this time, a legend about the Mirage domain quickly spread throughout the Six Directions Society, including the various parallel universes. The cause was that a huge creature hidden in the void had appeared in a parallel universe called 100 Martial, which attracted the cultivators of the 100 Martial universe to investigate. Finally, they found a piece of beast skin and several stones wrapped in it. No one knows who told the origin of the stones, but the entire 100 Martial universe instantly knew that these stones were related to the legendary Mirage domain. Gradually, the news spread to the Six Directions Guild and to the Celestial Sect. It also spread to the boundless battlefield. When Mr. Deheng received the news, he was shocked. Is the news true? In front of him, a cultivator from the Repose Palace respectfully said, It's true. Now, the animal skin and several stones are in the 100 Martial universe. The 100 Martial universe has joined forces with other universes that have a friendly relationship with it. Several masters who have reached the ancestor realm have joined forces to seal the animal skin and stones and decided to auction them. The invitation letter has been sent to the Six Direction Society. Mr. Daheng frowned. They are actually auctioning it. It is said that the people of 100 Martial universe do not believe in the Mirage domain, so they want to auction it for some practical benefits, the man replied. Mr. Daheng nodded. That's a wise choice. Announcing the news so openly, even those who want to snatch it will have to think twice. Alright, I got it. Wait, what's the reaction of the Heavenly Sect? I heard that old Zen has already gone to 100 Martial universe to buy those things. Mr. Daheng's eyes narrowing his eyes, he said, "All right, you can go back." After the man left, Mr. Daheng muttered to himself. The stones of the Mirage domain had not appeared for so many years. How could so many of them appear all of a sudden? Moreover, why would someone know that these stones were related to the Mirage domain and spread the news? This matter made Mr. Daheng feel uneasy, as if something was about to happen. However, he was not willing to give up. After all, this matter was related to the Mirage domain and himself. What he was most afraid of was that this matter was related to the heavenly sect, but it was unlikely. Why would the heavenly sect do this for no reason? If they had the time, they might as well think about how to infiltrate the eternal race. Recently, he had heard some rumors that the heavenly sect had given up on the lost clan. Some people also said that the heavenly sect was targeted by powerhouses and would definitely be destroyed. He did not believe these words at all. He knew too well how powerful the heavenly sect was now. In the past, it was very difficult for Lu Yin and the others to kill the Forgotten Ruins god. Now, which of the 7 sky gods dared to come out alone? If they came out, they would die. Although the current heavenly sect was still not at its peak, it was not far off. At least, the eternal race was afraid. The disappearance of the endless battlefield was the best proof. If this matter had nothing to do with the heavenly sect, he wanted to get involved. However, he was afraid that the heavenly sect would get involved. He knew that these stones were related to the Mirage domain. After thinking about it, Mr. Daheng decided to go, but he had to hide his identity. Similarly, in the endless battlefield, Luo Shan also heard this news in a parallel spacetime. His decision was the same as Mr. Daheng's. He would go and hide his identity. Regardless of whether the heavenly sect would get involved, he was sure that Daheng would definitely go. If Daheng fought with the heavenly sect, then he could wait for an opportunity. He was not interested in the Mirage domain because he knew that he would not be able to obtain so many stones. The heavenly sect was the most likely to obtain the stones. However, this did not stop him from finding an opportunity to deal with Daheng. If he did not deal with this person, he would never be able to feel at ease. In the heavenly sect, Elder Chan had gone to a parallel spacetime outside the realm. The heavenly sect naturally had to get involved. In the Six Direction Association, many cultivators were looking forward to seeing who these stones would eventually belong to. They wanted to see the legendary Mirage domain. The 100 Martial Universe was a relatively powerful parallel spacetime with 2 progenitors. Even in the Six Direction Association, they were quite strong. In the past, the Six Direction Association had wanted to include the 100 Martial Universe, but the 100 Martial Universe had refused. At that time, the war with the Eternals had been intense, so the Six Direction Association had not acted against the 100 Martial Universe. In fact, the 100 Martial Universe had not been able to decide whether to join the Six Direction Association. There were many similar situations, and it was precisely because these parallel spacetimes were connected that they dared to refuse the Six Direction Association. When Lu Yin had first joined the Six Direction Association, there were less than 70 parallel spacetimes in the Endless Battlefield and the Six Direction Association. It was not that there were no parallel spacetimes, but that these parallel spacetimes were connected to each other, and they refused to join the Six Direction Association and fight with the Eternals. This could not be helped, as a considerable number of them were not humans at all. The 100 Martial Universe was dominated by humans, but other races could also interfere. At this moment, in a huge circular plaza in the 100 Martial Universe, people were arriving one after another. The auction would be held in this plaza. The plaza was piled up with dark red stones and looked quite simple and crude. There was a huge statue of a man in the middle of the plaza. This statue was the first human progenitor of the 100 Martial Universe, who had changed the world and led the people of the 100 Martial Universe to embark on the path of cultivation. This person was called the 100 Martial Universe. Some people called this spacetime the 100 Martial Universe. The entire plaza was very large, and it was not easy to enter. No more than 5 people from each parallel spacetime were qualified to enter, and these were the stronger ones. The weaker ones did not even have the qualifications to enter. Outside the plaza, people landed from time to time, and there were also astral beasts in human form. Some astral beasts were much larger than this plaza. There won't be any trouble, right? There was a high platform directly behind the statue in the plaza, and 5 people stood on it. They were the progenitors who had organized this auction. 2 of them were humans from the 100 Martial Universe, one was an astral beast from the 100 Martial Universe, and the other 2 were from 2 parallel spacetimes. It was because of these 5 progenitors that they dared to hold this auction. Otherwise, they would not dare to face the many powerful parallel spacetimes outside. It shouldn't be. We have already sent invitations to those powerful spacetimes. As long as they don't cause trouble, we should be fine with our strength. Someone said. What did the Six Paths Society say? Of course, we'll hand over the invitation letters as soon as possible. The Six Directions sect has received a total of 20 invitation letters. We have to be careful with them, especially the Above Heaven sect. I've personally made a trip there and handed over the invitation letter to that Elder Chan. We must not be careless with the Above Heaven sect. They are too terrifying. Let alone the 5 of us, even if there were 50 of us, would not feel safe. Did the Above Heaven sect say anything else? Someone asked. The person who personally went to the Above Heaven sect to deliver the invitation hesitated for a moment and said, Old Zen asked us to sell the stones and beast skins directly to the Above Heaven sect. The price must be satisfactory. No, what we want is not only benefits but also fame. The Above Heaven sect is so powerful because they have roped in many parallel spacetimes. Although we cannot reach the Above Heaven sect's level, roping in more parallel spacetimes will help us protect ourselves. Yes, this is our fundamental benefit. The Above Heaven sect cannot touch it. Don't worry, I refused. Otherwise, there would not be this auction. The Above Heaven sect might be dissatisfied, but they will not do anything to us. Parallel spacetimes are joining the origin space one after another. They still have to put on a show for the other parallel spacetimes. Otherwise, how can they convince the public? Don't worry, the Above Heaven sect will not have a problem. That is. Old Zen is here. Go and welcome him. Several people were shocked and hurriedly went down. Outside the dark red plaza, Old Zen attracted the attention of countless people. The Above Heaven sect had been thoroughly recognized by the Above Heaven sect. Many parallel spacetimes had preserved relatively ancient history. They knew very well how powerful the Above Heaven sect used to be. The current Above Heaven sect was already close to the former Above Heaven sect. People kept coming forward to chat with Old Zen, but they were limited to progenitors. Looking around, there were only a few progenitors outside the plaza. Soon, a group of 5 people came out. 100 Martial Spacetimes by NI is here to welcome Senior. Old Zen looked over. Bai NI was 100 Martial Spacetime's progenitor, the descendant of 100 Martial Spacetime. This auction was initiated by him. Beside Bai NI, a man bowed. 100 Martial Spacetime's Ching Du is here to welcome Senior. 100 Martial Spacetime's Illumination Raccoon is here to welcome Senior. Youngjia Spacetime's esteemed Youngjia is here to welcome Senior. Luofu Spacetime's Luofu King is here to welcome Senior. The 5 progenitors came out to welcome him. They were the leaders of the auction, giving the Above Heaven sect enough face. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3186. The surrounding people were as quiet as cicadas in winter, watching this scene enviously. Not everyone was qualified to be welcomed by these 5 people. After all, they were 5 supreme powerhouses. The 5 of them joined forces and once dared to refuse the 6 Paths Association's invitation. Elder Chan smiled, "You're all too polite." Bai and I was enthusiastic, "It's our honor to have the Above Heaven sect come." "Elder Chan, please." Elder Chan nodded and stepped into the square under the compliments of several people. Someone was jealous. "Bah, what's this? We have to line up." Hearing this, the people next to him gloated, "Brother, if you can also make an imperial edict and shock the universe, they will do the same to you. We were just lucky to unite many parallel universes. If it weren't for the shocking news of the 100 Martial universe, our universe wouldn't have known that so many parallel universes were connected." "Who isn't?" "At first, I also thought that there were only a few parallel universes in the entire universe. For this reason, I was worried that the 6 Paths Association would forcibly take them away. Now it seems that I was thinking too much. There are many parallel universes. There are quite a few, but none can match the 6 Paths Association." "That's true." The 2 who spoke were not human. In the entire square, less than 1/10 of the human population was human. Most of them were astral beasts. The races that were not human were collectively called astral beasts, but there were also great distinctions among them. No less than 5 battles took place outside the square, all of which were fights between astral beasts. However, these battles did not enter Elder Chan's eyes. These astral beasts did not dare to fight in front of Elder Chan. The Above Heaven sect was really a colossus to them. In the distance, De Heng had already arrived. He hid his face and received an invitation. For a powerhouse like him, it did not matter whether he received an invitation or not. He had plenty of ways to get it. Watching Elder Chan being invited in, his eyes wandered and suddenly fixed on a person. That person looked at him at the same time, and they looked at each other. Luo Shan. The 2 were from the same sect and recognized each other at a glance. Luo Shan frowned. He had tried his best to disguise himself, but he was still recognized by De Heng. There was no other way. His disguise could not fool De Heng, and De Heng's disguise could not fool him. The 2 did not speak and silently entered the square. There were many creatures coming from further away, and there were countless creatures outside the square. They did not ask to enter, but to see how many parallel universes would be attracted and what would happen here. After all, the Above Heaven sect was concerned about the Mirage domain. Lu Yin had arrived, and he was wearing a mask. Even San Qing and Lu Hao couldn't recognize him, let alone anyone else. It was so lively. Following the line, he slowly entered the dark red plaza. He glanced around and easily found De Heng and Luo Shan. These 2 couldn't discover him at all. Other than them, there were a few other experts here, but none of them were anything special. Would the Eternals come? In the dark red square, on the high platform behind the statue, Elder Zen had been invited here. "Gentlemen, it's not convenient for me to participate in the auction from here," Elder Chan said with a smile. His eyes could see the entire square, and he had the best view. Bai and I laughed. "Senior, if you want to reveal your identity to participate in the auction, there is no problem at all. If you don't want to reveal your identity, there are other ways to participate in the auction." Esteemed Master Yangjia apologized. "If it is possible, we are willing to send all of these things to the Above Heaven sect. However, Senior, please forgive us. It is not easy for us to survive in parallel universes. Sometimes, we need some things to cheer ourselves up." Elder Chan raised his hand and stopped him. "I understand, but I have a question I want to ask." He looked at Bayanai. Don't you plan to participate in the battle between the above heaven sect and the Eternals? Bayanai and the others looked at each other. They knew that the above heaven sect would ask this and thought of an answer. Of course, we will participate. If the Eternals appear, we will fight to the death. If the above heaven sect and the Eternals fight, our 100 Martial Universe will definitely send experts to participate. So will our Yongjia universe. So will our Luofu universe. Elder Chan smiled. Words were words, but actions were another matter altogether. They only wanted to protect themselves and hoped that the six-party association would fight to the death with the Eternals. They didn't consider what would happen to humanity if the six-party association lost. They thought that they couldn't change the situation of the war, so they could stay out of it. Little did they know that the rise and fall of this universe was related to everyone, even an ordinary person who didn't know anything. The six-party association tried to force some parallel universes into the endless battlefield. Some universes succeeded, such as Dashur Kong, but many others failed. They gathered together to fight against the six-party association. However, sometimes they couldn't be blamed. No one wanted to put their hometown in the endless battlefield, which was a millstone of life and death. It could only be said that only by changing the general trend could one change the hearts of people. Why are they here? King Luofu suddenly stood up and exclaimed, his face changed drastically. Bayanai was puzzled. Who is here? Elder Chan looked at the entrance of the square. At this moment, several people were entering. He was attracted at a glance because these people's appearance was more conspicuous. It was not that their appearance was strange, but they looked like ordinary people. They were too normal, so normal that it was abnormal. Generally speaking, when traveling in the universe, cultivators would more or less have some self-defense equipment, which made them look like they had been through years of killing. These people, on the other hand, were like sheep that had accidentally wandered into a pack of wolves. They were completely defenseless. But Elder Chan knew that it was them that made King Luofu's face change drastically. Because at first sight, Elder Chan felt a strong sense of crisis. Young Jia stared at the people at the entrance, his eyes cold. That's the second life. Qing Du and Zhao Li's faces changed. Bayanai also remembered, second life. Why are they here? Trouble. Elder Chan was curious, what's wrong? Is there a problem with those people? King Luofu's face was gloomy. Senior, you may not know, but the Second Life is a gang that runs amok in the universe. They are very powerful, and are the most feared extraterrestrial powerhouses. They do not follow the rules, and are completely bandits. Unfortunately, no one can do anything to them. The first time they became famous was when they stole a supreme treasure from a helmsman in a parallel universe. They slaughtered the entire helmsman and shocked that helmsman. Outsiders thought it was a vendetta and didn't pay much attention to it. But then, they went crazy and went around stealing supreme treasures. They killed people everywhere, including astral beasts. They didn't even spare the Eternals. They just killed people for the sake of stealing. They had no position and no morals. Elder Chan frowned. Are they very powerful? King Luofu took a deep breath. His tone and gaze were full of fear, very powerful. After so many years, they have slaughtered so many creatures that I finally understood their abilities. The Second Life has a total of 5 people. The eldest, Second Bone, is a sequence powerhouse. He is terrifying at first glance, and has the 3 styles of the bone-leaving technique. His bones are connected, and he has an avatar. He is extremely powerful, and is confident that no one can break through his avatar's defenses. The second mode, is also a sequence powerhouse. He has the ability to copy other people's battle skills. He is very difficult to deal with. Usually, when the eldest doesn't appear, she will deal with the strongest enemies with ease. The second gang, is not a sequence powerhouse, but he has unparalleled physical strength. No one has ever broken through his defenses. There was once a sequence life form that fought the second life, and the other four didn't even need to do anything. Second gang alone killed that sequence life form, and he became famous in that battle. The second kindness, can be considered the brains of the second life. He is very smart and can quickly predict danger. In the past, the parallel universes of the outer realms joined forces to encircle and annihilate them once. The Six Paths sent out a 9th-grade Venerable Lotus to capture them all in one fell swoop. It was a surefire ambush, but in the end, no one was even seen. I heard that second kindness sensed danger and retreated. In fact, the parallel universes had been preparing for that ambush for a very long time. Even if there were traitors, they wouldn't have been able to expose them. They were only able to escape because of second kindness. As for the fifth, King Luofu looked at the others. They looked at each other and shook their heads. No one knows how strong the fifth is, because she has never made a move, not even once. Elder Chan's eyes flashed. Perhaps she has, but you don't know. Bai and I agreed, we think so too, but we can't find any traces of her making a move. She is very difficult to deal with. I didn't expect them to come. They have guts. Zhao Li exclaimed. King Luofu looked at Elder Chan, then looked down. Aren't they afraid that this is another ambush? Since they dared to come, they must have come prepared. Elder Chan, what do you think? Bai and I asked. Elder Chan said, when Venerated Lotus participated in the ambush, was it her own will, or was it the Six Paths Society's instruction? The Six Paths Society's instruction. King Luofu was very certain, because the war with the Eternals was fierce at that time, the departure of one expert would have a great impact on the Six Paths Society. Even so, Venerated Lotus still came because the second anima was too vile. Although they attacked the Eternals didn't care. More humans died at their hands, including the astral beasts. They are a group of inhumane beasts, Qing Du said in a low voice. Elder Chan's gaze swept across the square. The Tao Master was here, and the situation of the second anima would definitely reach his ears. How to deal with it would depend on the Tao Master. Let's wait and see, said old Chan. He knew what these people were thinking. They wanted the auction to be a success, but they also wanted to surround and kill second anima. Of course, they couldn't do it on their own. Their only option was to invite the experts of the 3 Yangs and 6 Lords, as well as the 8 Daos of the inner and outer realms. If the above heaven sects really came, they definitely didn't want to fail, because this was the first time the above heaven sects had fought. Failure would be too embarrassing. On the other hand, the ones benefiting from this would be the 100 Martial Universe. With second anima dying here, their prestige would definitely be greatly improved. That was a good idea. The second anima's group had already entered the square. If King Luofu could recognize them, so could the others. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3187. Isn't that the second life? How dare they show up? Shoo, don't look for death. The second life is evil, but they're powerful. We'll be finished if they target us. Let's just do our job. If they want to participate in the auction, will the others dare to expose themselves? Once they take something, they'll definitely target us. Not necessarily. It depends on who gets it. If the above heaven gets it, the second life won't dare to make trouble for them. That's true, but the second life isn't afraid of death. In the square, the second life and the others walked in indifferently. The noise around them didn't affect them at all. Big brother, isn't it too high profile this time? It's not in line with our rules. Second Meng pushed up her glasses. She was wearing a black sweater and a pair of big glasses. Just like her name, she looked very cute, but those who knew her well knew how cruel she was. Second Gang grinned. What's there to be afraid of? Who would dare to attack us? As long as fifth sister isn't here, we'll be fine. It's better to be careful. After all, the above heaven sect is here. Second Bone's face was solemn. It was indeed risky to come here. The above heaven sect's martial arts decree terrified them, but they wanted to enter the mirage field more. They had robbed a lot of things over the years and learned a lot. They knew more about the mirage field than most people. They knew that the mirage field was magical. There might be hope for them to break through there. Once they did, the above heaven sect and the Eternals wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Their wish hadn't changed from the beginning. They wanted to become the most terrifying existence in the universe. It didn't matter if their hands were stained with blood. As for their stance, it had nothing to do with them. They didn't care about humans or the Eternals. As for disguises, they couldn't do it. There were too many of them. Once they appeared, they would definitely be discovered. It was better to be high profile and make others wary. Big brother, this isn't like you. You'd rather rob the items after they've been obtained than show up at the auction. Second Meng didn't understand. She looked at the gentleman behind her. He was Second Kindness. He wore a monocle and liked to look at his pocket watch. Fourth brother, was it your idea? Second Kindness looked up. The items can only be obtained here. Once they're taken away, they'll never be obtained again. Why? Second Meng didn't understand. Second Kindness glanced at her. Just do it. Don't ask so much. Second Cutie bared her teeth. The Second Bone looked around. There were too many eyes focused on them. He didn't know what kind of powerful individuals were hiding in the shadows, and how many people from the high and mighty above heaven sect came. He really was looking forward to it. He had been fighting in the dark for so many years. He also hoped that one day, his name would spread throughout the entire universe. It was meaningless to just scare these trash. He wanted to walk to the same height as the above heaven sect and the eternal race. That would be interesting. This was also the reason why he did not hesitate to come here. Danger, definitely, but they had their trump cards. In the crowd, Luin heard the discussions around him and looked at the few people who were dressed too normally. A second life. At the same time, Second Kindness' eyes widened. He put away his pocket watch and shouted, "There's a master. Be careful." The expressions of Second Bone and the others changed, and they all took a step back to protect Second Kindness. They had done this action too many times. Second Bone looked at Second Kindness. Beads of sweat dripped from the forehead of the Second Kindness. His face paled as he sank into fear. They had seen this scene before. It was when these parallel universes had asked the Six Paths Association to kill them. At that time, Second Kindness had acted in a similar manner, causing them to give up on the supreme treasure that they had dreamed of obtaining. It turned out that they had made the right choice. If they had acted at that time, they would not have had a second life. Now, Second Kindness was acting in the same manner again. This caused Second Bone's heart to sink. Fourth brother. Second Bone's smile also disappeared. Second Cutie's expression was terrifyingly calm. Second Kindness took a few deep breaths and said in a low voice, "Big brother, we should retreat. I was too naive. The Mirage domain has attracted monsters." Who? Second Bone asked. Second Kindness shook his head. "I don't know, but I felt an indescribable danger just now. It was stronger than any other time, so strong that I couldn't breathe. Big brother, let's give up. We underestimated those behemoths. They don't just have a large number of experts. Second Bone was unwilling. If we take the risk, can we snatch it? Second Kindness shouted, Big brother, let's give up. Second Cutie's tone was terrifyingly calm, completely different from before. Listen to fourth brother. Big brother, let's give up. Let's go. Second Bone nodded. Let's go. Second Bone closed his eyes and said bitterly, the auction hasn't even started, and we've already given up. We, Second Life, have never been so humiliated. Forget it, let's go. After that, they walked out of the square. King Luofu and the others had been staring at Second Life. When they saw them walking out of the square, they were puzzled. Were they leaving? Most of the eyes in the square were focused on Second Life. They watched as they walked out of the square. Halfway there, they suddenly stopped and changed direction, walking towards a corner of the square. Everyone who saw them was confused. What was going on? At this moment, Second Kindness's fear had reached its peak. Just as they were about to leave the square, an even stronger sense of danger came. He did not know where this danger came from. Was it inside the square or outside the square? He only knew that the further he walked, the stronger the danger became. It was so strong that he trembled. He could only walk towards the corner of the square. No matter what, at least this place was safe before the auction ended. Is it really that scary? Second Bone's face darkened. Second Kindness was terrified. Big brother, this is the most terrifying thing I've ever felt in my life. We can't do anything. When the auction starts, we'll leave immediately. My mistake. I shouldn't have come. There might be more than one monster here, Second Bone said bitterly. Second Kindness gritted his teeth. I was the one who told everyone to come. Fourth brother, this has nothing to do with you. I was the one who told you to help me get what I wanted. So many years of experience have made me arrogant. I thought I could compete with those giants, but they all have their own monsters, Second Bone said helplessly. No need to say anything. Just stay in the corner quietly. No matter what, as long as fifth sister is fine, we'll be fine. We're not weak. Second Mang was calmer than anyone else. The square quieted down. Lu Yin looked at them with interest. Were these guys here to make fun of him? They wanted to leave after coming, but they didn't seem to want to leave. Outside the square, a man and a woman were just like everyone else. They were very ordinary, and even Lu Yin did not notice them. The two walked towards a corner and sat down quietly. Soon after, another person entered. It was Dan Gu. He entered the square and naturally found a corner to sit down. He sat right between De Heng and Second Anima, which were quite far apart. Dan Gu sat in the middle, so the three places weren't too far apart. However, they didn't pay attention to each other. Everyone who came here hid their auras as much as possible. They wouldn't make a move until the item was revealed. Gradually, more and more people entered. Second Anima was obviously the most popular. Some people wanted to kill them immediately, but they didn't dare. As time passed, the gate to the square closed, indicating that no one else could enter. It also meant that the auction was about to begin. Elder Chan, I'll be hosting the auction now, Bayanai said. Elder Chan nodded. Bayanai walked off the platform and arrived below the statue, looking at the entire square. At this moment, the 100 Martial Universe was in front of countless people. The success of today's auction was related to their future hopes. He knew that there were too many powerhouses below, many of whom he couldn't afford to offend. All he could do was pray that nothing too serious would happen. Thank you, everyone, for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend this auction. Everyone is well aware of the final item of today's auction. Before that, there are a few items that I hope will pique everyone's interest as much as possible. With that, he waved a hand, and a beautiful woman walked out to begin the auction that countless parallel universes were paying attention to. The items that could be auctioned off in this sort of auction were not simple, and many people competed for them. They weren't competing for cultivation resources from various parallel universes, but rather for treasures. It could be considered bartering, but to some powerhouses, these items were obviously not worth their attention. For the next auction item, if there are people from the Six Paths sect or even people from the primordial space, you should be familiar with it. It is the wisdom root. The beautiful woman revealed a brilliant smile as she said these two words. Lu Yin's body stiffened as he looked at the platform. Root of wisdom. How could there be a root of wisdom here? There weren't many in the square who had heard of the root of wisdom, but those who understood would definitely not give up on it. Even to a progenitor, a root of wisdom was not an ordinary item. Lu Yin was even more curious about where the root of wisdom had come from. As she spoke, someone walked out from behind the woman, carrying a tray with a root of wisdom on it. The root of wisdom comes from the primordial space's Dao Source sect era, and it comes from progenitor Hui, one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. For cultivators, the root of wisdom can allow them to clear their minds and comprehend things that are normally impossible to comprehend. In other words, it can allow one to discover things that are normally difficult to discover. It is a precious treasure in the primordial space, and if anyone is interested, you may bid for it. Someone immediately placed a bid. On the platform behind the statue, Elder Chan did not say anything and merely watched quietly. Beside him, Bayanai waved, and a woman walked up and respectfully carried a tray. Elder Chan, this is a gift to you. Elder Chan was astonished and looked at the tray, only to see a root of wisdom on it. This is. Bayanai smiled. The root of wisdom came from the primordial space, and the auctioneer coincidentally participated in the war during the Dao Source sect era. Of course, it was to help the Fifth Mainland. That person obtained the root of wisdom, but he didn't know what to do with it, so he kept it until now. It just so happened that the auction was held, and someone brought it here. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3188. Elder Chan chuckled. Thank you, but our headmaster prefers the wisdom root. Bai Ni's eyes lit up. Headmaster Lu. Elder Chan nodded. Bayanai swallowed and looked at the others. They exchanged glances and made up their minds. The auction continued, and the atmosphere was heated. But for some reason, someone suddenly joined the fray and raised the price crazily. This person's bid was so high that no one else dared to compete. Lu Yin had wanted to compete, but he gave up. Some things would eventually fall into his hands, so there was no rush. In the end, the wisdom root was won by the person who was determined to get it. As for who it was, no one knew. The plaza was not a special auction, but rather the most respected place in the entire 100 Martial universe. That was why the auction was held here, but it was not difficult to hide one's identity. On the platform behind the plaza's statue, Bayanai heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had won the bid. This thing might be able to break the ice between them and Master Lu. They had thought that Master Lu would not care about the wisdom root. Elder Chan was amused, but he did not expose them. Many people in the universe wanted to get closer to the headmaster, and even progenitors were no exception. The auction continued. Many people were bidding, but some did not make a move. They were waiting for the finale. The next item to be auctioned is a starry gate. No one knows where this starry gate leads to. We are only auctioning it because someone asked us to do so. Perhaps it leads to the everlasting race, or perhaps it leads to the location of the expert who obtained this starry gate. Everything is unknown. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow and looked at the platform. How bold of them to bid for a stargate. Any stargate could be connected to the everlasting race, so generally speaking, any discovered stargate would be brought to the hexagon for them to decide. Yet here they were auctioning one. Lu Yin looked at the platform behind the statue, and his expression darkened. Elder Chan frowned and glanced at Bai Enai and the others. What's the matter with this stargate? Zhao Li quickly stepped forward and smiled apologetically. Elder Chan, this stargate actually came from one of my elders, and it leads to a place where he once cultivated. It has nothing to do with the everlasting race, which is why we dared to auction it. If it had anything to do with the everlasting race, we would have sent it directly to the above heaven sect. That's not all. We can use this stargate to see if there are any Eternals among the bidders, Qing Du said. Elder Chan shook his head. You're underestimating the Eternals. How can they be so easily identified? They were embarrassed and didn't say anything. In the end, this stargate was auctioned off. Ordinary people didn't dare to buy this stargate. After paying a huge price, they would either send it to the above heaven sect or the Six Paths Society. Otherwise, they would be unlucky. Moreover, they would be targeted by the Eternals. Only an idiot would buy it. Just as Elder Chan had said, even if there were Eternals in the plaza, they wouldn't bid for the stargate. De Heng, Luo Shan, and the others were even less likely to bid. Right now, Second Fate only wanted to leave and wait for the final item to appear. When that time came, those ruthless people would have no time to deal with them. Only then would they be able to leave. Naturally, they would not bid for the stargate now. After the stargate, there were several more auction items. Looking at the situation, it was unknown how many there were. One of the old men couldn't hold back any longer. Rising to his feet, he shouted, "What the hell are you people doing, Bai Enai? Hurry up and auction the stones. Why do you think we're here? Are we giving you money?" That's right. Hurry up and auction the stones. We've been waiting for so long. How long do you want us to wait? Hurry up. More and more people were growing impatient. On the high platform, the beautiful woman was at a loss. Although she had experience in auctioning, she was still terrified by so many ruthless people below the platform. Almost all of them were top-notch experts from different space-time universes. She looked at the statue pleadingly. On the high platform behind the statue, Bai Enai gritted his teeth. These fellows are clearly here to watch the show. Where did they get the confidence to bid? Let's just directly auction the stones. These fellows don't care, but if we offend someone, it won't be easy to clean up the mess, esteemed Yanga said. King Luofu nodded. Let's begin. Bai Enai nodded and gave the order. On the high platform below, the beautiful woman sighed and adjusted her state of mind. She then faced the crowd once more. In accordance with everyone's request, the next auction item will be the final item, 5 stones and the beast hides that wrap them. The starting price will be none. Because the final item is precious, the other items that will be auctioned will be similarly precious. My Bai Enai spacetime may not recognize any of them, so they will all be auctioned with cultivation resources from the primordial space and star essence. The final auction items will be sent directly to the above heaven sect. When she said this, the crowd went into an uproar. They were actually sending the auction items to the above heaven sect. No one had expected the Bai Enai spacetime to play such a hand. What was the meaning of this? They were trying to lean towards the above heaven sect. Luo Shan was flabbergasted, and he looked at the high platform behind the statue. He naturally saw Bai Enai and the others, as well as Elder Chan. These fellows still had some brains, as even the above heaven sect was interested in the Mirage Domain's legend. They had not handed the stones over to the above heaven sect, as they had their own needs. Now that the auction had been held smoothly, they had obtained what they needed. After the auction, they would hand over the items to the above heaven sect, and the above heaven sect would definitely not treat them unfairly. Everyone knew that Luin liked star essence. This was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. They had obtained what they wanted, gained the favor of the above heaven sect, and even relied on the above heaven sect. In the future, anyone who wanted to do anything to the 100 Martial spacetime would have to think twice, as the above heaven sect would not stand idly by. They had some brains. Most people thought of this, and for a moment, they had a whole new level of respect for Bayanai and the others. Second Fate and the others were shocked. Second Bone praised, if nothing unexpected happens, the 100 Martial spacetime, the Yanga spacetime, and the Luofu spacetime will form an alliance. This auction has successfully spread their influence, and they might even gain the protection of the above heaven sect. As for any losses, they won't suffer any losses. The above heaven sect won't accept their resources for nothing. They're smart. After he finished speaking, he looked at Second Kindness with a worried expression. Fourth brother, can we go now? Second Kindness gasped for breath. Let's go. On the other side, Luin was just as surprised by Bayanai and the others' actions. Their actions had made it impossible for the above heaven sect to ignore them. Interesting. Atop the statue's platform, Elder Chan's gaze swept over Bayanai and the others. What are you trying to do? Bayanai hurriedly replied, please forgive us, Elder Chan. We want to use this auction to make a name for ourselves, so we can't directly give the stone to Master Lu. However, we'll send all of our bids to the above heaven sect as a token of our sincerity. Elder Chan laughed. Do you think that the Tao Lord lacks these resources? King Luofu respectfully replied, Master Lu naturally doesn't lack them. This is just our sincerity. Aside from that, I don't know what else could possibly catch Master Lu's eye. Elder Chan smiled and did not say anything else. This was survival. Some people were born with high positions, while others had to use various methods to reach that position. There was no mistake, as Bayanai and the others had already done enough. However, things might not go as they wished. Below, the auction had already begun. A supreme treasure like mine would be worth at least 50 million star essence in the origin space. You have the nerve to take out 50 million. This is a supreme treasure that can block attacks from powerhouses. It's worth at least 100 million. Do you think it'll be 100 million just because you say so? If you can't, I'll leave my head here. Ever since the origin space was connected to the Hexagon Society, everyone has more or less understood the value of star essence. Mine is worth at least 200 million. Mine can be exchanged for 258. 43 million. How did you calculate your 430,000? It's none of your business. The auction did not start, and chaos ensued. However, everyone knew that the true powerhouses had yet to make a move. The 4 from Second Fate were already walking towards the exit of the plaza. Luin looked up at the platform and suddenly took a step forward, reversing the flow of time. Everything around him froze. Luin arrived at the platform and looked at the entire plaza. No one could move, and no one could see him. Luin sneered. There were at least 5 sequence laws experts present, and all of them could touch the power of time. How could they not sense that he had reversed the flow of time? Fine, since you want to pretend, I'll let you pretend to your heart's content. Luin waved his hand, and 5 stones flew out from the tray. One flew towards De Heng, one towards Luo Shan, and one towards Second Fate. He casually tossed the remaining 2 away, leaving the beast hide where it had been. Lu Yin took another step forward and left. Everything returned to normal. What had just happened in an instant for those who couldn't touch the power of time. In an instant, all the stones had been shot out. De Heng subconsciously caught the stone. How could this be? Luo Shan also caught the stone and looked at De Heng. Another stone flew towards the exit of the plaza, and Second Bone caught it. Not good, an absolute powerhouse. Not everyone who had reached the sequence laws would be able to see Lu Yin reverse the flow of time, but Lu Yin was certain that there was someone present who could see him use it, or even break through it. He had a feeling that this was the case. The other two stones fell towards the other auctioneers, and for a moment, the plaza fell silent. Then, there was an angry roar that caused the auction to take an unexpected turn. Put it down. Someone snatched the stone and tried to flee, but he was stopped by someone else. Not far away, a woman lashed out with a whip towards De Heng. Hand it over. De Heng clenched his fists. There was something wrong with this auction, but this stone was the same as the one he already had, so he had to get the other stones. As far as the eye could see, the whip broke, and the woman was shocked. Sir, I. Before she could finish, she was sliced apart by the sequence laws, and blood splattered across the ground. Someone else tried to snatch Luo Shan's stone, but they were also killed by Luo Shan. De Heng looked at Luo Shan, and Luo Shan looked back at him. Let's work together. All right. At the exit of the plaza, Second Bone threw the stone away. They would not participate in this competition. But for some inexplicable reason, another stone flew towards them. Second Kindness abruptly turned to look in a certain direction, where Lu Yin was looking at them. Second Kindness' eyes narrowed, and he felt his scalp go numb. Brother, let's go. No one would be able to leave easily. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3189. On the platform behind the statue, Bai and I and the others had expected this to happen. They didn't care, nor did they have the power to do so. They could only place their hopes on Elder Chan. They had sent all the proceeds from the auction to the sect above with the intention of using the sect as a deterrent. However, they hadn't expected that even the sect above could not suppress the madness of these people. Elder Chan watched calmly, with no intention of interfering. The statue shattered, and Bai Ni's face fell, but he didn't step in. He couldn't stop them. There were terrifying masters below. He looked at Elder Chan and found him staring at Second Life, who was about to escape. Want to leave? Elder Chan's voice reached the ears of the four from Second Life. They all looked at the statue platform. The sect above. Take the stone and the hide, and you'll be dealt with lightly. Otherwise, the sect above will send out the inner and outer paths to kill you. Elder Chan's voice was low and filled with murderous intent. Since the first time Second Life had taken action, they had been threatened far too many times. In the past, others had threatened them. Now, they were the ones threatening others. It had been a long time since they had experienced the feeling of being threatened. Now that they were being threatened, they had no choice but to be cautious. The sect above was an absolute behemoth. The Eternals had originally been able to suppress humanity, making it difficult for them to contend with them. However, the suppression had been too strong, and the sect above had emerged. This was how Second Life saw it. They didn't care whether it was the Eternals or humanity that ruled the universe. They only cared about each other. Regardless, the sect above had taken shape. Although the inner and outer paths had not been fully replenished, they had more than 10 sequence principal masters. The 5 from Second Life only had 2 sequence principal masters. What did it feel like to be hunted down by more than 10 sequence principal masters? Just thinking about it made their scalps go numb. Second Kindness looked at the statue. You're dealing with the Eternals. Do you have time to trouble us? Elder Chan smiled. Then let's send out the 3 suns and 6 lords or the 3 realms and 6 paths to kill you. That's fine too. His words sent chills down Second Life's spine. The inner and outer paths were terrifying, but in terms of numbers, the 3 suns and 6 lords or the 3 realms and 6 paths were absolutely powerful. Second Life had once faced an ambush from a Lotus Venerable, but they hadn't been willing to take the risk, let alone an expert stronger than that. Even though they were confident, the Above Heaven sect was currently in control of the human race's situation. With a single call, hundreds would respond to them. Furthermore, they were notorious and wanted to be killed by everyone. Under such circumstances, it was quite troublesome for them to be chased down by the Above Heaven sect experts. Okay, we agree, but we need to get rid of one person first. Second Kindness suddenly looked at the corner. Where is he? He was looking for Lu Yin, as it was Lu Yin who had thrown the stone at them, which made him feel an intense sense of danger. Now, he wanted to attack Lu Yin not only to get rid of future trouble, but also to test the Above Heaven sect. He wanted to see if the person who had attacked them was someone from the Above Heaven sect. If they were, they would rather take the risk of being hunted down by the Above Heaven sect than stay here. It would be obvious that the Above Heaven sect was playing with them. If they weren't, they could help the Above Heaven sect. They were also interested in the positions of the inner and outer realms. It would be even better if they could obtain a position of the 3 Yang 6 lords. However, Lu Yin had disappeared. Old Zen narrowed his eyes when he saw Second Virtue's actions. This person's thoughts were meticulous, and he had instantly thought of a way to test him. He could not be allowed to live. On the plaza, most of the people were fleeing. The strength displayed by De Heng, Luo Shan, and the other ancestor realm experts was terrifying enough. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. The qualifications to participate. Second Bone looked at the stone in his hand and hesitated. Should he leave or stay? Big brother, let's go. Second Virtue made a prompt decision. Being hunted down by the Above Heaven sect was better than staying here and waiting for death. His sense of danger was growing stronger, and he could not stay here. Suddenly, Second Virtue disappeared. A card flashed past where he had been standing, flying towards the auction stage. Second Bone was shocked. Third brother. He reached out to grab it, but he was unable to do so. He watched as the card flew further and further away. Ever since he had entered the plaza, he had been suppressing his anger all this time. His sequence particles surged out and pressed down on the entire plaza. Second Bone's sequence law was fear, which instilled fear in his enemies. Anyone who was touched by his sequence particles would feel a natural sense of fear when facing him. In an instant, the remaining people in the plaza were affected by Second Bone's actions. De Heng and Luo Shan were not spared. In a corner, Lu Yin had been observing the entire situation. The card that had taken Second Bone away was the Heavenly King. He had asked Elder Dan Gu to take action and forcefully keep Second Anima alive. This second anima was not weak, which was a pleasant surprise. It would be enough to delay him until Tianfa arrived. From the very beginning, no one had expected second anima to appear, just like how Lu Yin had not expected that there would be 2 unknown factors in the plaza. The man and woman's expressions had not changed from the moment they had entered the plaza. Even when a chaotic battle broke out, they were still the same. The more normal they seemed, the more abnormal they seemed. They were the reason why Lu Yin had forcefully kept second anima alive. The waters in this plaza were a little deep. At this moment, Second Virtue could not leave either. The 5 siblings of Second Anima were as close as brothers. Even if they did not care about the lives of the humans in the outside world, they still cherished each other the most. Since second virtue had been captured, the others would not leave. On the stage, De Heng waved his hand, using the law of lightness to cut through the void and close in on the beast hide. However, it was not easy for him to get close. Luo Shan, who had originally agreed to work with him, had attacked him. The Sovereign King arrow pierced through the void and appeared in front of De Heng, avoiding the law of lightness attack. This was Luo Shan's law of lightness, pass. De Heng pushed the arrow away and turned to stare at Luo Shan. What are you doing? Luo Shan's expression was indifferent. I thought that there were some experts here, but now it seems that you have the highest chance of obtaining the item. Now, all that's left is the fight between you and me. De Heng was furious. Are you crazy? Elder Chan is here. Do you think he's the only one in heavens above? I had no choice but to act. Who scattered the stones? Who can ignore time? Lu Yin is here. Luo Shan acted as if he did not hear anything and grabbed at De Heng. Sovereign King Force violently tore through the void and opened a door to a world of nothingness. This was Luo Shan's ancestral world, the Sovereign King realm. De Heng was furious. This bastard. The situation in the plaza was uncertain, and this was his only chance to act. He had not expected to be obstructed by this person. At this moment, the Heavenly Emperor card floated out. De Heng and Luo Shan both saw it and exclaimed, Shangu. Third brother. The second bone emanated the law of sequence. De Heng stared coldly at the second bone and raised his hand. The law of lightness cut through the void. The second bone wrapped around his arms and grabbed each other's joints. He pulled out two white bones from his body and used them as a shield. The law of lightness cut through the white bones and split them in two. The second bone was shocked and narrowly avoided the attack. Where did this expert come from? Coincidentally, he had come into contact with Luo Shan's ancestral world. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. This was because the ancestral world was devouring everything around it and was about to banish him to a world of nothingness. This chill made his scalp go numb. Another expert. Big brother, lower. Second kindness voice came in time, and the second bone subconsciously lowered his body. Above his head, a law of lightness cut through him and headed for Luo Shan. De Heng wanted to use the second bone as a shield while actually attacking Luo Shan. Second kindness warning caused the second bone to lower his body in time, which also alerted Luo Shan. Luo Shan avoided the law of lightness, and his gaze was cold. De Heng, you're still so despicable. De Heng sneered. When it comes to being despicable, who can compare to you, Luo Shan? I understand now. You knew that Lu Yin was here, and you attacked because he instructed you to. This was all set up by him. In the corner, Lu Yin was helpless. Everyone was too smart, but he couldn't say that, as he had been too obvious. But there was no other way. No one had provoked a dispute, so he had to do it. This auction had indeed been set up by him, but the 100 Martial Universe and the others had not known about it. They had been passive all this time, and Luo Shan did not know either. It was precisely because Luo Shan did not know that he had come, otherwise, Lu Yin would not have been able to find him. Luo Shan knew that Lu Yin was here, but he still attacked De Heng because Lu Yin had just told him to give him a chance to prove his innocence. The real goal of this situation was Tian Fa. De Heng, Luo Shan, Second Anima, the 100 Martial Universe, and the other experts who had been lured here were all pawns in the game. Although there had been an accident, the general direction had not changed. The general direction had changed. Lu Yin looked at the man and woman who had remained calm throughout. They wanted to tear through the void and leave. Others could leave, but they could not. As he thought about it, Lu Yin attacked. An infinite inner world appeared, and the lines of power collided. When things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction. He aimed a punch at the man and woman. This punch shook the heavens and the earth, causing the entire spacetime to roar. It shocked everyone in the plaza who had attacked. The man and woman looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's punch was so powerful that even sequence law powerhouses would find it difficult to take it head-on. At the very least, it had frightened De Heng and Luo Shan. However, the man met Lu Yin's punch head-on. Lu Yin's punch suddenly changed direction and blasted towards the ground. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Di Qiong. This move was Di Qiong's sequence law, under the dome. Lu Yin had not understood why so many people's attacks had all missed when they approached Di Qiong and landed at his feet. Later, he learned that it was because of Di Qiong's sequence law, under the dome. As long as his sequence law could not be broken, all attacks would only appear at his feet. Lu Yin had guessed that the Eternals would send powerhouses, but most of them should not have come. Although Lu Yin's plan was targeted at Tian Fa, if one or two of the Eternals were lured here, they might be able to join forces and deal damage to the Eternals and Tian Fa. Since Di Qiong had appeared, then, an arrow pierced through the air and shot towards Lu Yin. It was indeed her, the archer god. Not bad. Di Qiong, the archer god, and the three masters and Lu Hao are here. Aren't you afraid of being surrounded? Lu Yin dodged the arrow. The arrow was not fast and did not seem to be very powerful. However, he knew that it would be harder to dodge the arrow as it went on. Even someone as strong as Heavenly Master Do Xing would be riddled with holes every time he faced the archer god. Di Qiong looked up. Lu Yin, do you really want to leave us here? What makes you think you can leave us here and plot against Tian Fa? Lu Yin stared at Di Qiong. There are many powerhouses in the above heaven sect. End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3190. Di Qiong sneered and turned to second kindness. Help us fight. After this battle, you will be friends with the everlasting tribe. We will take care of the above sky sect's pursuit. You've been running rampant in the universe for so many years, so I'll only tell you one thing. Now, it's the third commandment. Second kindness expression changed. The third commandment. Second Gu and second Mang were confused. What was the third commandment? Di Qiong's lips curled up. So you do know. Second kindness shouted without hesitation, brother, we agree to the everlasting tribe's conditions. All right, we'll listen to you. Everlasting tribe, what do you think we should do? But before that, we need to save our third brother, second Gu shouted. Second Meng frowned but didn't refute. The five of them were united in life and death. Lu Yin's eyes flashed coldly. You only know one thing, but not the other. You've betrayed your own kind. You deserve to die. He hadn't expected Second Life to betray the humans, but it didn't matter. Di Qiong and the others couldn't hope to do anything to the above sky sect in this battle. They were only using Second Life to protect themselves. Lu Yin didn't plan on killing Di Qiong and the archer god either. Divine punishment was about to arrive, and there wasn't enough time. Compared to Di Qiong and the archer god, the real threat was still divine punishment. The archer god raised his arrow, aimed at the emperor card, and fired. Di Qiong shouted, Second Life, kill that young man. He was obviously referring to Lu Yin. Second Gu and second Meng both looked at Lu Yin and attacked at the same time. One pulled out a skeleton from his body, causing it to crack open and form a human skeleton. The other rushed towards Lu Yin from behind. Lu Yin's expression was cold. They deserved to die. He clenched his fist and punched out once more. This time, only the second life, Di Qiong, and the archer god were in that direction. The void cracked under the force of the punch. The humanoid skeleton beside the second bone hurriedly stepped forward to block Lu Yin's punch. Second Mo followed closely behind, revolving the sequence laws around her. She raised her fist and punched out. She had copied Lu Yin's battle technique, and she wanted to return the punch. However, when she raised her fist, her arm was torn apart, and blood splattered everywhere. Second sister. Second Gu was shocked. The human skeleton in front of him was shattering inch by inch. Lu Yin's punch was too powerful, and he couldn't withstand it. Second Mang was shocked. I can't copy this monster's power. As soon as he finished speaking, both of them were sent flying backward by Lu Yin's punch. Blood flowed out of their wounds as they flew toward Di Qiong. Di Qiong's eyes turned cold. He was astonished by Lu Yin's strength, but the two of them were still masters of the sequence laws. Even if they worked together, they still couldn't withstand a single punch from Lu Yin. Boom! Second Gu and Second Meng fell not far away from Di Qiong and the others. They coughed up blood again, and their faces were pale. Lu Yin stared at Di Qiong and Archer God. On the high platform, De Heng and Luo Shan attacked the Heavenly King card at the same time because it was the closest to the beast's skin. On the high platform behind the statue, Elder Zen watched quietly. He was powerless to do anything about the battle below. After all, he was not a sequence law adept. As for Bai and I and the other four, it was even more impossible for them to make a move. It was already not bad that they didn't leave. Di Qiong pointed his spear at Lu Yin and said, "It's been so long, but the experts from the above heaven sect are still not here. Tian Fa should be here soon. I'm really curious about how you plan to deal with Tian Fa, but I don't have time to play with you." Lu Yin, go to the third region of calamity and take Wu Tian away if you can. A stargate appeared beside him, and he was about to leave. No matter what, if they were surrounded by the experts from the above heaven sect, they would be in trouble. Since Lu Yin dared to deal with Tian Fa here, it meant that he had a backup plan. They didn't want to be killed by this backup plan and take Tian Fa's place. Lu Yin used the reverse step and rushed towards Di Qiong. Pages of paper appeared around Di Qiong, and they were his ancestral world's martial god manual. Lu Yin's reverse step came to an abrupt halt as he had been stopped by the martial god manual. Di Qiong raised his spear and smashed it towards Lu Yin, piercing through the void. Lu Yin visualized the land where his heart was and released the starry sky at the same time. The land and the visualized land overlapped, and the plaza instantly darkened. Di Qiong looked up and narrowed his eyes. "Let's go." Suddenly, a ray of light shot towards him. He turned around and waved his hand to break it. It was a spear. Was it his own spear? He looked in that direction and saw that it was Second Mang. The two human-shaped skeletons beside Second Bone rushed towards Di Qiong. "Don't even think about leaving. Second Life, you're crazy." Di Qiong shouted. Second Kindness shouted from afar, "Master Lu, I know it's you. We won't help the Eternals. We're humans after all. What do you want us to do now?" Lu Yin frowned. What was Second Life thinking? The weak had their own methods of survival. In the past, Lu Yin had been forced by the Day-Night clan to use the Third Night King's trail to keep the Day-Night clan in suspense so that they would not act against him. Second Life was doing the same thing. They had agreed to help the Eternals because they wanted to find out who the card that had taken away Second Gang belonged to. If it belonged to the Eternals, then they would help them deal with Lu Yin. If it belonged to Lu Yin, then they would pretend to help the Eternals, but in reality, they would get close to the Eternals and attack them to show their loyalty. They knew that it was impossible to bring Second Gang out. Whether or not Second Gang could survive depended on the person who had taken him away. The arrow god of the Eternals had attacked the card, which meant that Second Gang was on Lu Yin's side. They would naturally attack the Eternals as well. Being able to see the situation clearly without taking a side was how Second Life had survived. Although it was complicated, Lu Yin still understood that Second Life was evil and deserved to die. It was like a bug that lived in a dark corner, but even bugs had their own way of survival. No need. Let them go, Lu Yin said. He could sense that Tianfa was about to arrive. He pressed down with a single hand, and the land collapsed. Di Qiong and the arrow god entered the astral door and left. The land suppressed the entire plaza, and Elder Chan and the others hurriedly left the platform. Otherwise, they would be the first to be suppressed. De Heng was shocked by this power. We can't wait any longer. Whoa, snatch. A shadow appeared on De Heng's shoulder and knocked away the Emperor card. Luo Shan's sovereign aura had no effect on the shadow. The shadow was the Star Toad. De Heng needed to go to the Mirage Domain to find the stone, and the Star Toad had instructed him to go there. He had heard of an ancient legend that the Mirage Domain had a path to immortality. However, it knew nothing about the Mirage Domain. A long time ago, it was very close to the Mirage Domain, but it could only watch helplessly as the Mirage Domain was snatched away by the human ancestors and fixed in the origin space. Those people were rascals. The Mirage Domain belonged to the entire universe and should not belong to a certain group. However, those rascals snatched it away just like that, and it did not have the chance to enter for many years. Now, the opportunity was right in front of him, and the stone was real. Although this auction seemed like a trap, even if it was, he still had to enter. Even if there was a 1 in a million chance, it was still a chance. Furthermore, he was confident that there were few in the universe who could harm him, so there was nothing to be afraid of. De Heng was shocked. This is a trap, my lord. The stone and beast skin are fake. They're fake. The Star Toad grabbed the beast skin and stone, and his eyes widened when he looked at them. Fake. Was it real or fake? Lu Yin looked up. Tianfa was here. He looked at the Heavenly King card, and Great Elder Dan Gu walked out from it. He tore through the void, opened his hand, and crushed the stone. Far away from the plaza, a blood-red liquid descended and rushed towards the plaza. Tianfa arrived at the plaza just in time to see Great Elder Dan Gu tear through the void and leave. The Star Toad was the closest, and when he saw Great Elder Dan Gu's actions, his eyes blazed. It's real. It's the Mirage Domain. Wait for me. He rushed in immediately. De Heng was excited. It was really the Mirage Domain. Lu Yin had used the Mirage Domain as a trap, which was a huge price to pay. He rushed in as well. Luo Shan hesitated and turned to leave. Lu Yin took a step forward and rushed in. Second Gu rushed in without hesitation. Third brother, wait for us. Second Mang and Second Shan rushed in together. Tianfa sped up and rushed in as well. It would not let Great Elder Dan Gu go. Just as the void crack was about to disappear, a figure rushed in from the corner. It was also a woman. Her name was Second Violet. After the second purple immortal entered the spatial rift disappeared. The plaza quieted down. Aside from Elder Chan, Bai and I, and a few others, there was no one else. Of course, there were also corpses all over the ground. The river of time flowed. How many years had passed? How many seasons had passed? Everyone who entered the Mirage domain would refresh the time node of the Mirage domain. Great Elder Dan Gu fell down with the Heavenly King card on his head. Because the void was torn, the surrounding time fog would be pushed away in an instant. Therefore, those who had just entered the Mirage domain would not touch the fog for a while as long as they did not move. Great Elder Dan Gu knew how terrifying the fog was, but he still rushed in resolutely because he had Hong Yen Mavis's grass with him. The second to drop was naturally the star toad. At this moment, the star toad was very small and was only the size of a palm. It hugged the beast's skin like a toy. After falling into the Mirage domain, it saw the river of time flowing beside it and the bamboo forest in the distance. It was excited. Mirage domain. This is the Mirage domain. This is a great deal. I've finally come to the Mirage domain. It stared at Great Elder Dan Gu. Come here. At this moment, Daheng came out of the void crack and smashed at the star toad. The star toad was disgusted and threw him out. He fell not far away, but this was the Mirage domain, which was filled with time fog. Although the place where Daheng fell was not far away, there was still fog. He let out a horrible scream, which was extremely terrifying and gave the star toad a fright. The star toad and Dan Gu both looked at Daheng. At the same time, Second Gu, Second Meng, and Second Kindness all fell. They were lucky and did not hit the star toad, but they were only a few meters away from it. As soon as they fell, they heard Daheng scream. They looked over and saw a scene that they would never forget in their lives. Daheng's entire body kept changing. Some were old, some were young, some were withered, and some were glossy. Daheng was a sequence law powerhouse. He released sequence particles to resist the surrounding fog and crawled into a place without fog with difficulty. At this moment, his abdomen had become a skeleton, which made people's scalps tingle. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3191. Daheng trembled and stared at his skeletal abdomen. He wouldn't die, but it would take some time for him to recover. What happened to him? Second Meng was stunned. Lu Yin fell and walked into the mist calmly. The next moment, Tianfa entered. Mirage domain. In the end, Second Purple fell and Second Bone hurriedly pulled Second Purple over with White Bone. Otherwise, Second Purple would have smashed into the Star Toad's head. Although they didn't know the Star Toad, they sensed danger from it. The Mirage domain was no longer quiet. The mist moved slowly, which made Second Bone and the others wary. They kept moving toward the empty space. The Star Toad wasn't too afraid. It understood that this was the time of mist transformation. The power of time wasn't unfamiliar to an expert like it who had crossed the bitter calamity. It could resist it. However, Daheng was terrified. Lu Yin and Grand Elder Dan Gu stood in the mist, looking very conspicuous. Tianfa said in a low voice, "Dao Lord Lu, do you think entering the Mirage domain will allow this person to escape from me?" "No one can escape from Tianfa." The Star Toad looked up in shock. "Protector of the Four Directions, Tianfa. You're here too." In the first calamity domain, it had seen Butterfly Grace. Now that it saw Tianfa in the blood-red liquid, it was even more wary. Tianfa's blood-red liquid moved and seemed to be looking at the Star Toad. "It's you. We've met before." The Star Toad grinned, revealing a fawning smile. He swung his lotus leaf and said, "Yes, I've seen you before. You go about your business, don't worry about me." Lu Yin looked at the Star Toad. "Star Toad, didn't we agree to deal with Tianfa in the Mirage domain?" The price for hiring you is to let you enter the Mirage domain. Tianfa's killing intent surged, filling the Mirage domain with blood. Second Bone and the others felt their hair stand on end. They tried their best not to make a sound. They knew very well that the people in front of them were all terrifying existences. Although Master Lu hadn't reached the supreme level yet, his strength was quite abnormal. The Star Toad screamed, "Lu Yin, don't talk nonsense. When did you hire me to deal with Tianfa? That's Tianfa. You want to deal with the protectors of the four directions. Are you crazy?" Lu Yin's lips curled up. "Stop pretending, Tianfa won't trust you. You want to sneak up on me? No way. Fight openly." With that, he turned to heavenly punishment. "You protectors of the four directions have repeatedly caused trouble for the above heaven sect. Do you really think I don't know that you're helping the Eternals? Once I get rid of you, heavenly punishment will be next. You want to deal with the guardians of the four directions. Do you know how messy this universe would be without us?" Divine Punishment's voice was getting lower and lower. "Human, you don't know what's good for you. Without us, you wouldn't have a stable living space. We've sacrificed so much for this universe. We've been stabilizing this universe and blocking the strong enemies from the outside. Is this your reason for attacking the primogenitor?" Lu Yin barked. The Star Toad was astonished. The guardian envoys were going to deal with the human ancestors? Heavenly punishment was silent for a moment. The human race isn't stable. Tai Chu actually fixed the Mirage domain in this universe. We've warned him, but he still does as he pleases and acts recklessly. If we allow him to do as he pleases, this universe will be connected to other universes one day. Our years of hard work will then be for nothing. This is for the greater good of the universe. The human race is a selfish race that is filled with violence. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. This race cannot expand too quickly and cannot dominate the universe. Tai Chu was like that. We hope that you won't follow in his footsteps. Lu Yin looked up and took a deep breath. He laughed, but his laughter was filled with mockery. The greater good of the universe. Does this mean that if I bring the above heaven sect back to the primogenitor's glory one day, you'll also attack me? Heavenly punishment spoke up. As long as you don't destroy the stability of the universe, we won't attack you. We don't target any creature. The human race is too unstable, so we pay more attention to it. However, if you're different from Tai Chu and we can see that, you can continue to exist. What if I bring the human race to the point where it can truly dominate this universe? Lu Yin asked. Heavenly punishment paused. One of the duties of the four protectors is to expel creatures that don't belong to this universe. Another is to stabilize this universe and the human race. Race my ass. Lu Yin punched at heavenly punishment. An endless inner world appeared, and the lines of power collided. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. The punch blasted toward divine punishment. The mountain of blades in front of divine punishment was shattered by the power of the punch, but it also blocked the power of the punch. Attacking us. It seems that you're the same type of person as Tai Chu. In that case, the above heaven sect will have a new master. Heavenly punishment attacked, and the blades extended endlessly. At the same time, Lu Yin couldn't move. The void was like a chain that forced Lu Yin to endure the attack. Lu Yin clenched his fist. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. At the same time, the battle force of the Palm Realm covered the surrounding void, causing it to crack. Great Elder Shangu attacked. Heaven and Earth Mystic King, please use the indestructible hand. A huge hand broke through the void and grabbed at heavenly punishment. A spear appeared in front of heavenly punishment. Heavenly spear. Even Lu Yuan would find it difficult to break free from the chains of time, let alone Shangu. The spear broke through the indestructible hand and turned towards Great Elder Shangu. The Star-Toad watched from the side, unable to interfere. These were the protectors of the four protectors, and if one was provoked, four would come. From what it had heard, Tai Chu had been killed by them. It was no wonder that the Eternals had been able to silently invade the first mainland. It knew very well how powerful Tai Chu was, but even he had been killed. It didn't want to provoke four primordial realm powerhouses. Second Bone and the others waited quietly in the distance, waiting for the outcome of this battle. Hongyan Mavis walked out of Mount Supreme beside Lu Yin. She was the only expert that Lu Yin had brought to the Mirage to deal with heavenly punishment. If they had to deal with heavenly punishment, they had to be on guard against the Eternals as well. Lu Yuan had stayed behind to deal with the ancient gods and prevent the Eternals from attacking the Above Heaven sect. Hongyan Mavis naturally wasn't enough to deal with heavenly punishment. The true choice was the Star-Toad. Lu Yin had set up the Mirage to lure the Star-Toad over. Without the Star-Toad, they had no one to deal with heavenly punishment. Hongyan Mavis punched the sky split. It's time to settle Master's grudge today. Tai Chu deserves to die. He went against the rules of the universe, and you disciples shouldn't have stayed either. Since you attacked us, we'll destroy the Above Heaven sect once we get out. From now on, the Above Heaven sect will no longer exist in this universe. Let's talk about that after you get out alive. Hongyan Mavis was incomparably powerful. She raised her fist, and her power formed a terrifying rumbling sound, causing the Mirage domain to tremble. Second Bone and the others watched with trepidation. If they were hit by this fist, they would definitely die. The power of Hongyan Mavis' punch was earth-shattering, but heavenly punishment had no intention of dodging it. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. However, the punch actually disappeared as it approached heavenly punishment. Hongyan Mavis was confused. How could this be? No one could understand, not even the Star-Toad. However, it was certain that heavenly punishment had used a sequence law. There were countless sequence laws in the universe, and what one could comprehend depended on the individual. As for what heavenly punishment's law was, it was something that needed to be explored. Countless blades slashed towards Hongyan Mavis from below. The void chains that bound Lu Yin suddenly snapped, and he twisted his wrist to release the starry sky in his heart. He visualized the land and reassembled it. At the same time, the wordless heavenly book appeared, and golden light filled the Mirage, bringing with it the power of life that pressed down on heavenly punishment. Heavenly punishment was astonished. Tai Chu's power. That's the primordial space's recognition. As the land pressed down, countless blades bloomed beside heavenly punishment like lotuses, slashing towards the land above. The endless blades continuously whittled away at the land. Back then, Fingboi had used his pagoda-shaped sword to resist, but heavenly punishment had used her blades to resist. Even a primordial realm expert could not ignore the destructive power of the seven sky gods. A primordial realm expert could create a huge gap between himself and a progenitor, but it could also be the same. An increase in realm did not necessarily mean that one's battle prowess would increase. A primordial realm expert could prevent the laws from approaching them. If Lu Yin could do this with the laws of the sequence, then his threat to heavenly punishment would be greatly reduced. However, he relied on his own strength and did not have the laws of the sequence. As a result, his threat to heavenly punishment was no different from Hongyan Mavis and the other three realms' six paths. Star-Toad, what are you waiting for? Lu Yin barked. Star-Toad was startled. Don't spout nonsense, Lu Yin. Why would I help you deal with the four protectors? I'm friends with them. I'll hire you. I won't do business that's guaranteed to lose. You don't want to reach the eternal realm. Lu Yin's words attracted heavenly punishment's attention. The Eternal Realm was a legendary realm that no one in the universe had ever stepped foot into, including the strongest person in history, Tai Chu. Startoad was stunned. What did you say? The Eternal Realm. You think you're worthy of mentioning it? You're just a half-progenitor. What about me? Hongyan Mavis stared at Startoad. I've been here for countless years. You could say that I've been here since the second continent shattered and explored this place thoroughly. If not for the ancestral world being taken away by the Eternals, I would have broken through long ago. Let me tell you, the path to eternal life is in this mirage. Startoad raised its lotus leaf and stomped its foot. Do you think I'm an idiot? If there's the Eternal Realm, why isn't Tai Chu? Do you really think I'm stupid? I'm a businessman, the type that's guaranteed to make a profit. Hongyan Mavis countered the countless blades as she spoke to the Star Toad. That is not a path that humans should take. Before our civilization appeared in this universe, there was more than one civilization that existed here. That is a path that other species should take. We humans cannot take it. You are not a human. Who are you scolding? No, I'm not human to begin with. Are you serious? The Star Toad hesitated. It was sure that the Mirage Domain had a path to immortality. If one were to ask who understood the Mirage Domain the most, it would be Absolute Beginning and the others. Absolute Beginning and the others had fixed the Mirage Domain in the primordial space, which was absolutely shameless. Even the Guardian Envoys couldn't stand it. Why did Destiny cultivate again? You should have heard that she was the one who discovered that path. Otherwise, with her talent, she would have broken through long ago. It's not like you don't know that she's the most talented among us, Hongyan Mavis tempted. End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3192. The Startoad gritted its teeth after hearing Hongyan Mavis' words. It thought for a moment and then looked at the people under the endless blades, but it still refused. Don't try to tempt me. I'm definitely good friends with the four protectors, the kind that can even be sworn brothers. We don't even know how to do business, so why would I help you? What a joke. Hongyan Mavis sneered. Then you can look for it yourself. There are forbidden areas in the Mirage Domain, and even our master doesn't dare to step in. If you step in, you will either die or be crippled. If you want to explore them one by one, I guarantee that you will be a dead toad before you find the path to immortality. The Star Toad was furious. You're the toad. Just a toad, Luin mocked, using the Grand Empyrean's words. These words completely enraged the Star Toad. It recalled how it was trampled under the feet of a Grand Empyrean in the Second Calamity region, how it had participated in the battle with Lu Yuan and the others. Just thinking about this made it feel sullen and angry. It couldn't wait to break through to the Eternal Realm. At that time, it would kill all of these fellows. Hold on, it smiled slyly. You humans will allow me to break through to the Eternal Realm. What a joke, aren't you afraid that I'll break through? Hongyan Mavis said, there are limits to the Eternal Realm. Although you're invincible, you won't be able to attack us easily. Of course, we won't attack you either. There are no absolute limits in the universe. The Startoad fell into deep thought. It made sense. Luin felt strange. These were the words of the primogenitor, but Hongyan Mavis was very good at using them. She had said them to him before, and now she was saying them to the Star Toad. The higher one's realm was, the more they would believe such words. Tianfa's voice suddenly rang out, even if you're on the right path, we'll make sure that you have nowhere else to go. The Star Toad was horrified. Tianfa's threat made its entire body turn cold. Right, so what if it found the path to eternal life? The four protectors would attack it, and it would be killed before it could reach eternal life. It shook its leaf and glared angrily at Lu Yin and Hong Yen Mavis. Lu Yin, Kai Hong, don't even think about tempting me. I'm the best friend of the four protectors, and I'm firmly on their side to protect the universe. I'm the future fifth protector. Second Mang and Second Purple looked at each other and saw the strange look in each other's eyes. They were also trying their best to hold back their laughter. They saw a toad jumping around and squawking. It was even swinging its lotus leaves. That scene actually diluted their fear of this unknown place. Only Second Kindness looked at the toad with fear in his eyes. This toad was terrifying. Lu Yin sighed, Star Toad, do you really think that Sky Law can leave this place alive? The protectors of the four directions can also die. Shut up. You are not allowed to insult my friend. The Star Toad roared. The Star Toad shouted fiercely, but it had no intention of attacking at all. It simply allowed Tianfa and Lu Yin's group to exhaust each other. The Star Toad only wanted to stay as far away as possible. It didn't want to help Lu Yin's group, but it also didn't want to help Tianfa. Lu Yin shook his head, if even eternal life can't move you, then what about this? As he spoke, Lu Yin stepped backwards and dodged the blade. He then took out a pitchfork from his cosmic ring and threw it to the ground. The pitchfork stabbed into the ground and waved in front of the Star Toad. The Star Toad looked at the pitchfork with confusion, but then its eyes turned red. It finally roared in anger, where did you get my discarded weapon? Lu Yin sneered, do you really think that we can't find your nest? De Heng gave you a stone, right? Why do you think I gave it to him? This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The Star Toad glared at De Heng. De Heng was stunned. What did this have to do with him? Lu Yin had schemed against De Heng and sent him to the endless battlefield. That incident had nothing to do with the Star Toad, but he had schemed against both Luo Shan and De Heng. In the end, he had given De Heng a stone to appease him. This was because Lu Yin had given De Heng a stone of his own, and it didn't matter since the stones needed to be pieced together to find the way to the Mirage Domain. However, Lu Yin had learned the real way to enter the Mirage Domain from He Wuxian. He wanted to drag the Star Toad in to deal with Tianfa, but he also needed to think of a way to force the Star Toad to help him deal with Tianfa. At this time, he thought of the stone fragment that he had given De Heng. Stones were naturally formed in the universe, and because they had been broken, every stone had a different shape. Lu Yin used the compass to think of the stone that he had given De Heng and found the Star Toad's nest. He was lucky that De Heng had given the stone to the Star Toad, or else he wouldn't have been able to find it. This was the most important step in his scheme against the Star Toad. The Star Toad was too cunning, and after living for so long, it knew everything. Lu Yin knew from the way it had treated Tian and the butterfly in the first calamity domain that he couldn't force it to do anything. Now, he wanted to destroy its nest and take all of its treasures. This was the most important step in forcing the Star Toad to help him. Of course, there was no guarantee that he would succeed. It all depended on how much the Star Toad cared about its treasures. Even if he failed, it didn't matter. He could just leave the Mirage and think of another way to deal with the Guardians. The Guardians were like mountains that couldn't be bypassed. If he didn't deal with them, he would never be able to deal with the Eternals. Even if he had to face both the Guardians and the Eternals at the same time, Lu Yin didn't hesitate to take a gamble. This was the only way to deal with Tianfa. There was only one chance to surround and kill Tianfa. There were many times when cultivators needed to take risks, and Lu Yin was no exception. Every level had its own dangers, and the Guardians had to be dealt with. They were dissatisfied with the humans, and they had plotted against the progenitors, killed the desolate ancestor, and forced the humans to stop the war. Lu Yin couldn't forgive them for their actions. This was an encirclement, and Lu Yin was prepared for an all-out war with the Guardians. Lu Yuan and the others were also prepared. The humans would face many difficulties, but they would eventually overcome them. The star toad went crazy when it saw the pitchfork. Its nostrils flared, and its body turned multicolored. With the pitchfork in its hand and the skull around its neck, it leapt towards Luin. "You thief." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he stared at the star toad. "I'm going to sell your collection for cheap. This is the worst deal you've ever made in your life. I want you dead." The star toad's body suddenly expanded, and it gripped its pitchfork tightly as it stabbed towards Luin. Hongyan Mavis clenched her fist, and the trees on the ground grew rapidly to block the star toad's path. The star toad's pitchfork pierced through the trees and stabbed towards Luin. "You failed. Retreat!" Hongyan Mavis shouted. Luin stared at the star toad, and the star toad stared back at him. Its eyes were unprecedentedly fierce and emotionless. It was clearly a wild beast that had gone berserk. The pitchfork brushed past Lu Yin's scalp, drawing a line of blood. Elder Shangu was shocked. "Headmaster." Lu Yin could feel the chilling murderous intent from the pitchfork, but it wasn't aimed at him. It was aimed at the endless blades behind him. Tianfa. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The star toad was finally convinced. Or rather, in its stubbornness, its collection was more important than the path to immortality. Lu Yin had made the right bet. The star toad was trying to survive bitter adversity. Bitter adversity was the toad's stubbornness towards its business gains. It would never give up no matter what happened, and this was the star toad's greatest obstacle. The Grand Empyrean wanted to kill the only true god in bitter adversity. The star toad had to complete every single transaction perfectly in order to survive this ordeal. It had been willing to give up on Lu Yin's last-minute price increases to deal with the Eternals rather than betray the integrity of its business. This was its ordeal, and it had been trying to survive it all this time. Compared to the illusory path to immortality, surviving bitter adversity on its own was more realistic. It had been through this bitter adversity for far, far too many years. Even if all of the protectors were here and Lu Yin was holding them hostage, it would still take action, let alone Tianfa. This was a creature's instinct. The multicolored star toad raised its pitchfork and stabbed at Tianfa. This was something that even Tianfa hadn't expected. Despite the endless blades blocking its path, the pitchfork still managed to pierce through the blood-red liquid, tearing through the void and shattering everything in its path. The other end of the pitchfork emerged from the blood-red liquid. Lu Yin, Hongyan Mavis, Elder Dan Gu, and Second Anima were all watching. A spear of heaven appeared in front of Tianfa and stabbed towards the star toad. "You're courting death." The star toad's eyes turned sinister. "Friend, don't blame me. I have no other choice." It slapped the end of the pitchfork, causing it to sweep forward and break the spear of heaven. The star toad quickly retreated, but found that it couldn't move. Tianfa had used time chains to imprison it. The star toad was horrified. "What the hell?" Hongyan Mavis stepped on the star toad's head and punched at Tianfa. The terrifying punch landed outside the blood-red liquid, but it was still ineffective. The spear of heaven and the blade of earth appeared at the same time. The spear and blade intersected and overlapped, forming something that resembled both a spear and a blade as it stabbed towards Hongyan Mavis, the star toad, and Lu Yin. The void around Hongyan Mavis distorted as a large tree rose from the ground to block her front. It was the Mavis divine tree, and the imprint on it glowed brightly. The overlapping spear and blade stabbed into the Mavis divine tree in an attempt to penetrate it. Blood flowed from the corner of Hongyan Mavis' mouth as she forcefully used the divine tree to suppress the spear and blade. The light in the sky dimmed as the land pressed down. Lu Yin had taken action to suppress Tianfa. "Do you really think you can reverse Tianfa?" Tianfa's voice was low as it allowed the land to fall. In the end, it landed on top of Tianfa, but it didn't harm it at all. It's a sequence law. It's in the primordial realm, so the laws can't get close to it. However, the sequence law it controls is extremely powerful. Hongyan Mavis gritted her teeth. Their attacks had all been nullified by Tianfa's sequence law. Even now, they still didn't know what kind of sequence law Tianfa possessed. With a thump, the star toad finally broke free from the time chains. It was only because the spear and blade had been trapped by the Mavis divine tree that it would have been unable to break free. With a strange cry, the star toad raised its hand, and the pitchfork returned to its hand. It then viciously charged at Tianfa and stabbed down, causing the void to tremble. The shockwave spread out and turned into a sharp aura that seemed like the end of the world. The Second Bones group was shocked, and they hurriedly blocked the attack. De Heng was bitter. He was getting closer and closer to death in such a battlefield. End of chapter 1. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.